Chapter 51. Taking Action. The three of them lifted old Zhou's corpse together and threw it down from the upper floor. After tidying up the room a little, they all held onto a glimmer of hope. If they could just hold on for a few more days, maybe they could wait for the rescue troops. As long as the troops arrived, they would be saved. Lu Zhou and the others hurried down the stairs. In less than a minute, they reached the 5th floor. When they opened the door, Uncle E was the first to rush over to the cabinet, pushing it aside to reveal a hidden door. After the hidden door opened, they found Lu Mom, Aunt, and Grandma Shan, all with worried expressions. Wei Tongtong was still frowning in her sleep, her little face looking a bit pale. Not wanting to disturb the child, Uncle E called the others out in a very soft voice. When Aunt saw her husband covered in blood, her eyes immediately filled with tears. She rushed over, frantically checking to see where he was hurt. Lu Mom did the same, her brow furrowed as she looked at Lu Dad, who was in a sorry state. Uncle E awkwardly reassured his wife, Xiaolin, I'm fine. The blood on me is from others, don't worry. Lu Dad's situation was no better than Uncle Yi's. After all, the pressure of the first kill was already intense enough. There was no time to concern himself with how disheveled he looked. Compared to them, Lu Zhou was the most composed of the three. Every time he managed to kill someone, he kept himself blood-free. Once everyone came out from the hidden door, the 3 bags behind Lu Zhou and the others caught everyone's attention. After confirming that Lu Dad was okay, Lu Mom finally relaxed. But upon seeing what was inside the bags, she couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Jiang Xiaolin also glanced at the contents of the bags and recognized a few familiar supplies that had been stolen from her family earlier. Coupled with the fact that her daughter had been hurt, Jiang Xiaolin was furious, kicking the 2 unconscious people lying in the living room. Wow, what a bunch of scum. They deserve to die. Wei Qingzhu watched his wife's actions and instantly became obedient, not daring to speak. The others averted their gazes, pretending not to notice Jiang Xiaolin's rage. After she vented her anger, everyone began to grapple with a pressing question. What should we do with these 2 unconscious people? Lu Mom spoke up, the atmosphere suddenly growing awkwardly silent. Lu Mom was still inexperienced when it came to killing, and her mindset was relatively naive. Meanwhile, Wei Qingzhu and Jiang Xiaolin harbored deep hatred towards these 2, both wanting to kill them. Lu Dad and Lu Zhou shared the same thought. They had to die, cutting off the roots, leaving no future troubles. By the time they exchanged opinions, the fate of these 2 had already been sealed. To avoid a bloody scene, Lu Zhou advised Grandma Shan, who was merely a bystander, to step away, fearing that she might be traumatized. Lu Mom didn't dare to act, but Jiang Xiaolin, with trembling hands, gritted her teeth and picked up a knife, stabbing it down fiercely at the 2. Blood splattered everywhere, staining her clothes with a deep crimson. Jiang Xiaolin's short sleeves gradually turned from light to bright red as she swung the knife with all her might. Wei Qingzhu stayed out of it, quietly waiting for his wife to vent. Once she was almost done, Lu Zhou kicked the 2 bodies out the window and into the water below. With a splash, the surface of the water rippled for a moment, and the bodies quickly disappeared from sight. After dealing with the remnants, Jiang Xiaolin changed into a new set of clothes and joined the rest of the group in moving supplies. Lu Zhou was the first to release the assault boat. After that, bags of supplies were loaded onto the boat one by one. Luckily, it was getting dark, and the people in the distance couldn't see clearly. Otherwise, with these supplies, they would have been sitting ducks. It would have been strange if they hadn't been stopped on the way. Once the assault boat and the inflatable raft were loaded with supplies, everyone finally boarded the boat. For safety reasons, most people gathered on the assault boat, while the supplies were mostly on the inflatable raft. To avoid unnecessary trouble, Lu Zhou instructed his aunt's family to cover the supplies with some useless plain sheets, which served as a simple disguise. After everything was tidied up, they quickly set off. The upper floor was much quieter now. Previously, people dared to throw things from high up. Now, for some unknown reason, no one dared to casually throw anything down anymore. Just before they set off, Lu Zhou looked back at the building where his aunt was. It seemed that the high-rise residents were watching them leave. After Lu Zhou and the others had gone far, those residents with binoculars couldn't help but feel relieved, patting their chests. My goodness, where did this group come from? They're too fierce. They had thought this group will be taught a lesson by that bully. Who would have expected that not only did they not get taught a lesson, but that bully was actually killed by this group? Through his binoculars, he could see it clearly. 2 people were kicked out of the window. After they fell into the water, they never moved again. Thinking back to how he had just joined the other residents in throwing things at the assault boat below, the man felt a cold sweat run down his back. I hope these lunatics don't come up to the high-rise to cause trouble. Ordinary people wouldn't provoke them, but these kinds of heartless killers definitely wouldn't hold back. Nervously, he aimed his binoculars at the assault boat below, and to his relief, it seemed that the group had no intention of coming after them. The man immediately relaxed. After the assault boat had traveled a bit further, he noticed someone looking back at him. Those eyes were sharp and gloomy, seemingly filled with endless killing intent. Even though the assault boat was getting farther away, the man was still drenched in sweat, collapsing onto the ground. That gaze was simply terrifying. He would never dare to throw things from high places again. Lu Zhou piloted the assault boat, keeping the light low to safely navigate. The assault boat sped along, and those who had never been on a boat started to feel seasick. Lu Mom and Jiang Xiaolin tightly protected Grandma's son in the center, afraid that the elderly woman might get hurt. Meanwhile, Wei Tongtong was tightly hugged by her uncle. Lu Dad kept a wary eye on the surroundings, gripping the weapon in his hand tightly. The group's nerves were stretched to the limit. Along the way, Lu Zhou really did see a few inflatable rafts. However, the rafts were slow, and Lu Zhou quickly left them in the dust. After traveling for about 10 more minutes, they finally arrived at Hengxin Garden. Lu Zhou relaxed his furrowed brow. It was great. Once his uncle's family got on, he could reasonably take out his assault boat. After docking at the entrance of his apartment building, Lu Zhou stabilized the boat and reached out to help his family disembark. Lu Dad and his uncle pulled the inflatable raft up with all their might. Lu Zhou lent a hand, and they managed to pull up the whole boat with supplies. Perhaps they were frightened by Lu Zhou's earlier fierceness, and no one dared to come down to rob them. Even if someone did, Lu Zhou wouldn't be afraid. Since they dared to come, they were prepared to get killed. He felt anxious. He needed to quickly settle his aunt's family, because he had to meet the herbal shop owner for a deal at 8. Chapter 52 Explanation. Lu Zhou felt anxious in his heart, and his movements unconsciously sped up a bit. Seeing his son's demeanor, Lu Dad understood his thoughts all too well. However, no matter how anxious they were, they had to first settle Jiang Xiaolin's family before anything else. After stowing away the inflatable raft, Lu Zhou led the way, followed by Lu Dad and his uncle, guiding the family up the stairs. Lu Mom held light supplies like clothing, while his little aunt carried little cousin in her arms and had a backpack full of things on her back. Grandma Shan only needed to focus on climbing the stairs. The task of carrying things was left to Lu Zhou, Lu Dad, and Uncle, 3 adult men. Each of them carried 2 bags, laboriously making their way up the stairs. Even though Lu Zhou had good physical fitness, after climbing 10 flights of stairs, he couldn't help but stop to catch his breath. He sighed inwardly, realizing that his physical condition needed to be further improved. He made a mental note to arrange for some exercise during his free time. The survival environment in the future would only become harsher, and good health was the foundation for survival in the apocalypse. Everyone took a breather on the 10th floor, then gritted their teeth and made it to the 18th floor. As they passed the 17th floor, while unlocking the door, Yuanhua happened to push open his own door, quietly watching Lu Zhou alone. He looked at Lu Dad, who was at the back of the group, squinting at first and then smiling politely. "Old Lu, are these all your relatives? Seems like you have a lot of heavy stuff. Let me help you carry some." The next moment, Yuanhua reached toward the packages behind Lu Dad. Lu Dad sidestepped, not allowing him to reach the bags on his back. "No need. We're almost there. It's just one more floor." After saying this lightly, Lu Dad turned and continued upstairs. To be honest, Lu Dad didn't want to engage with him, especially since Yuangwa's previous actions had severely damaged his good impression. Yuangwa was a smart man. He noticed Lu Dad's attitude implied dissatisfaction. However, he had made a lot of money and built numerous connections before the apocalypse by being thick-skinned. Otherwise, his family would have been struggling. This time, he saw an opportunity to explain about the previous incident. Yuangwa shook his head and sighed. "Old Lu, what's wrong? Are you still mad about that last incident? I admit that situation was my family's fault, but let me explain. We acted quickly at that time, and after buying supplies, we thought of delivering some to relatives first, and then coming to find you later. Who would have thought we ran into trouble on the way and lost our boat? In the end, we had to swim over." At this point, Yuangwa wore a face of regret. "Old Lu, luckily you all made it safely. Otherwise, I would feel so guilty." His performance was akin to a show, but it didn't make Lu Dad stop. Lu Dad simply left a sentence. "Old you, it seems our three families were not meant to act together. From now on, my family won't bother yours. We'll go our separate ways." Lu Dad's words gave Yuangwa no face at all. Lu Zhou couldn't help but smile secretly, feeling good inside. It was about time Yuangwa faced some setbacks. Otherwise, this person hopping around was rather annoying. Leaving Yuangwa behind, when they reached the door of apartment 1802, they looked at the tightly closed door, and several people immediately cast desperate looks at Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou calmly took out a thin iron wire from his pocket and inserted it into the lock. After a moment, there was a click sound from inside, and the lock cylinder was opened. Lu Ba and Lu Mom were fine. They knew that Lu Zhou had this skill and managed to maintain their calm expressions. On the other hand, Lu Zhou's little aunt and aunt were wide-eyed in shock. "Xiao Zhou, your skills are getting more and more varied," his aunt said with a strange look at Lu Zhou, who merely gave a perfunctory explanation. "Aunt, it's not that difficult. You just need to think a bit, and you'll be able to do it. When I have time, I'll teach you." All right. Although Wei Qingzhu felt that there was a high chance he wouldn't need this skill, in this situation, it seemed a bit odd to say anything. When the door opened, everyone took a look at the interior environment. "It looks like the decoration is pretty good," Jiang Xiaolin said cautiously as she entered, holding her daughter. This family probably wasn't short on money. The house was well decorated, and the furniture was complete, yet hadn't been rented out. The seldom-used air conditioners were covered with dust covers, showing that the owners cared about their home. Wei Qingzhu nodded, agreeing with his wife's opinion. After all, having been a law-abiding citizen for so long, he felt a bit uneasy about breaking into someone's home for the first time. But then he thought, since he had already committed murder, this little thing didn't seem like a big deal anymore. Jiang Xiaolin's family smoothly moved into 1802, and they were busy moving their stuff into the new house. After finally settling everything, Lu Zhou took the opportunity, when no one was looking, to whisper to Lu Mom, "Mom, I'll be going out again with Dad for a bit. You chat with Aunt and her family." Lu Mom understood Lu Zhou's plan, so she naturally nodded in agreement. After Aunt's family finished tidying up, Lu Zhou made an excuse to temporarily leave with Lu Ba. He left Lu Mom and Aunt's family to chat. Wei Qingzhu knew that these two were hiding something from him, but he believed in being clear-headed. If it wasn't something he should ask about, he wouldn't pry. After leaving their building, Lu's family took out a speedboat and, once seated, headed straight for the intersection of Changji Road. On the way, while no one was paying attention, Lu Zhou took the opportunity to take out the supplies he was about to pay for. 100 jin of sweet potatoes, 4 bottles of cherry jam, and 50 jin of mushrooms. After about half an hour of driving, they finally arrived at their destination. He checked his wristwatch. 7:50. He arrived a little 10 minutes early. But arriving early was better than being late. He didn't have to worry about being ambushed by the other side. After waiting for another 10 minutes, Lu Zhou looked in the direction where he was supposed to meet the herbal shop owner and saw a faint light flickering in the distance, slowly approaching him. Seeing that the other side was having a hard time, Lu Zhou started the speedboat and drove over. Soon, The speedboat reached the location of the other party. The other side obviously noticed Lu Zhou too. He took out a flashlight and first shone it on Lu Zhou's face. After confirming that it was indeed the two people he was supposed to trade with, he gradually relaxed. The herbal shop owner assessed Lu Zhou while Lu Zhou was also sizing him up. There were two people on the other side. Besides the herbal shop owner, Lu Zhou didn't recognize the other person. Neither side exchanged pleasantries. They simply presented their items for the other to inspect. Chapter 53. Discovering the Express Delivery Hub. The herbal medicine shop owner brought even more herbal seedlings than Lu Zhou had seen previously. By Lu Zhou's estimate, this batch was more than twice the amount the owner had shown him last time. I brought all the goods from my shop over. Take a look and see if you want any, the owner said. Lu Zhou's mind raced, and he reached out to pull out a few herbal seedlings to examine. All of them are high-quality goods. Considering that the supplies he brought might not be enough, Lu Zhou secretly took out 200 pounds of sweet potatoes. The night was deepening, and Lu Zhou's movements were discreet. Even his father didn't notice, let alone the people across from him. I have 300 pounds of sweet potatoes for bottles of cherry jam and 50 pounds of mushrooms. Can I trade those for some of your herbs? The herbal medicine shop owner felt a pang of pain. This damned heavy rain had made him spend tens of thousands just to bring in this batch of herbs, and now it was only worth these supplies. In the past, if someone had tried to trade like this with him, he would have kicked them out long ago. However, the reality was that food resources were scarce right now. While herbs were valuable, they weren't edible. The supplies Lu Zhou brought were all substantial items to stave off hunger: sugar, carbohydrates, and vitamins, 3 essential elements for human life. Thinking of his hungry children at home, his wife, and his elderly mother, the owner sighed and had a compromise. Little brother, to be honest, if it weren't for this heavy rain, I really wouldn't trade for your goods. He grumbled a couple of times, but his hands moved swiftly as he prepared to make the exchange. Lu Zhou grinned, showing a friendly smile. Well, it also depends on the timing. If you don't trade with me, these herbs of yours will rot and become worthless. This was the plain truth. The owner's face turned red, and he really had no way to refute it. The two parties quickly exchanged goods and were about to leave. Just as Lu Zhou was about to leave, the owner hesitated and called out to him. Hey, that little brother, can I ask you something? Do you still accept finished medicinal herbs over there? I have a friend who has a batch of processed high-quality herbs. Lu Zhou pondered secretly. Processed high-quality herbs are convenient, but they cannot be produced continuously. However, if he accepted the owner's seedlings, future production wouldn't be a problem. On the contrary, he lacked finished medicinal herbs. So he propped his chin with his hand and pondered. I can accept them, but the purchase price will be the same as the market price. I can't offer more. The owner's eyes lit up with joy. His old friend was struggling to put food on the table. Where would he find the luxury to lose money? First, keep his life safe before worrying about the future. All right, that price works. Can we continue the trade tomorrow night? Sure. After agreeing on the trading time for tomorrow, the two groups immediately parted ways. The owner's group used a rubber dinghy, which was painfully slow. Lu Zhou's speedboat, on the other hand, sped away quickly. The man who came with the owner looked at Lu Zhou's back enviously and said, "That electric-powered boat must be quite a thrill to ride." The owner shot him a glance. "Stop talking nonsense. Hurry up and row the boat. We need to inform old Zhao when we get back." The man couldn't help but mutter, "Brother, it looks like those two probably have quite a bit of stuff, right? Can't we just rob them of their supplies?" The owner frowned and slapped his brother on the head. "Rob? Are you kidding? Those people have the ability to bring out these goods. Do you think there's no one backing them? With your little brain, you wouldn't even know when you'd be dead." The older brother gave him a harsh scolding, and the man no longer dared to speak. As Lu Zhou and his father hurried back, they noticed that the rain had intensified. Earlier, while navigating the speedboat, they could still manage to control its direction, but now Lu Zhou found it increasingly difficult to steer the boat. The terrain was complicated, and the water flow was swift. Without a few obvious buildings around to serve as landmarks, Lu Zhou and his father would almost certainly have gotten lost. The heavy rain pelted down on them, and the raincoats they had worn so carefully before were now utterly ineffective. They had long since become drenched. Lu Zhou struggled to adjust the boat's direction, and after making a turn into a somewhat narrower alley, he finally felt the wind and waves lessen a bit. This alley was at a higher elevation, and the water wasn't too deep. As they navigated forward through the alley, Lu Zhou unexpectedly discovered something surprising. By chance, they had stumbled upon the Express Delivery Center in Qingshan District. The delivery center was 5 stories tall, and 3 floors were already submerged, while the remaining 2 floors still stood resiliently above the floodwaters. The delivery center was distanced from residential areas, and Lu Zhou wondered if anyone had raided it in the past few days. It was nighttime, and Lu Zhou couldn't see clearly whether the building had been tampered with. He could only say to his father, "Dad, should we go take a look? If it hasn't been looted yet, we might be able to call some people to come over and take whatever's inside." For the past few days, nobody had access to inflatable rafts, and with the government having just completed a round of rescue operations, public sentiment was relatively stable. Therefore, no one was likely to take the risk of committing a crime at the moment. This gave Lu Zhou some room to maneuver. As for resources, it's always better to have more. After all, his space was like a money-eating beast. He didn't know how much he would need to sell later or how much money he'd have to save to unlock other abilities. Stocking up now would definitely help in the future when they were desperately seeking supplies. Lu Zhou's father had the same thought, and he nodded in agreement, cooperating with Lu Zhou as they moved forward. They steered the boat alongside the delivery center's windows, and Lu Zhou took out a flashlight to shine it on the building's glass. The glass was completely intact, indicating that no one had forcibly broken in. It seemed likely that there were still some valuables inside. After confirming this, Lu Zhou turned off the flashlight and said to his father, "Let's head back to call some people. It looks like there are still things inside. We should act quickly before someone else gets there first." Lu Zhou's father pondered for a moment and suggested, "Should we call your uncle's family and the Zhang family as well? What do you think?" Lu Zhou nodded. "That's what I meant. If we want to survive, we need to have a reliable small group. We can't go it alone." Without wasting any time, they sped back toward the neighborhood. As they traveled, Lu Zhou kept a serious expression and proposed, "Dad, we might be busy in the coming days. While others are still unaware, we need to thoroughly check the area." Lu Zhou's father naturally had no objections. When they arrived at the building, Lu Zhou parked the speedboat and quickly rushed up to the 17th floor. His father went to room 1802 to inform his uncle's family. They each took on their respective tasks. After knocking on the door of room 1701, Lu Zhou quickly stepped inside. The Zhang family's place was pitch black, but upon seeing Lu Zhou, they hurriedly lit some candles. The lack of electricity could really drive a person mad. The candles were just a few that Grandma Zhang had brought from the village, and the whole family had to be frugal with their use. They only lit them when they needed to do something at night. Otherwise, they were in the dark since no one knew when power would be restored. The Zhang family looked at their drenched friend in surprise, and before they could offer him a towel, Lu Zhou stopped them. "Shouldn't we get some supplies?" Chapter 54. Material Distribution. Lu Zhou's words left Zhang Jieqi in a state of shock. After a moment, he spoke with urgency. "Get supplies? Where are we going to get them?" Lu Zhou stared at him, his expression calm. "We found a courier station that hasn't been raided yet. Does your family want to go?" Zhang Jieqi naturally wanted to go, but he felt a twinge of hesitation in his heart. "Lu Zhou, isn't it a bit risky? After all, once the heavy rain passes, isn't the government going to handle these matters? If we go and take someone else's packages, what if they find out later?" Seeing Zhang Jieqi's cautious demeanor, Lu Zhou chuckled, feeling more assured about his old friend's judgment. He quietly countered, "Let me put it this way. Distributing supplies happened a few days ago, right?" Zhang Jieqi had previously looked conflicted, but after Lu Zhou's remark, he shivered. "Damn, it seems like the time to distribute supplies has surpassed the critical point. Currently, their household's food stock hadn't run out, mainly thanks to Grandma Zhang bringing back a lot of food from the countryside beforehand. Plus, the Zhang family had managed to procure 40 pounds of grain when they went out with Lu Zhou's group. So for now, they weren't too worried about food and drink. Noticing Zhang Jieqi's complex emotions, Lu Zhou didn't push him to go. Right now, many people haven't reacted yet, so supplies are still relatively easy to find. If everyone realizes this, do you think we can still find supplies when we go out? Anyway, my family is going out to look for supplies. Do you want to come or not? Zhang Jieqi felt his head throb from his friend's words. But after carefully connecting the events of the past few days, his mind gradually cleared. This world might have undergone a huge change without him realizing it. The only thing he could do now was to gather food and weapons as much as possible to protect his family. With this thought, Zhang Jieqi no longer hesitated and replied seriously, "I'll go. Can my dad and I handle it together?" Lu Zhou nodded, "Sure. My uncle has a speedboat. Let's go over and get it." Zhang Jieqi felt excited. He knew what a speedboat was. With this thing, they wouldn't have to worry about making trips back and forth. However, he still found it a bit strange. "Didn't your uncle just move here? Why didn't you tell me earlier? I could have helped you move. They just moved in this afternoon, and there wasn't much stuff. A few of us are enough to handle it. Don't worry, my uncle is reliable." Lu Zhou shifted the responsibility of the speedboat to his uncle, and in order to ensure that the three families could cooperate harmoniously in the future, he spoke a few more good words about him. Zhang's father had been listening to their conversation the whole time. Afterward, he pulled his son aside and found several large bags from their home for use later. Just after Lu Zhou convinced Zhang Jieqi, there was a knock at the unit door. Looking through the peephole, it was his dad and uncle. When they came down, they also brought a lot of bags for carrying things. Lu Zhou's dad even exaggeratedly brought along the window-breaking tool Lu Zhou had given him. Zhang Jieqi's eyes widened in shock, his mouth opening and closing without words. Lu Zhou let his dad and uncle in first, and the five of them began discussing their plans for later. In the midst of their conversation, the uncle suggested, "If we all leave, it won't be safe for the remaining women and children at home. I think it's better to gather everyone in one house. Even if outsiders have ill intentions towards us three families, being together gives us a fighting chance instead of being picked off one by one." The uncle's words made a lot of sense. Lu Zhou, who had previously been a lone wolf, hadn't considered these matters. After hearing his uncle's suggestion, he suddenly looked at him in a new light. "Good idea, but whose house should we go to?" Zhang's father also found this suggestion reasonable, nodding in agreement as he asked. Uncle frowned and said, "Let's switch it up so others can't figure out the pattern. I think it would be better if we just went to my house first." This suggestion received unanimous approval from a few people. So Zhang Lele, Grandma Zhang, and Ma Lu squeezed into the house where Uncle had just moved in. Originally, Lu Mom and Zhang Xiaolin also wanted to go together, but Lu Dad thought it was a problem to leave the house unguarded. So in the end, it was decided with Uncle that the two would stay at home. Even so, Lu Zhou was still worried, so he found a baseball bat and a kitchen knife at home and handed them over. That was to be used for self-defense. After settling everyone in, the group, dressed in dark raincoats, quickly went downstairs. They all walked lightly, afraid of waking the people in the building. Fortunately, everything went smoothly. When they boarded the speedboat, they sped towards the express delivery station. They thought the sound of the speedboat starting would be loud, but it turned out Lu Zhou was overthinking it. The roaring of the speedboat was completely drowned out by the sound of the heavy rain. Moreover, even if some sound leaked out, people would only suspect it was a rescue boat from the government. As the heavy rain continued, a thick fog rose in the middle of the night. Visibility was low, and even with the two powerful flashlights shining ahead, the road conditions were hard to see. Fortunately, Lu Zhou had a good memory, and the route had long been firmly etched in his mind. After driving for more than half an hour, they finally arrived at their destination. Qingshan District Express Delivery Station. Lu Zhou tried to park the speedboat as close to the window as possible. Lu Dad skillfully took out the window braking device, pressed the switch, and there was a loud explosion. Before the remaining 3 could react, a hole had already been made in the window, big enough for 2 people to enter. Lu Zhou called out, "Uncle, Zhang Jiaxiao, you 3 go in first." The 3, coming back to their senses, quickly climbed down from the speedboat. Once they all stood on the solid floor tiles, they finally had the time to survey the situation inside the room. Uncle turned on his flashlight and began to check the room. At a glance, the express parcels were scattered all over the place. Most of them were thrown on the conveyor belt or the floor, looking somewhat chaotic. Everyone speculated that perhaps the staff had put down their work in a hurry to escape, and no one had taken care of these parcels. Faced with this pile of parcels, everyone felt exceptionally delighted. No one was around, which was perfect for them to clear out these parcels by themselves. Zhang Jiaxiao squatted down, picked up a few parcels, and took out a box cutter from the table to open them. However, when he opened one of the parcels, he discovered it contained a set of clothing meant for intimate moments between men and women. The style was bold and daring, making his face flush red. Thinking about the people beside him, he immediately felt as if he had touched a hot potato and quickly tossed the clothing aside. Seeing this, Lu Zhou and the others turned their heads and suppressed their laughter. However, after Zhang Jiaxiao's incident, everyone became aware of a problem: how to quickly distinguish what useful items were inside these packages. After all, there were too many parcels, and opening them one by one would waste too much time. Thinking of this, everyone felt a bit of a headache. At that moment, Uncle noticed a machine at the express delivery station and began to examine it closely. Chapter 55, Sweeping the Delivery Point. After taking a deep breath, I sighed with regret. If only we had electricity, we could use this X-ray inspection machine to quickly identify the items inside. I glanced at the model of the machine. It was the latest version. If this machine could work, we could definitely speed things up. Dad quickly walked over and circled around the machine before saying, "I took a look, and this machine is still functional. It just doesn't have power." Zhang Jie chimed in, "I used to work as a courier, and generally, these sorts of delivery hubs have a generator for emergencies. Why don't we look for one?" This suggestion received unanimous approval. Fortunately, after searching for less than 3 minutes, we found a small generator in a corner. Worried that it might be out of fuel, Dad opened the fuel cap, took a glance, and said cheerfully, "Good news, it's full of fuel." Auntie quickly added, "That's great. If it's full, it can generate electricity for about 11 hours. This generator was connected to the main power supply of the entire building. Dad checked it and took out the tools he always carried with him to disconnect the wiring. They couldn't power the entire building. That would be foolish. To avoid making too much noise, they could only power the inspection machine. Zhang's son was responsible for moving the generator next to the inspection machine, while Lu Zhou and Dad worked on connecting the wiring to the generator. The connection required an external power strip, and luckily, there was one right next to the machine. Dad quickly took out the power strip, swiftly cut off the plug, and began connecting the wires to the generator. Time was tight. This wasn't the moment for teaching Lu Zhou. Dad's hands moved so quickly they seemed to blur, and Lu Zhou stared wide-eyed, closely watching. At the same time, he helped Dad pass the tools. The other 3, to speed things up, went to collect the packages and place them on the inspection machine. About 15 minutes later, Dad let out a sigh of relief, looking much more relaxed. "Finally, it's done. Let's power up the generator and try it." Lu Zhou immediately turned on the generator, and once it had power, the machine emitted a faint buzzing sound, followed by the screen lighting up. The interface was a bit chaotic, and none of us knew how to use this machine. Auntie stepped forward to take on the task. She frowned and began poking at the machine's controls. Lu Zhou and Dad also joined in the task of transporting the packages. "We should start with the cardboard boxes. The probability of them containing useful items is higher. Bags, on the other hand, are likely to contain clothing," Lu Zhou suggested. The other 3 nodded in agreement. After another 5 minutes, Annie successfully got the machine operational and began scanning all the packages. Annie was meticulous in her work, and as a researcher, she was well suited for this job. When Lu Zhou brought another load of packages over, he noticed Auntie bent over diligently extracting useful parcels. Lu Zhou quickly lent a hand, as Auntie had to monitor the machine as well as sort the packages, making it a bit overwhelming for her. With Lu Zhou's help, Auntie's speed increased significantly. Now, with 5 people working together, the roles were clear. 3 were transporting packages, Auntie monitored the machine, and Lu Zhou sorted the useful packages into bags. Soon, under this system, they had thoroughly sifted through the useful parcels. Standing beside Auntie, Lu Zhou watched the images produced by the machine. It was startling how clear the images were. Compared to the old-style inspection machines, this one was far superior. While looking at the machine, Annie noticed a small box and immediately exclaimed with excitement, "Xiao Zhou, this box must be a good item. Judging by the image, it should be fire starters. And there are quite a few. There should be several hundred." Lu Zhou's heart skipped a beat. Fire starters, commonly known as magnesium flints, were indeed valuable items. In the post-apocalyptic era, seeking fire sources was a challenging task. Any lighter was a crucial resource. Lu Zhou had been lucky back then to get an inflatable lighter, and with the supplies he found, he managed to trade for low-cost refills from others. Now, having suddenly acquired several hundred fire starters, Lu Zhou felt a wave of joy wash over him. Auntie, with her rich knowledge, naturally understood that fire starters were valuable. "Let's wait until we get everything back home before we slowly unpack and distribute," Lu Zhou suggested in a low voice. Annie nodded in agreement. In this operation, everyone had contributed, so they would sort the items upon returning. The group moved quickly. With several people's efforts, the 4th floor was covered in packages, most of which Lu Zhou had already packed up. Seeing that the bags were all full, Lu Zhou proposed they start transporting the goods. Otherwise, they might run out of time. For safety, all 5 of them left simultaneously. Lu Zhou estimated that they would need at least 2 trips to transport all the packages back. With the engine of the boat fully revved, no matter how complicated the route, they were already getting familiar with it. In less than half an hour, they reached the bottom of the apartment complex. After exerting a lot of effort to get the items to the 18th floor and settling them, they again took the boat to the delivery station. This time, they moved even faster. Upon arrival, the group didn't linger. Each person gathered their strength and got to work. While the others were busy, Lu Zhou went upstairs to check the situation. The 5th floor had hardly anything worthwhile compared to the 4th. It seemed to be the employee's office. One by one, it was all desks and chairs. The tables were piled high with documents and materials, giving off a lifeless vibe. Well, the places where employees worked surely wouldn't have anything good. Walking into the pantry, he found several small snacks in the cabinets: little breads, sunflower seeds, nuts, dried fruits, candies, and jelly. Lu Zhou didn't hold back and swept all of these into the bags he had brought. Opening the fridge, he found that all the fruits had gone bad, leaving only 3 layers of Qingdao beer. Lu Zhou took those as well. He was so ruthless that he didn't even spare the tea leaves or coffee meant for drinking, taking everything. After wandering around the 5th floor and finding nothing else of interest, Lu Zhou reluctantly left. Once back downstairs, he rejoined the main group. Zhang asked what was on the upper floor, and Lu Zhou casually replied, "An office. I've taken all the food. Do you want to go up and see if there's anything else worth taking?" Thinking it was an office, everyone lost interest in exploring. What could there possibly be? They all shook their heads in refusal. "Forget it. There probably isn't anything good. Shall we finish packing and head back?" Lu Zhou glanced at the large packages that their group couldn't take, feeling a bit regretful. Too bad they couldn't take these larger items this time. He would have to come back alone to collect them later. Chapter 56. Unpacking the Express Delivery. After making a decisive plan, Lu Zhou took a closer look and found that the generator on the 4th floor was empty. It seemed they had packed the generator onto the assault boat, planning to take it with them. After all, generators were hard to come by and were considered a relatively luxurious resource. The only concern was that it was pouring rain outside. Would the generators still work after being taken along? Putting his thoughts into words, Lu Zhou asked the others. Zhang Jiahao appeared extremely excited. "Lu Zhou, Uncle Wei is really amazing. He helped us find several raincoats from the bags, as well as some oilcloth. We wrapped all these things around the machine, and we even found a larger foam box to protect it on the outside. Look at this. I feel like it's definitely waterproof now. After saying that, he pointed with his hand. Lu Zhou raised his eyes and was surprised. The generator was wrapped up so well that even its parents wouldn't recognize it. It was certainly well protected against rain. Uncle Wei appropriately added, "We've done our best. If it gets ruined during the move, there's nothing we can do about it." Lu Zhou nodded, but he didn't forget to ask, "Uncle, this generator runs on gasoline. Have you found any fuel nearby?" Generally speaking, if there's a generator, there should also be fuel stored nearby as a backup. Zhang's father chuckled and replied, "Don't worry, Xiaozhou. We've all searched around and found 2 barrels of gasoline." 2 barrels weren't a lot, but considering this was just an express delivery hub, there wouldn't be too much fuel left for backup. However, Lu Zhou felt relieved that his companions were thoughtful, willing to put in the effort, and had good character. He was right about choosing good teammates. At this point, everyone was eager to leave. It was already late. The 5 of them had gone out around 9 p.m., and now it was 4 a.m. They had worked hard all night, and everyone was utterly exhausted. Taking advantage of the night, Lu Zhou didn't dare to linger. He immediately led the group to hurry back to the neighborhood. Finally, at 4 a.m., they arrived at the building. After another round of hustle and bustle, they managed to bring all their haul to the 18th floor. When Lu Zhou's mom saw all the stuff, her eyebrows shot up. "My goodness, have they robbed the express delivery station or something? So many packages." Not only Lu Zhou's mom, but also his aunt, Grandma Shan, Grandma Zhang, and Zhang Lele were all shocked by the sheer number of packages. Seeing everyone's astonished faces, Lu Zhou grinned and took out a utility knife to hand out to each of them. He had conveniently grabbed these utility knives from the express delivery hub, and he also brought back all the packing tape from there. "Stop staring. Let's unpack the express deliveries quickly. We need to get organized soon." The others seemed to come back to their senses, and one by one, they took the utility knives from Lu Zhou's hands. Lu Zhou walked over to his aunt and frowned, asking, "Aunt, where's my cousin Tong Tong?" Jiang Xiaolin's expression didn't look good as she quietly replied, "Xiaolin hasn't recovered well. Whenever she moves, her head hurts, so I didn't let her move much. She's lying down in the room right now." She felt sorry for her daughter. However, unpacking the deliveries was something everyone needed to do. It wouldn't be right to skip out on such a shared task just to stay with her daughter. In the short term, people could understand, but over the long run, who could bear it? This would only negatively impact the small team's dynamics. After listening to his aunt's words, Lu Zhou felt anxious and immediately rushed into the room to check on his little cousin. As soon as he entered the room, he saw the little girl with wide-open eyes, her face pale. Lu Zhou felt a deep pang of heartache. His little cousin used to be a lively girl, but now she looked so fragile, like a delicate flower. How could he feel comfortable seeing her like this? Lu Zhou was an only child and had a solitary personality since childhood. After his aunt had his little cousin, she often asked Lu Zhou to keep her company. At first, he was reluctant, but later he found that his little cousin was soft and adorable, and not annoying at all. He came to enjoy playing with her. As a result, their relationship grew closer. It seemed as if they were true siblings. Even their mothers remarked that the 2 children were very close. When Wei Tongtong saw Lu Zhou, her big eyes blinked slightly. "Brother, you're here. Did you come to play games with me?" Jiang Xiaolin strictly controlled Wei Tongtong's gaming time. So often, the daily little game tasks had to be completed by Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou felt a lump in his throat as he sat down beside the bed and held his cousin's small hand. "Of course. Brother is here to help Tong Tong play." Tong Tong sighed in relief. "That's great. I was worried that the little fairy inside would die. Brother, Mom said my body is weak and that I need to lie down for a while. Just now, a big sister came to see me. She said her name is Zhang Lele and said that when I get better, we can play together." Lu Zhou gently reassured his cousin. "Tong Tong is being a good girl and listening to Mom. You'll get better soon." After chatting for a little while, Lu Zhou noticed that his aunt was right. His little cousin's spirit was clearly not as good as before, and she looked very listless. Once the little girl fell asleep, Lu Zhou couldn't hold back any longer and sought out Granny Dan. She was the most reliable doctor around here. After hearing Lu Zhou's intentions, Granny Dan sighed while opening a package. Lu Zhou, let me put it this way. Tong Tong is currently weak and needs some nourishing herbs. Moreover, the blood clot in her head hasn't completely dissipated yet. It's not something that can be resolved quickly. This heavy rain has dragged things on. Lu Zhou's breathing quickened. He had obtained some ginseng from Ma Fu Hao and wondered if it could help. Granny Dan, are nourishing things like ginseng considered medicinal herbs? Granny Dan lifted her eyelids and replied calmly. Ginseng is the best, followed by Dangshun, Codenopsis root. But right now, ginseng is hard to find. Your uncle and aunt have been looking for a long time and haven't found it. They previously managed to find some Dangshun, but the quantity was small. Tong Tong has only had a few doses, and Dangshun's effects are slower to see compared to ginseng. Granny Dan sat in the most secluded corner of the room, and no one else noticed what was happening between her and Lu Zhou. After hearing this, Lu Zhou's mind began to race. The medicine to dissipate the blood clot should be with his mother, and he had ginseng. He just needed to think a way to get these things to his aunt's family. Lu Zhou glanced at his aunt and uncle, who were both busy opening packages, their faces etched with an undeniable worry. After steadying himself, he saw that everyone was still occupied, and he stepped out, hurrying downstairs. He planned to take the large packages up first. After a few days, these items would all be given to others. Moreover, they were all things that were being sold at a markup by those opportunistic vendors. In the end, ordinary people's purchasing power was far inferior to that of professional teams. They belonged to a lower tier of resellers, buying low and selling high, circulating various survival and luxury goods required by all levels, from the lower to the upper tiers. Chapter 57. Changes. Regarding Lu Zhou's behavior, several people were not surprised at all. Lu Zhou was always a free spirit. To know your child is to understand their heart. Lu Mom looked at her son's back with worry, while Lu Ba gently patted her back, signaling her to relax. Their son had his own ideas. Lu Mom nodded and lowered her head to continue unpacking the parcels. At first, the group was somewhat clumsy while unpacking, but as they continued, they became more adept. These parcels were carefully selected by Wei Qingzhu, so they contained many valuable items, and there were a lot of them. Rarely did they unpack something that was of no use. For example, in this batch of parcels, they found cooking oil, rice, flour, noodles, pasta, buckwheat noodles, spinach noodles, quinoa, corn kernels, and various types of beans. Each type had a small quantity, but collectively, it amounted to a significant stockpile. In addition, from the vegetables, they received a box of pumpkins, ginger slices, and various condiments like garlic sauce, lao gan ma, mushroom sauce, beef sauce, spicy 3 shreds, wujang pickled vegetables, and chili oil, among others. There was a plethora of items. Besides these, the parcels also contained various snacks such as rice noodles, rice vermicelli, cold skin, snail noodles, instant noodles, cup noodles, crispy noodles, chocolate, biscuits, candies, sausages, and marinated eggs. There were also 3 packs of mouse snacks and various dried fruits and snacks from the herbal garden. While unpacking, everyone felt amazed, noting that they had never experienced such great surprises from unpacking parcels before. Fortunately, due to the previous impact of the masks, everyone remembered to stockpile protective items while gathering food supplies. For instance, they had masks, gloves, hand sanitizer, alcohol wipes, chlorine tablets, and 84 disinfectant wipes. This was a fortunate decision, as later on, when bodies were left unattended to rot, it would definitely lead to the proliferation of bacteria. In addition to the protective items, Lu Mom also found quite a few medicines among the parcels. The most common were antipyretics and anti-inflammatory drugs, and there were also a fair number of cough suppressants. After rummaging through, they finally found more than a dozen boxes of antidiarrheal medicine and probiotics for regulating gut health. There were also various other medications, including those for heart conditions, diabetes, and high blood pressure. These were all common medications for chronic diseases. When Xiao Lin saw the medications, her eyes lit up. She quickly walked over to search for the medicine she needed. But unfortunately, after searching for a long time, she couldn't find what she was looking for. Ginseng was definitely not going to be found here. What about the anti-inflammatory medicine? Surely there would be some? Sadly, after looking around, she still couldn't find that specific medicine. Jiang Xiaolin sighed, her expression filled with disappointment. Lu Mom comforted her sister. Xiaolin, anti-inflammatory medications are usually bought offline. After all, this type of medicine isn't commonly used. When the need arises, you just buy a bit as needed. It's not like other daily medications that one would stockpile. Xiaolin was looking for something specifically for head-related issues, which was even harder to find compared to anti-inflammatory drugs needed for fractures. Lu Mom remembered that she had intended to discuss this medication with her son when he returned later, hoping to get a box for her sister. Aunt was also visibly affected, but they continued unpacking the parcels. In some of the parcels, they even opened several boxes of compressed biscuits and canned food. Everyone was pleasantly surprised. Then they thought it was likely that after experiencing the mass situation, many people were affected and wanted to prepare more supplies for emergencies. It was just unfortunate that before they received the parcels, disaster had already begun. In addition to food supplies, there were also several large boxes of water purification tablets. These were probably bought by those who were crazily preparing for outdoor survival. Besides these, there was also a portable water purification device that delighted everyone. This kind of purification device only required one end of the hose to be placed in contaminated water, while the other end could be drunk directly. This is a type of consumable, and it's very convenient. There aren't many of them, probably only about 7 or 8. Besides that, I also got a tent, sleeping bag, and so on. The three families were excitedly unpacking their deliveries, while Lu Zhou's side had just arrived at the destination. This time, there were no others, so Lu Zhou quickly took the assault boat into the small house. He then hurried over to the large items that had just been left behind by a group of people. These large items were too cumbersome to carry away. At a table, Lu Zhou found a machine for scanning the delivery slips and scanned them one by one. Fortunately, the machine had a long standby time and was still operational. Otherwise, he would have to unpack these large items and see if they were worth taking away. After scanning, the machine would emit a beep sound, and the screen would display the contents in detail. Some of the large items were tables and chairs, which Lu Zhou decided to pass on. There were even 2 or 3 life-size dolls that made him twitch, so he quickly moved his hand away from them. However, some large items were much more valuable, like power drills, electric saws, and lightweight crossbows. Lu Zhou felt excited. These were all great things. He tossed the power drill and electric saw into his storage space and took out the box containing the crossbows, using a knife to cut the rope binding the box. Inside were around a dozen crossbows, their arrows black and shiny, and they looked very sturdy. After taking one out to examine, Lu Zhou nodded in satisfaction. The feel of it was excellent, and these crossbows should be worth a lot. He searched around the box and also found a set of 30 arrows. The arrowheads were quite sharp. Lu Zhou couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, these look like they have great lethality." Upon closer inspection, he noticed words printed on the quiver, Vanda Archery Club. That explained everything. This club is a chain establishment that opened not long ago in Jiguang City, and these items were likely purchased by the club for their students. After collecting all the crossbows, Lu Zhou continued to move forward. Near the crossbows, he discovered a box full of mixed items. The delivery slip only indicated mixed items with no further details. Curious, Lu Zhou opened the box, and upon looking inside, he was astounded. It turned out that this box was filled with simple weapons. There were 3 or 4 electric batons, around 10 electric slingshots, and the rest of the space was packed with solid marbles. These electric slingshots were quite the gadget. All you had to do was aim, and the power was substantial, especially since the marbles were solid, making a hit hurt even more. While rummaging around, Lu Zhou had good luck and also found a total of 9 boxes of beer. Once the beer was finished, he could keep the bottles for making Molotov cocktails. The other large items included beds, sofas, refrigerators, and home appliances, nothing particularly worth taking. Just as Lu Zhou was planning to leave, he keenly heard the sound of an engine revving on the water. It was very close, sounding like an assault boat. Lu Zhou quickly turned off his flashlight and fixed his gaze on the entrance. Chapter 58: Distribution of Supplies. The assault boats of Lu Zhou had already been put away. Otherwise, things would have been difficult to manage in this situation. The sound of motors grew clearer, and after a couple of minutes, an assault boat stopped at the mouth of the cave. Immediately after, 3 people entered one by one through the cave entrance. "Hey, look at this place. It seems like it's been completely ransacked," one of them whispered to his companions upon entering, while the other 2 glanced around the room before bending down to pick up a few packages to check. "There are only clothes left. Everything else is gone. Damn, who has such quick hands to snatch everything up before us? We need to be more careful in the future. There are still a lot of clever people out there." Lu Zhou was hiding behind a large package, watching the 3 people exchange complaints. He figured it was best to avoid confrontation. Given the environment, exposing himself was unnecessary. After they had looked around and realized there was nothing worth taking, the 3 reluctantly left in their assault boat. Once he confirmed they were gone, Lu Zhou took out his own assault boat, boarded it, and pushed the throttle to head straight for Hengshan Garden. This incident had quite an impact on Lu Zhou. It was clear that someone had begun to scout out the supplies in this area, so he needed to act quickly. In the future, when they set out, those weapons would also need to be distributed, as strengthening their small team was imperative. Once they were out, they would inevitably encounter tough opponents, and if luck were against them, a real gunfight would be unavoidable. As Lu Zhou drove the assault boat back to the small community, time had already approached dusk. However, even though it was getting dark, the heavy fog made it impossible for anyone to see what he had on board. After knocking on the door and entering 1802, the 3 families finally finished unpacking all the packages. Supplies were strewn all over the floor, sorted into piles by category and purpose. Upon seeing Lu Zhou return, all 3 families looked over. Lu Zhou took out a crossbow and some ammunition, calmly saying, "I managed to get some weapons. Let's distribute them, 2 types for each person." His uncle looked pleasantly surprised, taking the crossbow and trying it out a few times, continuously praising, "Wow, with this, we'll have a means of attack if we encounter enemies from a distance. Little Zhou, look at what we found." Saying this, he proudly displayed a military shovel he had behind him. Lu Zhou squinted his eyes. Once he saw what his uncle was holding, he couldn't help but laugh. This thing was great. It had many uses and would hurt when used against someone. His uncle continued, "It should be something that outdoor survival enthusiasts bought. We managed to get 4 military shovels. There are also 3 portable gas stoves, a box of portable liquefied gas bottles, and besides that, there's some alcohol stoves and alcohol blocks. It's getting late. Let's hurry up and distribute the supplies." No one had any objections to this statement. The Zhang family felt they hadn't contributed much, so during the distribution, they repeatedly asked for a smaller share. They were self-aware and wouldn't covet what didn't belong to them. In the end, since Lu Zhou had discovered the package distribution center, his family received the most supplies, followed by his uncle, and then the Zhang family. This distribution method was deemed fair by all 3 families. Once the distribution was complete, everyone grabbed their bags and took their allotted supplies back home. Before leaving, Zhang Jia handed over an extra key to Wei Qingzhu. "Uncle Wei, take this key." Naturally, Annie received the key for the downstairs. Originally, he thought he was going out with Lu Zhou, but now it seemed that Zhang Jia had given him a key for their own use. When Zhang Jia went back to get supplies, they naturally did so without letting anyone know. On the 18th floor, there were only 2 families, and Lu Zhou and Annie's family knew each other well. On the 17th floor, they needed to be more cautious. Zhang Jia peeked down to check and confirmed that there was no one in room 1702 before quickly running back inside with the supplies. After staying up all night working, no one was not tired. Everyone was lying at home resting. Lu Zhou was also extremely tired, but he didn't forget to speak to Lu Mom. Mom, I just asked Grandma Shan, and she said Tong Tong needs ginseng to nourish her health. I managed to get quite a bit of ginseng with Dad before, and I want to find a way to give it to her. Hearing her son say this, Lu Mom's eyes lit up. Xiao Zhou, I was thinking of giving your aunt's family a box of blood-stopping medicine. What do you think? It's not good for Tong Tong to keep having these headaches. Lu Zhou nodded. That's fine, but Mom, we can't just hand it over. It could raise suspicions. Let me think about how to give it. Lu Mom responded a few times, and her expression finally relaxed. Previously, the three families on the 17th and 18th floors had worked together to get a generator. After returning, Annie tested it out, and it worked, which meant the three families could share this generator. However, the amount of gasoline was limited, and they would only start it when necessary. To make the electricity usage more rational, Lu Dad even set up a small battery storage for each family. After that, they only needed to start the generator to charge the battery storage, and each household could use electricity normally. Thanks to Lu Dad's arrangements, the three families temporarily had electricity. Of course, electricity was only available at critical times. During normal times, they all had to endure without it. Recently, during the rainy season, they hardly saw the sun, and since Lu Zhou said the heavy rain would last for a few more months, Lu Dad was afraid of damaging the solar panels and simply went up to the roof to take them down. He planned to wait until the rain stopped before reinstalling them. Lu Zhou quickly followed him up to the roof, watched Lu Dad finish taking down the solar panels, and wanted to help him carry them down, but Lu Dad interrupted him. Son, don't move. I'm all done. You take down one of the water tanks. We're out of water at home. Lu Zhou nodded and walked over to the water tanks, noticing that both were filled to the brim. They still had water now, but when it got really hot, running out of water would be a disaster. Considering that Annie's family had just arrived and might not have stored water, Lu Zhou reached out and took down the other water tank as well. When he knocked on Annie's door, it was Annie who opened it. Lu Zhou extended a water tank toward her. Annie, I'm not sure if you have any water stored at home. If not, you can use the water in this tank from my house. After you're done, just fill it up on the roof. Wei Qingzhu noticed that Lu Zhou still had another water tank and guessed that he wasn't short on water, so she smiled and said, Xiao Zhou, thank you. I was just planning to go upstairs to put out some basins to catch water. Since you're not in a hurry for water, I won't be polite and will take it first. After exchanging a few simple words, Lu Zhou bid farewell to Annie's family and returned home. Once home, he tended to the vegetables as usual, and the game system notified him that he had gained 3 storage points. Now he had a total of 23 points, and he needed 7 more to unlock a new feature. Lu Zhou felt anxious, but forced himself to calm down and studied some new knowledge from the book. Chapter 59, Non-Lucky Player. After 2 hours of studying herbal medicine maintenance, the game finally informed him that he had acquired the basic skill of herbal maintenance. It only granted him 2 survival points. Lu Zhou sighed. He might as well wait a couple more days. He estimated that he wouldn't be able to unlock any new features. To his surprise, his dad brought him some good news. While cleaning the solar panels, Lu Zhou's dad called him over and explained the disassembly and maintenance of the solar panels. He even let Lu Zhou try it out himself. Lu Zhou gladly accepted and meticulously practiced several times. After finishing the maintenance on all the solar panels, he heard the game announce, "Congratulations, player has acquired a new skill, solar panel usage and maintenance. Detected that the player has combined theory and practice. Reward, 3 survival points." Wow, Lu Zhou was taken aback. So that was it. The reason he only got 2 points from learning herbal maintenance was that it was purely theoretical without any hands-on practice. But by accident, he learned how to use and maintain solar panels and ended up getting more points. The game system was truly strange. Lu Zhou shook his head to clear his thoughts. What was more important now was unlocking the new game feature. Lu Zhou's principle was clear: never save up points. Whenever he had survival points, he had to spend them all. Detected that the player has 30 points. Would you like to unlock the new feature? Yes. With a familiar golden light flashing, the game cheerfully prompted. Congratulations, player has unlocked the Honey Collection feature. Each collection costs 1 survival point and yields 1 bottle of honey, with a daily collection limit of 10. Lu Zhou. Good news, a new feature was added. Bad news, the new feature seems somewhat useless. After some contemplation, Lu Zhou decided to accept it calmly. He wanted to check how much 1 bottle of honey was worth, but he was too broke to afford even 1 survival point for the trial, so he had to give up for the time being. He looked at the upper corner of the screen and saw the amount of gold coins. 1,033,334. Almost 1 million gold coins. Lu Zhou immediately decided to try the lucky draw again. Each draw cost 66,666 coins, so he planned to be conservative and do it 10 times. He couldn't believe he wouldn't get anything good. 10 draws would be a 10-in-1 draw. Lu Zhou steeled his heart and confirmed the lottery. The wheel spun rapidly, and in the next second, a gigantic dialogue box popped up. Scanning through it quickly, he saw mostly worthless materials and ores, but one shining pair of scissors caught Lu Zhou's attention. Clicking on it, he found that it was the workshop he had been daydreaming about. The only downside was that it was a clothing workshop. Lu Zhou felt a bit dizzy. Seriously, at this point, what use was a clothing workshop to him? After he opened the clothing workshop and took a closer look, he noticed something interesting. It currently only offered 1 item, white cloth. The game introduced it as, this is some sturdy linen that is very difficult to penetrate with knives and firearms. He opened the crafting method and saw that it required linen and iron ore. Both materials were needed. Coincidentally, he had drawn some iron, ore, and linen, although not much, but he was certain he could craft something this time. Looking at the introduction, Lu Zhou suddenly felt a surge of excitement. Is there some sturdy stuff? How sturdy is it? Without saying much, I confirmed the order for production, and it showed that I needed to wait for several hours. Lu Zhou, all right, you're impressive. After messing around with the game, Lu Zhou thought it would be best to take a break before heading out to find supplies again. After all, time waits for no one. Just as he was lost in these thoughts, he spotted a hovercraft driving over from the neighboring building. The boat stopped at the entrance of another unit in the same complex. Lu Zhou felt something was off and hurried to the window, taking out his binoculars to take a look. He saw several people carrying large and small bags of items, returning to their previous residence. What's going on here? Furrowing his brows, Lu Zhou perked up and rushed downstairs to see what was happening. After some difficulty, he finally understood that the conditions in the shelter were too poor, and those who had gone there simply couldn't stand it. One by one, they were asking to return to the building to continue living there. The family that had just returned was complaining frantically to the onlookers. That place is smelly and cramped, and it's incredibly damp. At night, we have to be careful of others stealing our things. It's better to live in the building hallway. Lu Zhou understood in an instant. The conditions in the shelter had always been poor, and with so many disaster victims there, it was bound to be chaotic. However, the returnees reminded Lu Zhou that they needed to speed up their scavenging efforts. Otherwise, when the people from their unit came back, they wouldn't be able to go out and gather supplies anymore. The more Lu Zhou thought about it, the tighter his brows knitted. The government should be doing everything it could to rescue the public, but the reality was that the disaster area was too vast, and the disaster had struck too suddenly, leading to the current state of paralysis in government rescue efforts. Before heading home, he still heard one of them say that he was lucky to be brought back, as the rescue teams were busy moving food, gathering supplies, and rescuing victims, with no time to escort them. But the shelter really couldn't handle the commotion from these people, so they could only hold their noses and tell them to wait in line for transportation. Hearing this, Lu Zhou's anxious heart finally eased a bit. However, among the crowd, there were undoubtedly some smart individuals. Once they heard about the government gathering food and recalled that the government had delayed food distribution for 2 days, their hearts inevitably sank. It doesn't sound like good news. Having watched the spectacle, it was time to go home and prepare more. The crowd returned home anxiously, and Lu Zhou quickly made his way back to his place. As soon as he entered, he found his father exercising. In recent days, Lu Zhou's father had not dared to slack off in his workouts. Every day, he was either practicing with a sword or lifting dumbbells. Sweating profusely from his workout, Lu Zhou abruptly told his father about the news he had just learned. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou's father immediately became anxious. This news wasn't good at all. Without needing Lu Zhou to persuade him, his father knew what to do. Lu Zhou wasted no time and knocked on the doors of Units 18 and 17. After explaining the urgency of the situation to them, both families furrowed their brows and thought. Time waits for no one. While Lu Zhou was discussing things, he noticed some families downstairs helping someone carry a plastic bathtub out of the community. Everyone was using their own methods to escape. Many people were taking wash basins and inflatable floats as tools, walking out of the community one by one. They must not be able to sit still any longer and are going out to look for food, Lu Zhou said solemnly, causing both families to be startled. They had to hurry out. Otherwise, if everyone else scavenged everything, what would they do? First, let's sort out our thoughts. Currently, our food reserves are barely enough, but we lack fuel and medicine. I think the priority now is to scavenge for fuel and medicine. Do you all have any objections? The others raised no objections and agreed to Lu Zhou's proposal. As for where to scavenge for these two items, Lu Zhou had his own ideas. Chapter 60, Departure. We should first sweep through the medicine supplies. My mom is in the pharmaceutical industry, and I've been there before, so I know the way. As for the fuel, why don't we check out the mall building? There are quite a few self-service restaurants that might have some. Zhang Kai interjected. I can't help much with the medicine, but I know a place that has a lot of fuel, and there's a good chance that place hasn't been touched by anyone. Upon listening closely, they learned that there was a building that was in the final stages of construction and was about to open for business, with many retailers already stocking up on supplies, just waiting to welcome customers. However, before it could open, disaster struck. Not even Lu Zhou, who had just returned, knew about this building. Hearing this, all three of them felt a surge of hope. This sounded quite reliable. After discussing their plan, they decided to arrange things similarly to their last outing. Leave some people at home, gathering them together to reduce risk. The big men going out all brought weapons. Besides Lu Zhou and his dad, the other three each carried a military shovel. Zhang Kai also had a crossbow on him, while the Zhang family had an electric slingshot in their pocket and a waist pack full of solid ammunition. The electric baton was left for Lu Zhou's mom, Jiang Xiaolin, and Grandma Zhang, who stayed behind at home. After all, that was quite effective and easy to use. Once everyone was equipped, under Lu Zhou's leadership, they rushed to their first destination. However, just as they stepped outside, they encountered an unexpected situation. They had just gone downstairs, and while they were inflating the boat, they saw a group of people next door holding buckets and other floating items, armed and charging towards them. The goal was clear. They were coming to rob Lu Zhou and his group. Lu Zhou's heart sank, and he hurried to finish inflating the boat. The others, seeing the aggressive stance of the approaching group, immediately readied their weapons, on high alert. Zhang Kai, taking advantage of his long-range weapon, shot several arrows in quick succession. Lu Zhou didn't have high hopes for Zhang Kai's skill. He just hoped the display would scare the others off. To his surprise, the arrows soared through the air, each one hitting its target accurately. The people who were struck let out cries of anguish, their bodies swaying before plunging into the water. A small patch of red began to spread on the water's surface, indicating they had been injured. Not only Zhang Kai, but the Zhang family quickly pulled out their slingshot, rapidly loading one round after another. In an instant, solid bullets surged towards the attackers. None of the shots missed their mark. The struck individuals all covered their mouths and eyes, screaming in panic. Lu Zhou was astonished. The Zhang family members were incredibly precise. At this moment, Lu Zhou had finally finished inflating the boat and leaped onto it with the fastest speed he could muster. Once on board, Many people desperately swam over, clinging to the sides of the motorboat. Lu Zhou's dad and Zhang Kai gritted their teeth and fiercely struck the group back with the boat oars. The situation was relentless. They struck one person down, and before they knew it, another was lunging at them. These people had gone mad. After 3 days with no sign of government aid or supplies, they realized that the government's rescue efforts were unreliable. For those with boats, they were filled with envy and desperation, willing to fight tooth and nail to seize this motorboat. With many blocking their path ahead, Lu Zhou felt a heavy weight on his brow. He revved the engine, gritted his teeth, and charged forward. The assault boat was quite heavy, completely devoid of lightness, but the people who were hit fared much worse. They tumbled into the water in disarray. Lu Zhou didn't even glance back, leaving those people behind, and sped away. After they had covered some distance, Zhang Jiaxing couldn't stop thumping his chest, unsure whether it was sweat or rainwater streaming down his raincoat. Damn, those people were almost insane. The way they acted just now. I dare say if we hadn't acted, we would have been the ones to end up dead. Jiaxing is right. That really startled me just now. We need to be careful from now on. It feels like the world is becoming more chaotic. Uncle's face turned pale again. He was originally a knowledgeable person, but now he was forced into such a miserable state. Wiping the sweat from his forehead, Lu Zhou voiced his curiosity. Uncle Zhang, you and Jiaxing shoot really well. I noticed that every time you fired, you hit the target. Uncle Zhang scratched his head sheepishly. It's not that impressive. But back in the village, I was the best shot. When Jiaxing was little, he often followed me hunting in the mountains, and over time, his skills improved too. Lu Zhou, don't worry. When it comes to long-range shooting, my dad and I are pros. My dad was famous for being the sharpshooter in our village. Jiaxing proudly shared this, and of course, no father would be unhappy about their son's pride. Lu Zhou nodded. It was indeed clear that the Zhang family duo's shooting skills were honed through long practice. Their stances were quite professional. While talking, they steered the boat directly toward the pharmaceutical company. The pharmaceutical company was a mixed-use building located on the mid-lower floors from the 6th to the 12th. Fortunately, it hadn't been submerged yet. The 5 of them followed their previous cooperation methods, with Lu Zhou's dad breaking the window first. Then they climbed inside. After securing the assault boat, the group split into 2 teams and began to scour the pharmaceutical area. To strengthen the relationship between Uncle and the Zhang family, the 3 men worked together, while Lu Zhou and his dad formed another team. The 2 were responsible for searching floors 6 to 9. Both Lu Zhou and his dad were relatively familiar with the pharmaceutical company since they had been there a few times, so they weren't completely clueless. They jogged quickly to the storage warehouse. Lu Zhou's mother's pharmaceutical company was an agency. Generally, the responsible person would only procure medicine when someone placed an order. This storage room was meant to hold those medications. This place wasn't large, and there were only 7 stacked boxes. Lu Zhou took a quick glance and found that the boxes contained all sorts of messy medicines, and they weren't completely full either. However, that didn't matter. The 2 opened the medicine boxes, took out large bags, and dumped everything inside. After all, Lu Zhou's mom understood these medicines, so if they had questions about how to use them, they could just ask her. It would take up too much space if they brought the packaging boxes along. After a bit of effort, they emptied all 7 boxes. They didn't even leave the cardboard boxes behind, which Lu Zhou stacked neatly into a corner. After all, if the cardboard could be saved, they should save as much as possible. The quantity of boxes must keep up with future upgrades, or else they would be too limited in storing supplies. Those 7 boxes looked like a lot. After tearing open the packaging, there wasn't much medicine left. They only filled 1 large bag. After scavenging this area, the 2 continued deeper inside. Inside was a large office for employees. Lu Zhou skillfully rummaged through the tea room, collecting various snacks, coffee, milk, drinks, and tea leaves. Chapter 61. Jump Down. Inside, there was a high-end manual coffee grinder, and Lu Zhou decisively took it with him. In addition, he also grabbed a high-end coffee and tea dual extraction machine. When it came time to brew tea or make coffee, it would be much more enjoyable. After leaving the first floor, the two continued to tackle the next floor. On this floor, they encountered quite a few interesting items, including various vaccines and special medicines in the freezer. Insulin, human protein, rabies vaccine, flu vaccine, tetanus vaccine. Medical prices are expensive, so the fridge was the highest-end model with a built-in power supply, and it still had electricity. Lu Zhou's eyes lit up, and he packed all these items into his storage compartments along with the fridge. He then repeated the same method to collect the two other freezers. The backpack's compartment was classified as a luxurious ordinary storage refrigerator. Lu Zhou was speechless for a moment, and then he silently continued moving forward. At first, they had some excitement about the work, but as they went on, they felt more and more tired. Lu Zhou and his father had a few bites of compressed biscuits before continuing their scavenging. On his uncle's side, things were going relatively smoothly. He was lucky enough to find a special anti-swelling medicine that could treat his daughter's condition. This had been quite expensive when sold before, and ordinary families might not be able to afford it. But now it would be a bargain for his uncle. After a brief rest, the five of them regrouped and shared their findings with each other. Lu Zhou scanned through all their loot, and overall, everyone had made considerable gains. Perhaps it was because the pharmaceutical company that Lu Mom had worked for was quite large. After resting for a bit, the two teams, laden with heavy backpacks, were ready to head to their next destination. This time, it would be led by Zhang's father. Under his guidance, the boat slowly made its way along a path that Lu Zhou had previously traveled. Perhaps due to the heavy rain that had submerged many buildings, Lu Zhou found that many of the streets looked unfamiliar to him now. However, his father quietly spoke up. "This road seems somewhat familiar. Are we heading to the Baoding building?" Zhang's father almost couldn't hide his surprise. "That's right. How did you know, old Lu?" Lu Zhou's father mentioned to the others that months ago, they had been responsible for completing the electrical work at the Baoding building. However, after finishing the electrical work, they hadn't kept up with what was happening with the building. "I thought it would take some time before the Baoding building opened. I didn't expect it to be preparing to open now," Lu Zhou's father sighed. And Zhang's father explained, "At that time, we were just about to hold an opening ceremony, but we never had the chance." Everyone felt fortunate. Lu Zhou steered the boat, and they soon arrived at the entrance of the building. It was evident that the external facilities of the building were still intact, and that it had not been discovered by anyone. Using the old method to enter the building, they arrived at the fourth floor. After all, the floors below were all submerged. The fourth floor was a food court, and the fifth floor was for leisure and entertainment. As soon as they stepped into the food court, everyone frowned. It wasn't for any particular reason. Rather, they were assaulted by a terrible stench wafting from all directions. The smell was so foul it was reminiscent of decaying corpses. "That must be the smell of spoiled food," someone guessed. Lu Zhou sniffed and drew a conclusion. A few people nodded forcefully and scattered to search for fuel. Lu Zhou glanced at the sign and was the first to walk into a barbecue restaurant. Naturally, there would be fuel in a barbecue shop. The two headed straight for the kitchen. As for the ingredients, without the protection of high-end refrigerators, they had long since rotted and spoiled. However, what surprised Lu Zhou was that the quantity of these ingredients was far less than he had imagined. Then he realized that during the sandstorm earlier, the employees here must have taken a portion home to eat. After searching around, Lu Dad and Lu Zhou found that it was the first time they hadn't come across any usable ingredients. These people were quite impressive. Rice, flour, and oil had all been taken away, leaving behind only the difficult-to-handle animal organs and a hodgepodge of other ingredients. In the end, with no other choice, Lu Zhou collected a large number of pots, bowls, and utensils. He also took 2 pots for hot pot and several barbecue racks. However, no matter what, there was still some charcoal available at the barbecue shop. Lu Zhou struggled to pull out 2 boxes of unopened charcoal from the warehouse. Lu Dad sighed. "This charcoal burns well, it lasts longer. This type of charcoal is specifically for barbecue restaurants, and 4 pieces can burn for 2 hours." After coming out of this one, The two quickly rushed to the next one. The food shops on this floor were searched thoroughly by the five, and the charcoal blocks used by the businesses seemed to be ordered from one supplier, with the group sweeping away more than 10 boxes in total. Besides that, they didn't miss a self-service hot pot restaurant with alcohol stoves. They had to take all the alcohol stoves and alcohol blocks. Lu Zhou was very clear about what he was doing. After all, after the floods, what would come next was extreme cold. During extreme cold, anything that can burn would be taken by people to warm themselves, and this charcoal would come in handy during those times. Helping the Zhang family and auntie was essentially helping himself. Although Lu Zhou had quite a bit of heating energy, in the post-apocalyptic world, it was inevitable to try to remain consistent with the public. Otherwise, it would be easy to attract attention. As the saying goes, many ants can kill an elephant. No matter how capable a person is, they cannot resist so many people coming together. Moreover, it was inevitable that the two families would invite him and his group to look for energy sources. However, extreme cold could freeze people to death, and Lu Zhou did not want to be running around in the snow with his parents when resources were plentiful. Therefore, if he didn't help now, it would be hard to make up for it later, and it would delay his own happy days. So while collecting items, Lu Zhou left behind those that had no expiration date and were easier to preserve for the two families, while he separately took away the items that were not easy to store. After collecting items on the fourth floor, Lu Zhou suggested splitting into two teams. One team to search the fifth floor and the other to take the supplies back to the community. After all, if they had too much, they wouldn't be able to carry it all at once. The team was divided into two groups. One team consisted of Zhang's family, Annie, and Zhang's son. The other team was Lu Zhou and Lu Dad. No one had any objections. After all, the three families would need to support each other moving forward, and the prerequisite was mutual trust. The assault vehicle was driven by Annie as they moved out. After a round of searches, it was getting late. The fog from last night hadn't dissipated. In fact, it had intensified. Lu Dad was a bit worried about the three. Son, what if they get robbed? Lu Zhou silently replied. As it stands now, there's a high probability they won't be robbed. Besides, the three of them are not weak. This was all true, and during the apocalypse, the optimal team size was also 3 people. Zhang's son had strength, Auntie had wisdom. This powerful combination made Lu Zhou quite unconcerned in the early days of the apocalypse. Lu Dad nodded and raised his foot, intending to go to the 5th floor, but was startled by Lu Zhou's outfit. Lu Zhou had quickly put on the diving suit he had gotten from Ma Fu Hao's house and strapped on an oxygen tank, ready to jump downstairs. Chapter 62. The Liver Emperor. Dad Lu hurriedly spoke up. Son, what are you doing? Lu Zhou had put on an oxygen mask and was signaling his dad with his hand to go to the 5th floor, indicating that he was going downstairs to check the submerged basement. Dad Lu could only nod, and then handed Lu Zhou a hammer from the equipment box. Lu Zhou quickly took the hammer and dove into the water. Although it was summer, the deep water was still icy cold. Lu Zhou twisted a button next to his ear, and the large mining lamp on his head instantly lit up. He rapidly swam down to the deepest level of the building. The first floor was usually a jewelry and skincare area. When he reached the very bottom, Lu Zhou noticed that he didn't even need to knock. The door to the underwater level was wide open. Entering through that door, he could even see some familiar brands. He headed straight inside, beginning his search for the jewelry counter. Heaven rewards those who work hard. After a frantic search, he finally found a chain jewelry counter. Everything inside was locked in cabinets, quietly awaiting him. Lu Zhou took out the hammer and struck the cabinet forcefully, but it didn't budge. This made Lu Zhou anxious. Then he had a thought and chuckled. Instead of trying to open the counter, he simply threw the jewelry along with the glass cabinet into his small room. Once the glass cabinet appeared in the small room, it immediately absorbed all the jewelry inside. After seeing everything absorbed, Lu Zhou tossed the empty cabinet back out. He was lucky. The counter he found was specifically selling diamond rings. He handled a dozen glass cabinets in the same manner. Lu Zhou continued searching further inside. Fortunately, The diving suit had a light with good penetration. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for Lu Zhou to scour for items underwater. Before long, he found the next counter. It was a gold counter filled with various gold jewelry. Without hesitation, Lu Zhou collected everything. This shop was a bit small and only had gold jewelry. There were no gold bars or ingots available. After a secret sigh of regret, Lu Zhou continued to scour the area for items that were useful to him. He also found a counter selling jade. After some consideration, he decided to take the glass cabinet as well. These jades and stones looked quite nice, and he could give them to his mom when he returned. After leaving this place, he could use a window-breaking machine to smash open the cabinets. Time was tight. Lu Zhou had almost completed a round of the first floor and was planning to leave. Before he exited, he squinted and noticed a particularly special counter. It was selling health supplements. Initially thinking it was a rip-off, he walked in and discovered it was actually a European brand of health products. Inside were lutein, coenzyme Q10, fish oil, calcium tablets, vitamin C, vitamin B, protein powder, etc. This brand was a national-level product in Europe. Lu Zhou wasted no time and immediately stuffed all the health supplements into his small room. He was also fortunate that these health supplements were stored in cabinets, so they hadn't been washed away by the flood. Lu Zhou opened the cabinet and collected all of it. Here, he also obtained a box full of medical instruments, things like syringes and other equipment. Lu Zhou thought to himself that there should be health supplements that need to be used in conjunction with these items. Glancing at the watch on his wrist, he realized that half an hour had already passed. Even so, Lu Zhou moved quickly, and while collecting things, he didn't dare waste any time. The third floor was basically all clothes, which had little value for scavenging. Knowing that his aunt and her group might be arriving soon, Lu Zhou immediately moved up. By the time Lu Zhou climbed to the fourth floor, his dad had already come down from the fifth floor and was waiting for him. As soon as he saw Lu Zhou, he jogged over and pulled his son up. After Lu Zhou got out of the water, he quickly stripped off his diving suit and got himself ready before saying, "Dad, I went down to the bottom level and collected some jewelry and health supplements. My luck was okay. The haul was not bad." His dad nodded with a smile on his face. He just knew that his son must have had some compelling reason to go down. Lu Zhou felt pretty good. Looking up at the corner where the numbers of gold coins, diamonds, and pink diamonds had significantly increased, he felt that his efforts had not been in vain. There were only 13 pink diamonds left before, but this time Lu Zhou had replenished them to 310. Although it was decent, the jewelry stores were still not as rewarding as a trip to Ma Fuhao's house. Feeling a bit emotional, Lu Zhou didn't forget to upgrade his backpack immediately. Do you want to upgrade the backpack? Yes. Detected that the player has 310 pink diamonds and will increase the player's backpack by 3. Lu Zhou's brows lifted with joy, feeling tremendously relieved. After the game finished upgrading the backpack, Lu Zhou finally thought to ask his dad, "Dad, what about the fifth floor?" As soon as his dad mentioned this, he looked a bit helpless. "The fifth floor has some entertainment supplies. I searched around and found these things." He pointed to a large black bag next to him. Lu Zhou opened it and saw that his dad had brought back more than a dozen barrels of arrows. Aside from that, he had also taken more than 10 barrels of darts. The rest were some miscellaneous snacks and treats like instant noodles and popcorn. The popcorn had been obtained from the cinema. When his dad went there were only corn kernels and cooking oil left. All the drinks and snacks had been looted clean. It's strange to say, these people are all grabbing food, but no one is taking jewelry, his dad muttered quietly. Lu Zhou replied blandly, "After all, no one knows the apocalypse is coming. Taking food won't cause any trouble, but taking jewelry is definitely a crime." His dad shrank his neck, feeling that his son was indeed correct. Others didn't have God's perspective, so they thought the world still had rules and laws. They were all afraid that after the disaster passed, there would be a reckoning. Speaking of this, his dad looked worried. "Son, the government hasn't distributed relief supplies for several days. I'm afraid something might have happened." Lu Zhou wasn't too anxious. "Dad, don't worry. From my memory, The government has distributed relief supplies several times. It should be coming soon. He hadn't finished his sentence. The government's relief supplies had been decreasing in quantity and quality each time. While the two were talking, they heard a faint sound of a motor not far away. Lu Zhou made a gesture to his dad and led him to temporarily hide to the side. When three familiar figures appeared on the fourth floor, Lu Zhou let out a sigh of relief. It was his aunt and her team. After checking, Lu Zhou saw that his aunt and the three were unscathed, with no injuries. The five of them quickly loaded the supplies onto the speedboat, and then Lu Zhou drove the boat away. They didn't waste any time on the way and sped straight back to the neighborhood. At this time, the mist was rising, and since most people had gone home, the group wasn't ambushed. The five of them worked hard and moved all the supplies to the 18th floor. Chapter 63, Lurking Crisis. Originally, they planned to temporarily store the items on the 17th floor, but a few of them considered that the residents of Unit 1702 were not easy to deal with. In the end, they decided to place everything in Unit 1802 instead. After entering 1802, everyone began to distribute the items, and later they would have the opportunity to take things back home. Lu Zhou looked down at the street below, feeling a bit uneasy. He thought there would be a fierce battle when he returned, but it turned out to be so easy. He didn't let his guard down. Instead, he reminded everyone to be alert to any movements during the night. Once everything was distributed, the three families returned to their respective homes. After the Zhang family took a portion of the items and went downstairs, Lu Zhou took out a box of ginseng from behind him. This was naturally the ginseng from Ma Fuhong's home. "Annie, can you let Grandma Shan take a look and see if this ginseng can help Tongtong's health?" Jiang Xiaolin was still looking down at the supplies when Lu Zhou called out to her, and she instinctively looked up. Upon seeing Lu Zhou holding a particularly high-quality ginseng and smiling gently at her, she was momentarily stunned. Uncle had just managed to get Tong Tong to finish her anti-swelling medicine, and as he stepped out, he also saw the ginseng in Lu Zhou's hand. Lu Zhou said, "I got this ginseng from the pharmacy today. It's the only one I have. Grandma Shan, could you see if it's enough?" This was just a casual remark. Grandma Shan trembled as she took the ginseng and examined it carefully for a long time before exclaiming in surprise, "Xiao Zhou, you're really lucky. This ginseng is a 100-year-old variety. If it's used for medicine, it will definitely help Tong Tong's health recover." As soon as these words were spoken, Auntie's family was filled with joy. Jiang Xiaolin had tears in her eyes as she stroked Lu Zhou's arm, whispering, "Xiao Zhou, I can't thank you enough for this. I will definitely repay you in the future." Lu Zhou smiled. "No need for that, Auntie. I'm also Tong Tong's brother, so I naturally want my sister to get better." Grandma Shan then silently walked into her room. Lu Zhou looked on in confusion, and Uncle explained that she went to prepare the medicine. After giving the ginseng to Annie's family, Lu Zhou was about to head back home. Just as he returned home and was about to rest for a moment, he heard a knock on his front door. Lu Zhou immediately stood up, confirmed that it was Zhang Jiahao outside, and then opened the door. "Lu Zhou, someone from the 17th floor, said they are your relative and wants to see you." Zhang Jiahao naturally did not open the door. This kind of matter had to be checked with Lu Zhou first. If that person was not his relative, opening the door carelessly could lead to trouble. Lu Zhou frowned, already mentally listing several possible candidates. Without calling for his family, he followed Zhang Jiahao downstairs to check. When they reached the 17th floor, a figure stood at the door. His uncle, Lu Zhengzhu. Lu Zhengzhu was drenched and looked quite disheveled. It really was him. Lu Zhou's expression turned cold, but he still walked up to the door. As soon as Lu Zhengzhu saw his nephew, he immediately spoke excitedly. "Xiao Zhou, you finally came down. Where's your dad?" After speaking, he even looked around behind Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou's face remained indifferent. "What do you want?" Lu Zhengzhu noticed Lu Zhou's unwelcoming tone and felt a wave of anger rising in his stomach. What kind of nephew speaks to his uncle like this? Only the second brother could raise such a good son. But thinking about why he had come, his voice involuntarily softened a bit. Xiaozhou, does your family have any food left? Could you give your uncle's family a little? We've run out of supplies for 2 days. Lu Zhou had a slick head and was quite perceptive about people. At a glance, he could tell that Lu Zhou was not the type who would be starving after a few days of hunger, so he figured that his elder brother's family must still have food. Lu Zhou curled his lips into a slight smile and said coldly, "Uncle, my family doesn't have any food either. You should head back quickly. If you delay further, it will be dangerous for you to return when it gets dark." Zhang Jiahao and Lu Zhou were both taken aback. Then, Lu Zhou gritted his teeth, his face darkening. "Go call your dad." Clearly, he was unwilling to continue talking to Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou wasn't annoyed and simply walked upstairs. Lu Zhou thought that Lu Zhou was going to call someone for him. But who would have thought that once he went upstairs, he never came back down? Zhang Jiahao, watching the scene unfold, could no longer pretend not to understand. It seemed that this person was probably just a distant relative of Lu Zhou's. Thus, he stopped lingering at the door and turned to head back home. Seeing this situation, Lu Zhou immediately became anxious and said, Hey, little brother, don't go. Can you help me open the door? That was really my nephew. I still have things to say to him." Zhang Jiahao ignored him completely and quickly dashed back into his own home. This left Lu Zhou alone, feeling frantic. When had he ever suffered such humiliation? Reflecting on his life, he realized that whatever good things his elder brother had were always given to him. How could that little brat dare to treat him this way? He must have acted behind his elder brother's back. Thinking of this, Lu Zhou was determined to see Lu Zhongqing at all costs. Otherwise, he felt that as long as he didn't give up, there would still be a chance for him. After all, his family had been starving for 2 days now. Lu Zhou knocked on the door downstairs, shouting incoherently that he wanted to see his elder brother. He called out for a full half an hour, but there was no response from upstairs. Just as he was about to give up, the door on the 17th floor opened, and a neighbor came out to see him throwing a tantrum. "Are you a relative of the Lu family?" Yuanghua had a smile on his face as he leaned closer to the iron gate. Upon seeing someone, Lu Zhou felt a glimmer of hope and immediately leaned against the iron gate, saying, Yes. Brother, could you open the door for me? Lu Zhongqing is my real brother." Yuanghua smiled and said, "Oh, it's not really convenient for me to open the door for you. How about you tell me what you need from the Lu family, and I'll pass the message along." Lu Zhou hesitated for a moment and then whispered, "Brother, I just came to borrow some food. After all, my family has been out of supplies for several days." At this point, Yuanghua's eyes widened in surprise. "You have no food? That's impossible." Lu Zhou felt puzzled and asked, "What do you mean? My family really has no food left. I'm not lying." But then, Yuanghua's expression changed again. Oh, never mind, I misunderstood. Just wait a moment. Let me pass on a message for you." After saying this, Yuanghua hurried upstairs. Lu Zhou felt hopeful, and sure enough, Yuanghua quickly came back down, shaking his head and sighing. "Hey, you should go back. Your relatives don't have any food either. Yelling and shouting here is affecting us 3 families." As he spoke, he wore a look of pity. Lu Zhou couldn't help but feel disappointed, but there was nothing he could do to break the door down. He could only leave in frustration. Muttering curses under his breath, he suddenly realized something. The tone and actions of the person just now felt distinctly off. Was there something he had missed? After thinking it over, he felt increasingly that something was amiss. He didn't leave, but instead wandered around the community, listening intently for any clues near the wall. Chapter 64. Renting. Not listening is fine, but hearing it is shocking. My second brother actually has a speedboat. Lu Zhou felt a surge of excitement in his heart. Since he has a speedboat, he must have gone out to find supplies. No way, I have to go upstairs and get some supplies for myself. How can he just take care of his own family and not think about his own brother? The more he thought about it, the more reasonable it seemed. Lu Zhou turned around and went up to the 17th floor. Standing here now, he felt bold and unafraid. He immediately raised his voice and shouted. The Zhang family was nearby, and they could hear the commotion at the door quite clearly, especially when they heard someone yelling about a speedboat. The Zhang family quickly opened the door. Lu Zhou and Dad Lu were just coming down from upstairs, clearly disturbed by the noise. When the four of them gathered at the iron door, Lu Zhou noticeably trembled. But thinking of the temptation of food, he immediately spoke up. "Second brother, you're not being fair. Having a speedboat means you must have supplies. Why don't you share some with my family? Do you know how hard our lives are?" Lu Zhou raised an eyebrow, but didn't say anything, while Dad Lu looked pale and upset. "That speedboat isn't ours. You should leave quickly. No family has extra food right now." Hearing Lu Zhongqing trying to chase him off, Lu Zhongzhu stubbornly refused to leave easily. Just as he was about to speak, he heard the iron door rattle. Lu Zhou stepped out from inside, looking indifferent. He didn't say a word and kicked Lu Zhongzhu out. Dad Lu, seeing this, impatiently said, "Hurry and leave. Don't make a scene in front of our door." After saying that, the iron door was shut. Lu Zhongzhu, in pain, gritted his teeth, his heart filled with rage. This little brat actually dared to treat him like this. But then he thought he wasn't a match for Lu Zhou, so he quickly deflated. In the end, he could only leave resentfully, holding a wash basin. When he returned home, Dad Lu was obviously distracted. Lu Zhou comforted him. "Dad, don't think too much about it. He's not worth your concern." Dad Lu nodded but didn't say anything. Lu Zhou could guess his thoughts. In this life, if Lu Zhongzhu didn't bring trouble upon himself, he definitely wouldn't casually kill him. After all, it would be Dad who would suffer in the end. While chatting with Dad, Lu Zhou took a moment to check the game workshop. The linen fabric had been completed. Lu Zhou immediately extracted the piece of cloth. After getting in hand, he took out the kitchen knife and curved blade at home, testing them one by one. He finally reached an astonishing conclusion. This linen fabric could withstand normal blade attacks. After several strong slashes, the cloth remained completely undamaged. But he didn't know if it could withstand bullets. Lu Zhou couldn't help but ponder, but since he didn't have any firearms on hand, he ultimately had to give up. This piece of fabric was just enough to make a vest for one person. Considering that both he and Dad already had bulletproof vests, Lu Zhou decided to give it to Mom, asking her to make a set of protective underwear for herself. When Mom saw her son come over, she immediately asked with concern, "Has Lu Zhongzhu left? Is he still bothering our family?" Lu Zhou smiled and nodded. "He's gone," and he didn't linger. "By the way, Mom, this fabric can protect against knife wounds. You should make yourself a set of clothes to wear." Lu Mom was a bit surprised and wanted to refuse at first, but Lu Zhou's explanation made her feel compelled to agree. "Your dad and I have it too, so you don't need to worry about us. Besides, this fabric is sustainable. There will only be more of it in the future." With that explanation, Lu Mom felt reassured. When Lu Mom was younger, she had attended sewing training. Although she might not be skilled at more complex sewing, she could still handle making simple clothing. While Lu Mom was busy sewing, Lu Dad silently wiped the floors of the house. Due to continuous heavy rain, the humidity in the air was high, and small droplets of water often seeped out on the floor. If not cleaned promptly, the floor could easily become slippery and unsafe. So far, the generator had only provided electricity once. The three families' power storage units still had about half of their electricity left. After all, during this special time, everyone was using only a little power. After Lu Zhongzhu was driven away, Lu Zhou carefully observed for several days and eventually found no abnormalities. Moreover, during these days, the door to the 17th floor had been knocked on once. The person was somewhat flustered, a well-dressed man whose anxious expression was hard to hide. He expressed that he wanted to borrow a kayak for a fee. Lu Zhou had no impression of this person, but since the other party had a good attitude, he figured the man wouldn't act like a mad dog and bite indiscriminately. "Wait a moment, I'll discuss it with my family." After saying this, Lu Zhou consulted with his family, with his aunt and uncle also present. His aunt, having experienced the darker side of human nature, was naturally a bit hesitant about this matter. "A kayak is so precious. Should we lend it to him?" What if he borrows it and doesn't return it? Lu Zhou remained calm and then said, I think we should lend it. Besides the kayak, we still have the speedboat. To survive here, we need to show some toughness, but we also need to give others a way to live. In fact, Lu Zhou wanted to say that they should ease neighborly relations a bit. After considering Lu Zhou's words, Lu Dad and his uncle felt it made sense. Then Lu Zhou took the kayak out and through the iron door calmly said, We can lend it, but you need to give me a deposit. After all, you know how hard it is to replace this thing. The man didn't hesitate at all and immediately took out a gold bracelet from his pocket and handed it over. Would this be okay as a deposit? Lu Zhou glanced at the gold bracelet and nodded in agreement. All right, but I need to inspect the kayak first. After saying that, he handed the kayak to the man. The man thanked him and hurriedly left. After the man left, Lu Zhou watched through the window as he carried a child on his back and rode away with another person. Lu Dad clearly saw this scene too and said, He wouldn't be taking the child to see a doctor, would he? Lu Zhou wasn't sure and could only respond with a fumes. Later that evening, the door to the 17th floor was knocked on again. When Lu Zhou went over, he saw that the man's eyes were slightly red. Thank you, I don't want the deposit back. Can we consider it rent instead? That bracelet weighed about 30 grams, and while Lu Zhou wanted to accept gold, that wasn't how he operated. You've given too much. May I ask, is your child unwell? The man paused for a moment, then stiffly nodded. Lu Zhou calmly said, There's an old Chinese medicine doctor living upstairs. If you're willing, you can bring your child to see him. The man was immediately overjoyed, his voice trembling as he said, Really? I'll bring my child over right now. With that, the man rushed downstairs, and soon after, he returned with a woman and was carrying a small child. Chapter 65. Skill Exchange. The woman was dressed in a neat androgynous style. Her eyes were as red as a man's. Earlier, Lu Zhou had heard Granny Shan mention a few times that she wanted to help treat someone's illness. So he kept this in mind, and now seemed to be the right time. Bringing the three of them to room 1802, Uncle opened the door. As soon as the door opened, they saw the couple inside. From their appearance, they looked like a martial artist. The supplies from Lu Zhou's aunt's family had long been hidden away, leaving no traces in places where they could be seen. Granny Shan stepped out and gave the child a few acupuncture needles. The child's flushed face gradually faded, and their breathing became calmer. When the couple saw this situation, they trembled with excitement. Their child seemed to be saved. They had taken the child to the hospital, thinking that they could save their life, but when they arrived, they found the hospital was already overcrowded, and even more despairing was that the medicine was completely gone. Seeing that their child was on the brink of collapsing, they could only take the child back home. Who would have thought that there would be a glimmer of hope in this dark situation? The couple was so moved they were about to kneel before Granny Shan and Lu Zhou, but Lu Zhou stopped them. Granny Shan took out her limited supply of medicine and handed it to the couple. This is enough for 3 days. After the medicine is finished, I'll give a few more acupuncture sessions, and your child will be fine. The couple was so touched that they were nearly in tears. The woman took off a gold bracelet from her other hand and offered it to Granny Shan as payment for her help. Granny Shan naturally refused, and the couple nearly became anxious. Just as the two sides were arguing, Lu Zhou spoke up. Wait a minute. Did you two participate in the provincial Sanda competition? The more he looked at the couple, the more familiar they seemed. Finally, he recalled that they were the champions of the provincial Sanda competition, Gao Shan and Jiang Lishui. They were the champions of the men's and women's divisions, and they had gained quite a bit of fame back then. At first, Lu Zhou didn't recognize the man, but when they stood together, he remembered them. That's us, Jiang Lishui said after a moment of surprise. Lu Zhou's mind raced. Having a Sanda master at home could certainly benefit this couple's training. If you agree to one thing, you can skip the payment, and in the future, we can also treat your child for free. The couple was surprised, but after hearing Lu Zhou's proposal, they immediately agreed without hesitation. We agree. As long as it helps our child, we are willing to do anything. Gao Shan clenched his fists, his tone earnest. Lu Zhou nodded. All right, then tomorrow at 2 p.m., you two bring your child over. Granny Shan will treat the child, and you will teach us Sanda. How does that sound? This suggestion was very reasonable, and the couple immediately agreed. To show their sincerity, Lu Zhou returned the gold bracelet he had received earlier. In the end, the couple left with heartfelt gratitude. On their way back, they quietly reflected on their good fortune. The 17th and 18th floors weren't as terrifying as the rumors said. They had initially thought they wouldn't be able to borrow the rubber raft, but who would have thought not only could they borrow it, but they also resolved their child's illness. This trip had been well worth it. After Gao Shan and Jiang Lixue left, Lu Zhou greeted his parents. The next day, Lu Zhou's dad, mom, aunt, uncle, and he would all go learn Sanda techniques. After all, it was the foundation for their livelihood. When the next day came, the couple indeed arrived on time. Granny Shan continued to treat the child, while the couple began training everyone else. Lu Zhou learned a lot from the couple's teachings, which provided him with plenty of inspiration and insights, despite them being somewhat mediocre in the context of the apocalyptic fighting skills. Men and women practiced separately, as their focuses were quite different. Lu Mom and his aunt practiced with Jiang Lixue, while his uncle, Lu Dad, and Lu Zhou himself trained diligently with Gao Shan. Unknowingly, they had been practicing for 3 hours. After the couple guided a few others for a while, they finally went downstairs with the child. Lu Dad enviously remarked, "This couple must not worry about food and drink, considering their strength here." Lu Zhou smiled and replied, "It's good that they don't worry about food. People with reserves won't turn against us over a bite to eat or drink." Lu Zhou's uncle nodded in agreement with this point. Meanwhile, his aunt and Lu Mom wiped the sweat off their brows and sighed heavily. It had indeed been a tiring session. In recent days, thanks to the ginseng that Lu Zhou brought and the swelling medicine collected by his uncle, his little cousin's health was improving day by day. She could now get up and move about a little. Grandma said that in another month, Tong would be back to her usual self. His uncle and aunt finally felt a sense of relief. Time flew by, and government aid appeared once again. This time, the aid was delivered directly by drones dropping supplies from the rooftops. When Lu Zhou learned of this, he happened to be on the rooftop changing the water tank. He saw a drone leisurely flying in with supplies. In no time, the supplies were dropped, waiting for him to collect them. Everyone quickly understood the government's method of distributing supplies. At such times, there was no fear of the rooftop not getting allocated. If anyone dared to hoard the supplies during this period, the first to bear the consequences would be the hungry people with hungry eyes. Therefore, when Lu Zhou went to collect the items, he wasted no time and headed straight for the 17th floor with the supplies. Upon reaching the 17th floor, he found that the iron door was already packed with people eagerly awaiting rescue food. One by one, they were all hungry, with eyes gleaming, each wielding a weapon. Among the crowd, Lu Zhou spotted Gao Shan and Jiang Lixue. The couple exchanged a bitter smile with Lu Zhou, making him feel uneasy. They were clearly forced into this situation. At this moment, the price of being a loner was quite steep. However, the couple wouldn't resort to violence. The Zhang family and the Yu family were negotiating with this group of people at the entrance. Having not paid attention to the residents downstairs for a while, Lu Zhou noticed that there was a leader among this crowd. This leader was none other than Fan Jinglong, a former colleague of Lu Dad. Lu Zhou clicked his tongue. This situation was reminiscent of events from his previous life. To explain further, the reason these people chose Fan Jinglong as their spokesperson was crucial. Since he was a former colleague of Lu Dad, everyone thought that if they found someone familiar, the Lu family wouldn't be so quick to resort to violence. Fan Jinglong was currently engaged in a conversation with the residents of the 17th and 18th floors. "Calm down, everyone. We came up just to take back our rightful rescue supplies. There's no ulterior motive. After all, these are supplies distributed by the government," he said with a smile. His words were quite reasonable, leaving no grounds for refusal. Yuanghua, being a crafty old fox, understood that during this time, it was crucial not to upset the crowd over these supplies. Chapter 66. New Food. Moreover, he still had some supplies at home, so there was no need to risk the lives of his whole family just for a bit of greed. Don't worry, brother Fan. We from the 17th and 18th floors definitely won't take more than our share. After all, it was just a moment ago that the drone dropped supplies, and Brother Lu brought them over, Yuan was said with a smile, which eased the tension of those crowding for supplies a little. If they could avoid provoking the Lu family, they would. Who would want to be threatened by someone from the Lu family with a knife? Lu Zhou didn't say much and coldly stated, "You all choose a representative to come in and distribute the supplies. Otherwise, with so many people, it won't be convenient to divide them." After some pushing and shoving, Fan Jinglong was finally chosen. After all, he had been managing the crowd well lately, appearing to be a very enthusiastic and fair person. Fan Jinglong smiled stiffly. He was also afraid of the Lu family's retaliation. But with people pushing him, he had no choice but to step up. Once Fan Jinglong pushed open the iron door and entered the corridor of the 17th floor, he looked down to see a box of supplies. Compared to the military compressed canned food and biscuits distributed last time, this time it was a bit more casual. Opening the box, in addition to the military compressed biscuits and canned food, there was actually rice and millet. Fan Jinglong couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva. Putting everything else aside, being able to eat rice at this time was such a blessing. Although cooking rice also required firewood, the happiness one felt from eating a bowl of rice was far greater than eating cold, hard rations. Although the rice didn't look particularly clean, who cared at this point? Being able to eat was already good enough. The distribution went quickly. The supplies were enough for a week's worth of food. However, the way they were to be distributed sparked a quarrel among the crowd. Some suggested distributing according to the number of people, while others suggested dividing by household registration. Dividing by household registration would naturally favor the locals, especially those with fewer family members. If a large family squeezed together, they wouldn't agree to such a distribution. Just in that short moment, someone had already begun to angrily curse over the distribution method. In times of hardship, it was quite common for the public's emotions to be unstable. As long as no one got hurt, that was already a good outcome. Fan Jinglong's head was almost split apart by the noise coming from the crowd. Frowning, he pressed his fingers against his forehead and spoke sternly. "Everyone, stop arguing. From a moral standpoint, the most reasonable method is to distribute according to the number of people. If we go by household registration, how many people will miss out on the relief food? During these difficult times, we should all help each other." Fan Jinglong's words sounded nice, but those around him merely scoffed. Sure, you have a lot of outsiders in your household. If it were to be divided by household registration, wouldn't your whole family starve? However, no one dared to say that out loud. In any case, those with families were numerically more than the locals. In the end, they could only agree on distributing according to the number of people. When counting the population, they used identification cards. Newborns without ID had to show their household registration documents for everyone to see. They were afraid that someone might report inflated numbers for personal gain. While the crowd was arguing over the distribution method, Lu Zhou simply sat back and watched the show. This was only the beginning. As time went on, life would become increasingly difficult, and fewer people would be willing to understand each other's hardships. According to the population distribution, each person will get 2 pieces of compressed biscuits, 10 pieces of purified water tablets, and 2 pounds of rice. Additionally, there are some surplus meat cans. Calculating it roughly, each family could also get an extra meat can for a meal, Lu Zhou announced, and the distribution method was quite reasonable. As the supervisor, Fan Jinglong naturally had no objections. Many people wiped their tears, relieved that they finally received some food. They had no idea how their families had survived these past few days. These were truly tough times. After the residents of the 17th and 18th floors got their share of supplies, they hurriedly gave the remaining supplies to Fan Jinglong, signaling him to take them outside. No one was in the mood to argue. Everyone was focused on quickly and orderly distributing the supplies. Once the distribution was finished, the crowd dispersed in an uproar. After the crowd had cleared, Lu Zhou was about to head home when he unexpectedly noticed a cluster of mushrooms growing in the corner. It seemed that the damp weather, suitable humidity, and lack of sunlight had contributed to their growth. Seeing the mushrooms made Lu Zhou's heart skip a beat. These mushrooms were edible. In his previous life, these mushrooms appeared a bit later. This cluster of mushrooms was small, but looked edible. Lu Zhou thought about it. The reason no one had picked them was that everyone feared they might be poisonous. After all, these mushrooms looked different from the ones in the future. They had a bluish hue, making them appear toxic. However, people could endure for now, but when the time came that they couldn't bear any longer, they would have to eat them regardless of the risk. Lu Zhou picked the mushrooms from the corner. Zhang Jiahui immediately exclaimed, "Lu Zhou, I noticed these mushrooms a long time ago, but didn't dare to pick them because I thought they might be poisonous." His uncle adjusted his glasses, and upon seeing the mushrooms, his eyes lit up. "Xiao Zhou, let me take a look at those mushrooms." After receiving the mushrooms, Uncle carefully examined them several times, and finally, excitement sparkled in his eyes. "These are edible mushrooms. The taste is average. Their characteristic is that they grow and reproduce very easily." Zhang Jiahui was immediately surprised. Then Uncle Wei, "Why haven't we seen these mushrooms growing in the corridor before?" Uncle sighed and wiped his glasses. The living conditions for these mushrooms are not easy to meet. They require specific humidity and temperature, which weren't easily achievable in the past. However, the heavy rains in recent days have greatly promoted the growth of these mushrooms. With this explanation, everyone suddenly understood. Holding the mushrooms, Lu Zhou said generously, "Uncle Zhang, Uncle Wei, let's all taste these mushrooms together." As soon as he spoke, he divided the mushrooms into 3 portions. Zhang's father wanted to refuse, but was insistently made to accept them by Lu Zhou, while Uncle did not refuse. He simply adjusted his glasses and remained silent. After Lu Zhou and Uncle Wei went upstairs, Uncle Wei quietly said, "Xiao Zhou, I think your family has been cultivating some fungi too, right?" Lu Zhou indeed had a few mushroom bags at home, as the game had introduced a mushroom gathering feature, and he needed to provide an explanation for his mushroom source. "We do have some." "What do you mean, Uncle?" "I'd like to borrow a piece of the mushroom bag. New mushrooms are already growing, and I feel that these mushrooms are suitable for the current weather. I plan to study and improve them a bit, as expected of an agricultural researcher." Lu Zhou nodded, "Sure, I'll go get it for you." After saying that, he quickly turned and entered his house. Moments later, a mushroom bag appeared in Lu Zhou's hands. Uncle Wei wasted no time and turned to head home to start his research. He had brought his experimental equipment with him, and now he could properly utilize his professional skills. When Lu Zhou returned home, he found his mother already in the kitchen with the mushrooms, seemingly planning to make a pot of mushroom soup. Chapter 67. The Research Institute Big Shot. The vegetables planted by Dad, Lu, could be eaten now. Lu Zhou thought for a moment, then picked a few outer leaves, cleaned them up, and gathered a small basin of greens. Due to insufficient sunlight, the vegetable leaves were mostly yellow. The growth was barely acceptable. At noon, they added a dish of stir-fried vegetables to their meal, along with the freshly distributed rice to make a rice dish. When the food was ready, Mom Lu called Dad Lu and Lu Zhou to eat. Lu Zhou squinted his eyes to savor the mushroom soup, thinking it was just right in saltiness with a good mushroom flavor. Uncle said the texture was average, but that was a comment made when there were many options available. Right now, having something to eat was already good enough. Who could be picky? After sipping a couple of spoonfuls of mushroom soup, Lu Zhou picked up some stir-fried greens and ate them with the rice. The stir-fried greens had a refreshing taste, while the rice was somewhat less impressive. Having experienced hardship, Lu Zhou felt that while the rice had some flavor, it was still acceptable. Dad and Mom Lu weren't used to it yet, but they forced themselves to finish the rice. At this time, wasting food was simply too shameful. Lu Zhou didn't stop them. It was necessary for his parents to experience some hardship. Otherwise, when the middle and later stages of the apocalypse came, their bodies would not be as resilient as those of other survivors. In comparison, the wild mushrooms obviously tasted better than the rice. For these past few days, apart from the daily necessary tasks, Lu Zhou had been exercising regularly and studying knowledge. Dad Lu's arrangements were almost the same as Lu Zhou's. Although he was a senior electrician, he didn't dare to skip a day of studying. Mom Lu, on the other hand, besides exercising, was also learning traditional Chinese medicine from Grandma Shan, along with her younger sister. This was naturally something Lu Zhou had initiated. If one wanted to have a solid skill, they must seize the opportunity to practice it now. Otherwise, it would be too late to cram at the last moment. Grandma Shan was kind and treated Chinese medicine with utmost seriousness. Both Mom Lu and her younger sister had good character and were willing to learn from her, which made the old lady very happy. Of course, Lu Zhou wouldn't let Grandma Shan work for free. He initially thought of giving her some food or other items as a reward, but Grandma Shan politely declined all of them. Finally, Lu Zhou thought of a suitable reward for Grandma Shan. Since she was fond of traditional Chinese medicine, she would certainly be interested in cultivating medicinal herbs, right? But would she not know how to cultivate them? No worries, he still had the basic, intermediate, and advanced cultivation books for herbs. The more he thought about it, the more promising it seemed. Lu Zhou immediately packed a few packets of seeds and soil and went to his aunt's house. Aunt and Mom Lu were deeply engrossed in reading. Grandma Shan was taking a break and was preparing some ginseng slices. Lu Zhou tiptoed over and cheerfully tapped Grandma Shan on the shoulder. "Grandma Shan, I'm here." Grandma Shan looked up, a smile flashing across her face. "It's little Zhou. Hurry up and find a place to sit." Lu Zhou shook his head, grinning as he handed over the items he was holding. "Look what I brought you." Despite her age, Grandma Shan was not deaf or blind and was full of energy at home. Of course, this was her demeanor at home. When outside, the Lu family and her younger sister's family had to disguise themselves as refugees to conceal their identities. "Hey, is this some kind of herbal medicine? I must not be seeing things, right?" Granny Dan was momentarily stunned, but then her eyes lit up with excitement. "Yes, Granny Dan, I know you like these herbs, so I brought them to you. Do you want to try planting them?" Granny Dan gently caressed the outer packaging of the herb seeds, as if she were fondling her beloved grandchild. These herbs were all quite common, mainly used for treating coughs from wind cold or wind heat. They were basic but versatile. "All right, Xiao Zhou, I won't be polite. I'll accept these herbs." Seeing Granny Dan so satisfied, Lu Zhou smiled and immediately handed over some soil. "Don't rush, Granny Dan. There's still the soil." Oh, great. Once the old lady got the soil, her spirits visibly lifted. Without wasting any time, she immediately found a few suitable containers and started planting the seeds. At this point, one couldn't help but marvel at Aunt Qing's dedication. Not only was she doing research at the institute, but she had also bought equipment at home to continue her studies. For example, she had a small sun simulating lamp and all sorts of cultivation dishes, test tubes, reagents, etc. What was even more surprising was that the items she bought weren't necessarily sterile. She could continue her research at home. With the sun lamp, Granny Dan could take better care of the herbs. As Lu Zhou watched Granny Dan planting the seeds, he suddenly dashed into Aunt Qing's room. Upon entering, Lu Zhou was startled by the sight inside. The room had been transformed into a small laboratory by Aunt Qing. Various test tubes and reagents were spread across the table, and the floor was lined with rows of pots. The most eye-catching was a bag of fungi sitting on the table. It looked like a hybrid between wild mushrooms and oyster mushrooms. Lu Zhou couldn't help but be curious. "Aunt Qing, what's this bag of fungi?" "This is a modified strain I've developed. So far, it seems to grow faster than the wild type and is less demanding in terms of environmental conditions." As she spoke, Aunt Qing turned around, and Lu Zhou was taken aback. Aunt Qing looked disheveled, with wrinkled clothes, unshaven, and slightly red-eyed, as if she hadn't rested for a long time. "You should take care of yourself, Aunt Qing." After hesitating for a moment, Lu Zhou finally mustered the courage to say something. Aunt Qing waved her hand dismissively. It's fine, Xiao Zhou, I know my own body. I've just been really tired these past few days, either exercising or doing experiments. Impressive, my Aunt Qing. Not only did you develop a modified strain, but you're also getting a workout at the same time? Lu Zhou felt a deep respect for her. At the door, Granny Dan peeked in. Qingzhu, are you busy? If you're not, remember to make me a batch of number 5 seed reagent. I'm not busy. I'll make it for you shortly. After receiving a reply, Granny Dan swayed and left, continuing her enthusiasm for planting herbs. Lu Zhou seized the opportunity to ask his question. What is the number 5 seed reagent? Aunt Qing casually replied. That's just a unique communication between me and Granny Dan. It's actually a reagent that promotes seed viability. In the past, whenever Granny Dan needed it, I would just prepare a batch for her. At this point, Lu Zhou looked at Aunt Qing with wide eyes in a strange manner. So, there's no such thing as unconditional love or hate. No wonder Granny Dan insisted on saving Aunt Qing's family at all costs. If the roles were reversed, not to mention Granny Dan, even he wouldn't want his best partner, tool, or collaborator to be in danger, right? After all, who could casually prepare reagents for someone else like that? Chapter 68, Competing for Mushrooms. In a last life, and he was often busy in the laboratory, so Lu Zhou never had the chance to see her exquisite professional knowledge. This time, the conditions were slightly better, allowing him to witness this moment. And he kept her hands busy and soon completed the preparation of a bottle of reagent. After handing the reagent to Granny Shan, she finally got down to serious talk with Lu Zhou. Xiao Zhou, I made a few mushroom bags for you. Take 2 back and try to grow them. Receiving the mushroom bags, Lu Zhou didn't disturb Aunt He any further, but turned to visit his cousin Tong Tong. Tong Tong's health had improved quite a bit compared to before, but the little one had just taken her medicine and looked quite pitiful. Lu Zhou's aunt carefully took out a piece of candy and handed it over. Tong Tong sucked on the candy, enjoying the sweetness. Upon seeing her brother, the little girl immediately smiled brightly. Gua Gua, brother. Tong Tong pronounced Lu Zhou's name unclearly, while Jiang Xiaolan smiled. Xiao Zhou, call your mom over later. Granny Shan said the class can start today. Got it, Andy. I'll call someone when I get home. I see Tong Tong's health has improved a lot. Yes, it's all thanks to the ginseng you brought. During their conversation, Tong Tong displayed a curious expression, and soon after, feeling tired, she turned around and fell asleep. When Lu Zhou stepped out, he saw his mother and aunt continuing their study of traditional Chinese medicine. He kept reviewing the techniques that Gao Shan had taught him. After practicing at home for about an hour, someone knocked on the door. It was Zhang Jiabao. He came in holding a large bunch of mushrooms, his eyes filled with delight. Lu Zhou, there are so many mushrooms growing in the corridor. I picked some. Do you want to go and pick some too? Following Zhang Jiabao, Lu Zhou looked and saw that what used to be just a cluster of mushrooms had now spread throughout the corridor. The reproduction ability was just as strong as in his previous life. Picking mushrooms is fine, but I think we should avoid picking them in the corridor. If people find out these mushrooms are edible, we'll inevitably have to deal with them, Lu Zhou suggested. Yeah, I was thinking the same thing. I just picked those in front of my door. I bet there are even more mushrooms on the lower floors. This wasn't just talk. After all, the lower levels were more humid. By the way, there's something else. My dad just found out today that people have started renting out inflatable kayaks. Zhang Jiabao lowered his voice when he said this. Lu Zhou's brows raised. It seemed they were arriving. Are the prices high? Is your family planning to get one? My dad went out probably to get one. It's inconvenient to go out otherwise. The place is at the old shop near the first high school. Lu Zhou knew that location well. The owner of the old shop was a shrewd businessman. Before online shopping became popular, he made a fortune as a purchasing agent, selling things to students from the whole school. Later on, he kept up with the times and continued to profit off students. In this life, just like in the last, he had also started renting out inflatable kayaks. After hearing this news, Lu Zhou brought it up while Gao Shan and Jiang Li Shui were giving lessons. Although the two had lost some weight, Lu Zhou could see that their families were definitely not lacking in supplies. Perhaps these two could buy a kayak. After learning this news, the two of them finished their lessons for the day, asked Granny Shan to watch the kids, and then borrowed Lu Zhou's kayak before heading out. The reward for borrowing the raft was that the couple gave Lu Zhou and his group an extra 5 classes. Grandma Shan watched the children, and the couple also provided supplies as a reward. She didn't refuse and accepted this reward. After all, at this point, it would seem strange not to accept a reward. The couple's child was a boy, Gao Jingheng, who was the same age as Zhang Lele, 9 years old. He was fair-skinned and looked quite delicate. Under Grandma Shan's treatment, Gao Jingheng's health gradually improved, and these past few days he could find his little cousin Tong Tong to play around. Every day, he would tease his cousin and insisted on teaching her martial arts. Jiang Xiaolin smiled and politely refused Gao Jingheng, saying, "Jingheng, how about you wait until your little sister is better before you teach her? Tong Tong isn't well yet." Gao Jingheng, with his cheerful personality, readily agreed. Lu Zhou thought it was a good idea. In this post-apocalyptic world, there were hardly any children. It was essential for Tong Tong to learn self-defense. Speaking of Tong Tong reminded Lu Zhou of Zhang Lele. Once Tong Tong recovered, he thought it would be great for the three of them to train together and keep each other company. Inside the house, Lu Mom was reading with her sister-in-law, discussing difficult problems. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou, Lu Dad, and his uncle continued their training, not pausing for a moment. The atmosphere inside was peaceful, contrasting sharply with the changed world outside. Every family was struggling to get by. Although the government provided supplies, those rations were merely enough to ensure a minimal standard of living, leaving everyone only half full after meals. During mealtimes, they would take out a piece of compressed biscuit, boil water, and it would turn into a large bowl of food to share among the family. The taste was indescribable, but given the current situation, they couldn't be too picky. As long as they could fill their stomachs, that was enough. However, eating this every day wasn't sustainable, and some people began to take notice of the mushrooms growing in the building. Seeing the mushrooms multiply, no one knew if they could be eaten. The older generation at home was the first to let their sons and daughters try them. After observing for a day and confirming they were safe, the news delighted everyone. Great! More food meant more hope for survival. Once they discovered this, everyone began to avoid others and hurriedly collected as many mushrooms as they could. The entire building was stripped bare of mushrooms. This wasn't the end of it. People frequently argued and even fought over mushroom picking. Lu Zhou was drawn to the noise of an argument from downstairs. He stood in front of the iron door on the 17th floor, listening to voices raised in dispute from the 16th floor. "Do you have no shame? This is right in front of my house. There are only this many mushrooms. Where are others supposed to eat if your family takes them all?" The voice was fierce. The other party was not one to back down and retorted, "What are you talking about? It's not like you planted these mushrooms here for yourself." The two households argued fiercely, and Lu Zhou quickly realized that the fact that the mushrooms were edible had already been discovered by everyone. Now, they were fighting over ownership of the mushrooms. He knocked on Zhang's door, but it wasn't Zhang Jiahao who opened it. It was Grandma Zhang. Lu Zhou was taken aback. "Grandma Zhang, where's Jiahao?" Grandma Zhang replied softly, "The boy went out with his father. I don't know what they're doing." With this answer, Lu Zhou didn't ask further and went back home to find his dad. As soon as he entered the door, before he could speak, he noticed his dad looking through binoculars out the window. Chapter 69, Cleaning Up. Upon hearing the sound of Lu Zhou returning, he called out to Lu Zhou to come and take a look. "Son, look downstairs. Those people have started looking for tools to go out and pick mushrooms." Lu Zhou glanced down and indeed saw that everyone had inflatable rafts. Those without rafts were rummaging through their homes for anything that could float, rushing to the places where mushrooms were growing to collect them. In the crowd, Lu Zhou spotted a few familiar faces. One pair was the Zhang family father and son, and the other was the Gao couple. Now that there were mushrooms to pick, Everyone was too busy to pay attention to others. One by one, they all scrambled to gather mushrooms. This made it easier for the four of them to return. Seeing that both families had inflatable rafts, Lu Zhou couldn't help but smile. Good news, Dad. We should go out to pick mushrooms too. Otherwise, we'll seem unsociable. If everyone else is out picking mushrooms and your family isn't, it looks like your family has food and thinks little of these wild mushrooms, right? Lu Dad naturally agreed. And when Lu Mom heard they were going to pick mushrooms, she quickly chimed in, "Let's all go together. This is a relatively safe time period. I don't think many people will be willing to take action." Lu Zhou indeed intended to let Lu Mom accompany him outside this time. Mainly, he didn't want to spoil her too much, lest she get too comfortable in the greenhouse. After much thought, Lu Dad finally agreed. However, just before setting off, he equipped Lu Mom with one self-defense weapon after another. Lu Zhou turned his head, pretending not to see this scene. Then he went outside and spread the news about picking mushrooms to the Zhang family and his aunt's family. His aunt's family was eager to agree and expressed their willingness to go with Lu Zhou. However, the Zhang family expressed that they needed to bring Grandma Zhang along, while Zhang Dad would go to another place to pick mushrooms. Lu Zhou nodded in understanding. Zhang Jiahao felt a bit apologetic. Lu Zhou, mainly we are not on the same route. Lu Zhou waved his hand, indicating that he understood. While they were talking, they happened to run into Yu's family, who were carrying the newly acquired inflatable rafts upstairs. Thinking he was being discreet, Yuangua's eyes twitched when he saw them. However, upon seeing that the Zhang family also had inflatable rafts, his expression gradually returned to normal. He politely said, "Aren't you guys going down to pick mushrooms? I see quite a few people down there." Lu Dad casually laughed it off. "We were just planning to go pick mushrooms." And that was the end of that. As for Zhang Jiahao, he directly ignored him. Standing next to Yuangua was his son Yu Ziyun, who raised an eyebrow and couldn't hold back, saying, "Hey, you punk, my dad is kindly reminding you. Why are you acting like that?" This statement ignited Zhang Jiahao's anger. In an instant, he recalled how Yu Ziyun had acted when they were at the river and even left both families hanging. Now that it was this time, his family didn't owe the Yu family anything. Why should he be afraid? Yu Ziyun, whether I go or not is my business. What does it have to do with you? The atmosphere between the two sides became thick with tension. It seemed like a fight could break out at any moment. Xiao Wenyo, who had been eavesdropping at the door, could no longer sit still and pushed the door open to try and ease the tension. Yu Ziyun, stop arguing. Have you forgotten how I taught you before? Old Yu, we need to hurry, and set off to pick mushrooms. At this moment, Xiao Wenyo was quite perceptive. She admonished her son and found a reason to move away from the conflict. Yuanghua felt a bit awkward, caught between his son and Zhang Jiahao, but with his wife handing him a ladder, he managed to save face. You all carry on. Our family is also planning to go pick mushrooms. After saying this, Yuanghua took his wife and children downstairs. Lu Zhou followed his back, deep in thought. Did this person go upstairs just to call Qiu Chao Yao? When Yugoan came downstairs, his footsteps were heavy, clearly in a bad mood. Yu Ziren was holding back his anger, but didn't dare to explode in front of his father. Qiu Chao Yao was worried, saying, Ziren, didn't I tell you before? If a dog bites us, should we bite back? You should learn from your dad more. Yu Ziren replied with an unhappy following closely behind his father to complain, if our family has ever suffered such grievances, a bunch of ants that could be crushed with a stretch of the hand, now they dare to jump in front of us and say such things. If it weren't for the heavy rain, just watch how I would deal with them. Slap. Before finishing his sentence, he received a stinging slap on the face. Yu Ziren was in disbelief after being slapped. Dad, you actually hit me? I'm your only son. I'm still your only father. And I hit you. Yuanghua was filled with anger, feeling uncomfortable inside. Who would have thought that this stupid son would repeatedly challenge his limits? Last time at the Fuzhou commercial building, they exchanged supplies, and this time too. Damn it, he was bound to be driven to death by this kid. Qiu Chao Yao, who usually spoiled her child, felt her heart twitch when she saw Yuanghua hit their son. Old Yu, what are you doing? Xiron is just worried about you. Can't you just talk nicely instead of resorting to violence? Yuangguo rubbed his sore head. His impatience was about to burst. He then lowered his voice and said, "Don't interfere. It's all your fault for spoiling him too much, making him act like a fool who doesn't understand anything. I've told him many times, times have changed. When going out, one must be cautious with their words and actions. If something shouldn't be said, don't say it." You ask Xiron, has he done that? At this point, both Qiu Chao Yao and Xiron fell into an unusual silence. Yuanghua tightened his voice, leaning closer and gritting his teeth. Don't you both see the current situation? The Zhang family and the Lu family both are so ruthless. Can we provoke them so easily now? Our family has some connections, but this heavy rain is wreaking havoc, and society is collapsing. Do you know when order will be restored? What advantages does our family have that can be put on the table now? His words were deafening. Seeing his wife and son staring wide-eyed, Yuanghua no longer wanted to speak. He had said enough. If these two continued to cause trouble, he really would be at a loss. After Yuanghua left, the atmosphere eased a bit. Zhang Jiahao scoffed, a look of displeasure flashing across his face as he began to complain to Lu Zhou. These kinds of people are purely stupid, rich second generations. Lu Zhou, this isn't the first time Xiron has provoked me. Lu Zhou was somewhat surprised. Not the first time? Could it be? At such a time, Xiron still dared to court disaster? Seeing that Zhang Jiahao had no intention of continuing, Lu Zhou could only offer a few words of comfort before saying goodbye to Zhang Jiahao. The mushroom-picking team quickly set off. This time the group consisted of his aunt, uncle, and Lu Zhou's family of 5 people in total. The destination was naturally decided by Lu Zhou. After launching the assault boat, Lu Zhou led the group to the forest park in the Qingshan district. Here, part of the area was submerged, but most of it was still intact. In his previous life, Lu Zhou had found a lot of mushrooms here. This was the treasure trove he had discovered first back then. He thought that now, no one would have discovered this place. Chapter 70 Unexpected Events. After reaching their destination, Lu Zhou called for his family to disembark from the boat. Just a bit further in from where they docked was the spot where Lu Zhou had foraged for mushrooms in his previous life. The forest park was vast, and venturing deeper would inevitably lead to danger, so they decided to stay at the outskirts for foraging. Lu Zhou was the most aware of this reality, so he led everyone to stop at the perimeter. No need for him to say anything. Just the sight of mushrooms scattered all over the ground made everyone eager to crouch down and gather them. Lu Dad and Lu Mom quickly began foraging, and soon one bag was filled to the brim. Uncle and Annie's family were also busy collecting mushrooms. However, despite the joy of foraging, the forest was eerily silent, and with the rising mist, it made everyone feel a bit tense in this solemn space. Everyone obediently stayed at the outskirts and didn't venture further in. The forest soil was fertile, and the air was humid, which greatly benefited Lu Zhou alone. Not only was he gathering mushrooms, but after finishing, he also shot a few rabbits with his crossbow in the woods. These rabbits had never been hunted before, and each one was exceptionally plump. Lu Zhou lifted a rabbit. It kicked its little legs a few times before going still. He smirked and said to the others, "Let's add this rabbit to our meal when we get back." Just as he was brushing some honey onto it, using the grill he had brought from the barbecue shop. How delicious would that be? After he spoke, everyone nodded in agreement. Thanks to this little episode, the tense atmosphere eased somewhat. Jiang Xiaolin had been cautiously looking around while foraging for mushrooms, keeping an eye on her surroundings. After Lu Zhou caught the rabbit, she gradually relaxed her expression and felt more at ease to continue talking to him. "Xiao Zhou, come over here to gather. There are still plenty here." After working diligently for 2 to 3 hours, the bags for the mushrooms were gradually filling up. Just as Lu Zhou was about to lead everyone back, he suddenly heard some rustling not far away. Assuming the worst, he quickly began to inflate his inflatable boat. The other 4 heard the noise too, and immediately they all frowned and looked toward the source of the sound. Soon, Lu Zhou's inflatable boat was fully inflated, just as they saw what was making the noise. It turned out to be a rabbit. Everyone relaxed, but Jiang Xiaolin spoke up. Is this rabbit scared by us? Why is it so still? Not good, run. Uncle's brow furrowed, and a hint of panic flashed in his eyes. He turned around and urged everyone to get on the boat quickly. The four reacted swiftly and hurriedly got onto the boat. Just a second later, a massive creature suddenly emerged, swallowing the rabbit in one bite. Lu Zhou's eyes widened in shock. He was stunned. The other four were so frightened that their legs turned to jelly. What had emerged was a giant python. Its body was shiny black, and its scales seemed to shimmer with light. Its eyes were like bronze bells, seemingly capable of killing any creature that stood before it. In Lu Zhou's previous life, he had never seen a python this large. As the snake was still occupied with swallowing the rabbit, and since Lu Zhou and the others were retreating from its territory, it did not pursue them any further. The impact of the scene left the five of them with a deep chill that penetrated their bones. Lu Zhou couldn't understand where this python had come from. He had never heard of such a thing in his previous life. His aunt pressed her lips together, her face pale from fear. Lu Dad and Lu Mom were in a daze for a long time, unsure of what to say. Even Uncle seemed shocked. After all, who had ever seen something like this? Lu Zhou was the one with the best mental state among them. He was currently revving up the speed to rush home. Continuous heavy rain, combined with the inability to process the garbage in the water, had led to an increasing amount of nutrients in the water, ultimately resulting in eutrophication. A lot of green plants were floating on the surface of the water. Lu Zhou didn't know what they were, but he wondered if they were edible. Although the taste wasn't great, they could at least fill their stomachs. He casually grabbed some of the green plants and tossed them into the speedboat. Xiao Zhou, what is this? Lu Mom asked. Lu Zhou chuckled. This seems to be a type of algae. How about we let Uncle take a look? Wei Qingzhu took it over and examined it closely for a while before saying, this is an edible green algae that only grows when the water is eutrophic. Should we take it home and try its taste? Although the living conditions for this green algae were somewhat harsh, the two of them couldn't think too much about it. After all, they had already picked it, so they might as well try it at home. Only then did they have the mood to recall the thrilling scene from earlier. The python we saw just now. I've never seen anything that big before. I've been to the forest park before, but I've never seen anything like that. Lu Mom patted her chest, her face still not looking too good. On the side, it seemed to be recalling that moment, and her expression was also poor, but she still managed to force a smile to explain maybe it's because the flood washed away its habitat, so it ended up in the forest park. But thankfully, we all made it back safely. This speculation was quite reasonable, and Jiang Xiaolin tried her best to appear calm. Although that place was where Lu Zhou had taken them, it was certain that her nephew had no intention of causing any harm. Now that such a thing had happened, she hoped it wouldn't make Lu Zhou feel guilty or self-blame. Uncle and his wife thought the same way. Everyone had good intentions, and they agreed not to bring it up again. Lu Zhou felt more guilt in his heart. He truly didn't know that there was a python there. It had almost led them into a dangerous situation. Just as he was about to apologize, Aunt quietly squeezed his hand, signaling him with her eyes that it was okay. Lu Zhou's chaotic thoughts settled completely. When they arrived at the community, the two families carried the mushroom bags upstairs. The others, who carried small bags of mushrooms, were instantly left grimacing from the strain. They wanted to snatch, but didn't dare to, so they could only let these few go upstairs. Once they got home, Lu Mom initially planned to make mushroom sauce with the mushrooms for easier storage. However, Lu Zhou pressed down on Lu Mom's hand. Mom, don't overwork yourself making too much. I'll handle the leftovers. It's better to eat some fresh when we want. Lu Mom nodded in agreement and went to the kitchen to wash and slice the mushrooms, seemingly planning to make some mushroom sauce to store a portion. While Lu Mom was busy with the mushrooms, Lu Zhou cleaned the rabbit and then spent a survival point to collect a jar of honey. The honey weighed about 2 pounds, which was quite substantial. Lu Zhou had a thought and continued to collect another jar, intending to give Aunt's family a bottle later. Dinner was scheduled at Lu's home, and while Lu Mom was making mushroom sauce, she also fried a lot of mushrooms. They were crispy and sprinkled with some barbecue powder, delicious with every bite. Chapter 71. Workshop Creations. Of course, the staple food cannot be lacking. Mom Lu mommed some steamed rice and also steamed some sweet potatoes. The sweet potatoes were obtained from Lu Zhou's game, and they were soft, delicious, and sweet. Lu Zhou had packed the sweet potatoes in advance, intending to give them to his little aunt's family when they arrived later. Just as he was busy with this, there was a knock on the door. It was his little aunt's family of 4. Once they arrived, the Lu household became even livelier. Little aunt helped Mom Lu with the cooking, while uncle and dad Lu helped their son roast a rabbit. One turned the roasting rack, while the other brushed honey all over the rabbit. The fat dripped down onto the grill below, and the aroma made everyone lick their lips. It had indeed been a long time since they had eaten such fresh meat. Wei Tongtong's eyes widened, and she stared at the sizzling rabbit with her bright eyes. Her little mouth moved up and down, making a smacking sound. Grandma Shan was on the balcony picking some greens, as Mom Lu was going to make a vegetable soup. Uncle brought some hot dogs and drinks from their home. They only had these instant food products at home. Previously, the only vegetable they had was mushrooms. They couldn't even think about greens, as they simply didn't have any. Jiang Xiaolin took the hot dogs and made a spicy stir-fried hot dog dish. Soon, the dishes were all ready. Tong Tong was a well-behaved child. She opened the drinks and poured a cup for everyone. "Let's eat." With that exclamation, everyone began to eat meat, drink, and enjoy the meal happily. Tong Tong happily ate the rabbit meat, and Lu Zhou couldn't help but feel mischievous. "Tong Tong, do you know what you're eating?" His little cousin looked up in confusion, honestly telling him that she didn't understand. Lu Zhou grinned, showing all 8 of his teeth, and said devilishly, "It's a bunny." In an instant, the little girl's face wilted. "It's not a bunny." She continued to struggle. "It is a bunny. Look, this is the bunny's head. It tastes so good." Lu Zhou teased his sister, holding the rabbit's head in front of her. Tong Tong's eyes widened, her face showing clear rejection. Finally, with no choice left, she took a bite of the rabbit's head. The next second, her eyes lit up, and her little mouth was busy munching. "So delicious. Brother, you're eating bunny, and the bunny is eating too." Lu Zhou intended to tease his little sister, but unexpectedly, the little girl responded with that. He felt he hadn't bullied the child at all. Uncle and little aunt covered their mouths, trying to stifle their laughter, while Dad, Lu, chuckled happily. Mom Lu gave her son a light slap on the back. "You little rascal, stop teasing Tong Tong, or she'll start crying." At the table, Grandma Shan also squinted her eyes, chuckling a few times. In the end, after a hearty meal of roasted rabbit, sweet potatoes, rice, greens, and fried mushrooms, they cleaned everything up. Before leaving, Lu Zhou handed some honey and a few sweet potatoes to his little aunt's family. Uncle immediately understood. The sweet potatoes could be planted at home, which would enrich their food supplies a bit. Mom Lu also dug up a few plants of greens to send over. Once they returned home, Jiang Xiaolin felt a warm feeling in her heart. Her sister's family really took good care of them. Wei Qingzhu was busy planting the sweet potatoes and greens first, then started preparing a nutrient solution. He was a grateful person. His family didn't have much that the others would find appealing, but he could provide the recipes for making nutrient solutions. After getting the solution ready, Wei Qingzhu busied himself with fixing another malfunctioning daylight lamp at home. Lu Zhou had just sent off his aunt's family when his uncle came over again, carrying a daylight lamp and a bottle of green solution. "Xiao Zhou, take these. Turn on the light, and the vegetables will grow better. This is a nutrient solution. In 2 weeks, just add a capful to water and water the plants," he instructed before leaving. Following his uncle's instructions, Lu Zhou turned on the daylight lamp and then watered the plants with a nutrient solution. Ever since the last time the game workshop produced hemp cloth, Lu Zhou continued to try his luck with the lottery. Heaven rewards those who work hard. He finally drew a workshop that was quite promising. The Precision Workshop. Although it seemed a bit less impressive compared to the Creation Workshop, Lu Zhou was pleasantly surprised when he opened it. Good stuff. He unlocked two items that could be manufactured. One was a glass bottle, and the other was a steel ball. With a thought, Lu Zhou chose to produce both items. The production speed was quick. Almost in the next second, the two items appeared in his hands. The glass bottle was an ordinary bottle, resembling a beer bottle, but transparent. The steel ball was even smaller, just a round iron ball, about the size of a bullet. At first glance, these two items seemed unremarkable, but Lu Zhou was quite happy. The glass bottle could be used to make Molotov cocktails, and the steel ball would serve as ammunition for his slingshot. With these two items, he no longer had to worry about future supplies. Making Molotov cocktails was relatively simple. Lu Zhou put gasoline, sugar, and a kerosene wick into the bottle. The contents were ready, but he needed to seal the opening. After thinking it over, he finally used some old cloth from home to tightly seal it. A simple Molotov cocktail was complete. The only thing that bothered Lu Zhou was that the bottle opening was too difficult to seal. It would be best to have some other item to block it. After pondering for a while, Lu Zhou's gaze fell on two resources in the game. One was rubber trees, and the other was clay. Either of these should be able to easily block the bottle opening. What frustrated him was that he hadn't managed to obtain either of those resources yet. Shaking his head, he temporarily set this matter aside and picked up the electric slingshot to try out the steel balls. Not bad. The size is just right, and the weight feels good. He adjusted the high tension of the electric slingshot. It would definitely hurt if it hit someone. Just as he was happily testing, he heard his dad call out softly, "Xiao Zhou, come look quickly. Isn't that the Zhang family being surrounded downstairs?" Lu Zhou immediately rushed to the window, grabbed a pair of binoculars, and looked down. His expression instantly turned icy. It was indeed the Zhang family. On their inflatable boat, there were several bags, likely filled with mushrooms and such. Right now, the three members of the Zhang family were surrounded by about 10 people. It was clearly going to turn into a fierce battle, and there was no time to go downstairs. Lu Zhou quickly opened the window and aimed down with the slingshot. While aiming, he also hurriedly produced 20 steel balls. The Zhang family looked tense, with Zhang Fu and Zhang's grandmother in the middle, each holding a military shovel with fierce looks. The attackers seemed to have keen eyes, realizing that the bags contained not just mushrooms, but something else as well. Seeing the aggressive approach of these people, a fierce battle seemed unavoidable. Zhang family members grit their teeth, eyes wide, swinging their shovels at the first person who lunged at them. With a swing of the shovel, that person was knocked out. As soon as others saw someone take action, they immediately rushed forward, each one seeming to disregard their own safety. Chapter 72. Zhang Family's Gratitude. Crazy, absolutely crazy. The Zhang family's head felt a tingling sensation on his scalp, but his hands didn't stop moving. The military shovel in his hands kept swinging. 1, 2, 3. By the end, he even lost count of how many people he had struck. Someone noticed that the Zhang family's two big men were guarding the inner circle where Grandma Zhang was, and immediately had an idea. They drew the two men aside, while others took the opportunity to directly attack Grandma Zhang. After being drawn to one side, as he finished swinging the shovel in his hands, the Zhang family's head suddenly saw the scene of his grandmother being ambushed. His heart sank, and he dashed towards her. Unfortunately, he was still a step too late. Just at that critical moment, Grandma Zhang grasped the shovel tightly in her hands and struck down with force. The attacker hadn't taken her seriously, but that blow packed quite a punch. It was even harder than what the Zhang family's head could deliver. The would-be assailant staggered and fell into the water. In an instant, everyone else felt a chill run down their spines. Damn it. So this old lady isn't the weakest? Could it be that the other side deliberately let them fall into this trap? Grandma Zhang tightly gripped the shovel, her lips pressed together. Having worked a lifetime in the fields, her strength was no joke. If these people thought she was just a pampered old woman, they were gravely mistaken. The three of them fought fiercely amidst the chaos. As time dragged on, the Zhang family's head felt his strength waning. He was panting heavily and felt lost. It seemed the opponents had sensed the Zhang family's diminishing strength and grew even more excited, each one desperately pushing forward. Some even picked up steel pipes and swung them directly at the Zhang family's head. By the time the Zhang family's head reacted, it was already too late. Just as he thought he was done for, the attacker let out a wail and collapsed. The Zhang family's head shivered all over. Not thinking too much, he quickly resolved to deal with the other attackers. A strange phenomenon occurred. One by one, those around them let out wails before falling into the water. The Zhang family didn't dare to think too deeply and immediately helped each other down from a boat. They gathered their inflatable raft, strapped on their belongings, and ran desperately upstairs. Once they reached the upper floor, they encountered Dad Lu and Wei Qingzhu, who had come to provide support. Dad Lu saw that the three had broken through the encirclement and, without saying a word, reached out to take the bags from their backs and headed up the stairs. Thinking it would be light, he was shocked by the weight as he reached for it. Gritting his teeth, he swung the bags on his back, and the group raced up the stairs like mad. As soon as the Zhang family members got inside, Lu Zhou immediately stopped and went down to lend a hand. By the time he met up with others, he had reached the 10th floor. Seeing that the others were still in decent shape, he quickly turned around and rushed back up. When he reached the 17th floor and entered the Zhang family space, the group finally took deep breaths, gasping for air. The three members of the Zhang family looked rather disheveled, with quite a few wounds on them, though they were mostly superficial. After everyone sat down, Zhang's father immediately expressed his gratitude. "It's nothing, just neighbors helping each other." The Zhang family's head opened several bags, revealing the top half filled with mushrooms and the bottom half containing separated grains. There were mounds of white rice and yellow soybeans. "Old Lu, you, and Old Wei should each take some home." Looking at the bountiful provisions, Dad Lu and Uncle Wei naturally hesitated to accept, but they couldn't refuse Zhang's father. "Old Lu, Old Wei, you must take some, otherwise it won't feel right in my heart. Previously, if it weren't for your families taking us out to look for supplies, my family would definitely be in a tight spot right now. You all don't need to be polite, just accept it." Zhang's family member nodded vigorously in agreement. "Uncle Lu, Uncle Wei, please take it. We want to see my uncle today. When my grandmother came to the city to work, she gave all the food at home to my uncle, and now food is really tight. We're going back to get some food today." To avoid any misunderstandings with their friends, Zhang's family member explained. Lu Zhou didn't mind. "It's okay, I understand." After a bit of back and forth, Lu's dad and uncle finally accepted a bag of grain from Zhang's family. Both families weren't the type to just take from others. They immediately offered a bag of mushrooms to Zhang's family in return. "We went mushroom picking today. These are for your family to try." Without further ado, Lu Zhou handed them over and took off. Zhang's family had no choice but to accept. Today's experience was quite dangerous, but thankfully they had two reliable neighbors. Before leaving, Lu Zhou also gave Zhang's family 10 iron balls. When they learned that Lu Zhou used these things to shoot at people from the 18th floor, Zhang's family member almost couldn't hold it together. "The damage is that high?" He seemed incredulous, and Lu Zhou smiled. "I'll give you a pack. You can try it out later." Zhang's family member immediately beamed with joy. "Brother, you're too generous." After chatting for a bit, Lu Zhou hesitated before saying, "I've been learning Sanda, Chinese kickboxing, recently. Would you and Uncle Zhang like to join me? But it's taught by someone else, so there will be a fee." Upon hearing this, Zhang's family members' eyes lit up. "Lu Zhou, is the teacher very skilled?" "Of course. The couple has won provincial Sanda championships. So what do you think? Are you in?" Zhang's family member gasped. "Brother, I have to join. Please let them know I'll pay the fee." "Sure." Lu Zhou headed upstairs, as today was the day the couple was teaching. After he explained his intentions, the couple pondered for a moment before agreeing. After all, if Lu Zhou recommended someone, this should be reliable. "We'll charge half a gene of grain, about a pound, per lesson. Any type of grain will do." After discussing for a while, they reached a conclusion. Lu Zhou thought the price was reasonable and that the Zhang family would be able to accept it. Hearing this price, Zhang's family couldn't wait to start practicing today. After all, food could be searched for again, but if they didn't have some self-defense skills, they'd have a hard time in the future. If they didn't have the strength to protect their supplies, wouldn't they just become a food store for others? In no time, the three families practiced diligently, each one putting in great effort. Everyone was growing quickly. Lu Zhou made the most progress. He already had the experience from his previous life, and with a reliable teacher, his learning speed soared. Zhang's family, uncle's family, and Lu's parents were all about the same. In recent days, the amount of green algae downstairs had increased significantly, to the point where people could no longer ignore it. Almost everyone, when going out, would casually grab all the green algae they could see. The green algae didn't taste great, but it was barely edible. Generally, people would mix it with a bit of flour to make a green algae pancake, which they would then fry in a pan to eat. Some would also make soup with it, but it didn't taste as good as when fried. Besides green algae, the most popular food was still mushrooms. Chapter 73, Job Recruitment. The taste of this mushroom is on par with that of common mushrooms, and it is much tastier than green algae. However, as time goes on, everyone's cooking methods have become more primitive. After all, without electricity or gas, making fire to cook has become a major challenge. Many people have to scavenge for anything that can be burned to use as fuel. In fact, if it were possible to avoid making fire, everyone would prefer not to, as it is quite troublesome, and there aren't many combustible materials available. However, it is inevitable that there will be situations where purified water runs out and boiling water for disinfection becomes necessary. In this situation, fire sources are undoubtedly the most precious. Lighters ran out of gas quickly. Those who were lucky and had a few extra lighters on them could barely manage. Those who were less fortunate, especially non-smokers, were left in despair. Now, people have resorted to borrowing fire. With just a little bit of resources, they could borrow fire a few times. The supplies from the rescue team, which were initially distributed weekly, are now being distributed every 2 weeks. The supplies are also becoming scarcer. At first, there were canned meats and compressed biscuits. Although the compressed biscuits were not tasty, they at least filled the stomach and were sourced relatively normally. Now, the food distributed is basically what the rescue teams have fished out from the water. Food pulled from the water, even after being dried and sterilized, always seems off when distributed to everyone. Initially, people were reluctant to eat this food, as pulling it from the water made anyone feel uneasy. After all, the water now smells terrible, filled with household waste, corpses, and all sorts of filth. As hunger set in, however, people were willing to eat that food, and even if it was floating in the water and had not been sterilized, they would fish it out without a second thought. The only good news is that the heavy rains are showing signs of easing. On the water surface, government boats have been working tirelessly day and night, pulling supplies from beneath the surface, disinfecting and drying them before redistributing them to the disaster victims. Although the government is still functioning, the public security situation has deteriorated significantly compared to before. Nowadays, there are far too many illegal activities and crimes, and the limited government personnel can hardly manage everything. Now, as long as theft and robbery do not occur in front of soldiers, they are essentially unmonitored. Lu Zhou has gone out several times with his family to forage for mushrooms and has encountered rescue boats speeding across the water. Behind them, they drag large nets. The black nets are filled with heaps of garbage from the water, which is quite a shocking sight. Sometimes, when encountering rescue boats that do not have those large nets, there are several armed soldiers standing on board, along with 8 or 9 others in diving suits diving into the water to retrieve objects. One after another, they resemble sleek, shiny seals. Lu Zhou couldn't help but admire them. Thanks to these soldiers who dive into the water, the refugees are able to eat a bit more food. Lu Zhou's father also looked on with emotion, but could only silently give a thumbs up from a distance. As they drove the boat away, after leaving the community, they discovered 2 things, one good and one bad. The bad news is that the government has reduced the supplemental food rations again. The good news is that there are plans to build post-disaster agricultural bases and research institutes, and they're recruiting a batch of professionals related to this field. To build these structures, a variety of professionals, such as construction workers and electricians, will be needed. As for the compensation, different amounts of food will be provided based on the position. These two pieces of news arrived one after another, catching everyone off guard. Finally, it has arrived. They're starting to build the agricultural base, Lu Zhou said, eyes wide open and expression calm. Last life, there was this matter. Dad Lu relied on being an electrician to earn a living for the whole family. Lu Zhou remembers very clearly that Dad Lu worked day and night just to earn a little more food for the family. On the last day of the project, due to swapping shifts with a co-worker, he had an accident and died. In this life, no matter what, Lu Zhou cannot allow such a thing to happen again. Of course, the most practical solution is to prevent Dad Lu from participating in this project. Now that the family has enough food, it's not worth taking the risk. While Lu Zhou was thinking about this, Dad Lu was excitedly watching. Son, I see that I can do this job. Building houses definitely needs electricians. Lu Zhou sighed. Well, he had to persuade his dad to avoid him constantly thinking about this. Mom Lu heard Dad Lu's voice from the bedroom and specifically came out to see what the situation was. Taking the opportunity, Lu Zhou explained what happened to Dad Lu in the last life. After hearing this, Dad Lu immediately frowned and fell into deep thought. Seeing that Dad Lu was still deep in thought, Mom Lu quickly spoke up to express her opposition. Don't do it. If you die, what will happen to me and our son in the future? Mom Lu was genuinely worried. Dad Lu frowned, pondering, knowing that something will happen. I definitely wouldn't want to do it. The key point is that there's a Fan Jinglong in our building who knows my skills. Normally, I wouldn't want to give up this opportunity. If I don't do it, I'm afraid Fan Jinglong might suspect me. Lu Zhou stroked his chin and said lightly, Dad, this project isn't something that everyone with skills can just participate in. I remember in the last life, you had to sign up first, and then they drew lots to select participants. You can first pretend to sign up, and later act as if you weren't selected. With the hint given, Dad Lu immediately slapped his forehead. Good idea. Son, you're really smart. Without saying another word, Dad Lu decided to go out and sign up. Of course, Lu Zhou would go along. The outside situation was chaotic, and it was indeed very dangerous to go out alone. Even big men should go out in groups of at least 2 or 3, let alone those weaker women. In this environment, women are a naturally disadvantaged group. As soon as they went out, they happened to run into Annie Lu and Zhang Annie, who were also heading out. Lu Zhou understood that Annie Lu planned to sign up first, since once the Agricultural Research Institute was established, it would soon start operating. The selection of talent would also take quite some time, so signing up at this time was very reasonable. In the last life, Annie Lu successfully applied for this position as an agricultural researcher. After Dad Lu passed away, Annie Lu often came to Hengxin community to bring supplies to Mom Lu and Lu Zhou. Thanks to these supplies, the two of them managed to survive. Zhang Annie and the Zhang family were headed towards the construction site to sign up for small worker positions, but the number of people signing up for this was definitely the highest. Now, it was a matter of trying their luck. If they were lucky, they could get selected. If not, at least they tried hard. Seeing this situation, Lu Zhou could only pretend that he also wanted to sign up. For safety, they didn't take out the inflatable boat. Instead, they all sat on Lu Zhou's speedboat to set off. The registration location was a 20-minute journey from Hengxin community. Just as they left the community, Lu Zhou's heart started racing. How strange, what was going on? Chapter 74, Premeditated Attack. In his previous life, Lu Zhou was someone who didn't believe in Buddha or gods. He had no particular faith. After his reincarnation, however, he developed a slight respect for such things. Therefore, he did not ignore the unease in his heart and quickly search his mind for any possible loopholes. As for himself, he was fine. After all, he had already left the neighborhood and was temporarily safe. But if he and his companions were safe, then there must be trouble back home. Thinking of this, Lu Zhou felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. He immediately took out his telescope and pointed it toward his building in the neighborhood. Zhang Jiehua joked, "Lu Zhou, you really have a lot of useful things." Without bothering to respond to Zhang Jiehua, Lu Zhou focused on observing his building. He examined the floors closely. The 17th and 18th floors seemed fine. Strange, could it be that I'm too stressed and overly nervous? Just as he let out a sigh of relief, he noticed a rope being thrown from the 9th and 10th floors, dangling straight down to the rooftop. Immediately, two people began to climb up the rope. Seeing this, Lu Zhou realized what was happening and quickly turned the boat around, heading home. The others had no idea what was going on, but Lu Zhou's words instantly raised their emotions. Someone threw a rope to the rooftop. The 18th floor is in danger. What? Lu Zhou's father was so anxious that his voice changed, and he quickly snatched the telescope from his son's hands. After confirming the situation, he couldn't help but grit his teeth. Those scoundrels! Son, drive faster. We need to hurry. Lu Zhou's aunt didn't even need to look to know that the situation was serious. She felt an urgency creeping in. What a joke, considering that all the elderly and children from the three families were gathered at his place. Moreover, even if the thieves were in 1801 or 1701, if they lost their supplies, wouldn't that mean no way out for them? Thinking of this, Wei Qingzhu clenched her fingers tightly, her hands gripping each other in anxiety. As soon as Zhang Jiehua learned of the situation, his face was filled with anger. Lu Zhou sped up the boat, quickly handing off the tasks of securing the speedboat to Zhang Jiehua. He, along with his aunt and father, raced up the stairs. Normally, they would have stopped halfway to catch their breath, but today, with adrenaline pumping, no one dared to pause. Lu Zhou's thoughts were with his family, and his footsteps quickened even more. When they reached the 17th floor, Lu Zhou immediately stopped and crouched down to listen at the door of 1701 for a moment. The house was eerily quiet. It seemed they hadn't arrived yet. That meant they were on the 18th floor. Considering the elderly and the sick in the house, Lu Zhou couldn't help but furrow his brows. After pushing open the door to 1802, he stepped inside and was momentarily stunned. In the middle of the room lay two people sprawled out flat. They looked just like the men he had seen through the telescope earlier. Lu Zhou quickly rushed over to check their breathing. They were still alive, but they had been beaten badly, their faces swollen and bruised. Lu Zhou's parents wouldn't be able to recognize them like this. Both men were quite robust, not even reaching 180 centimeters in height, and Lu Zhou couldn't fathom how his mother had managed to subdue them. After being asked about the reason, Lu Mom finally said, "Thanks to you giving us the electric pig prod." At that time, the two of them were climbing up, and Granny Dan just happened to pour a basin of dirty water downstairs. It just so happened that the water landed on the two of them, which is how we discovered them. After that, as they continued to climb up, we used the electric pig prod to stun both of them. After finishing her sentence, Lu Mom took out the electric pig prod from her hand and signaled to Lu Zhou, saying, "This thing is quite good, even though it's called an electric pig prod." Lu Zhou smiled bitterly. After all, if something that big could be stunned, how could a person withstand it? However, this also indirectly revealed something. The family wasn't without combat power. In fact, Lu Mom, Auntie, and Granny Zhang's combat abilities shouldn't be underestimated. After confirming that 1802 was fine, Lu Zhou smiled and tied up the two intruders, giving one a punch before kicking him into the dirty water downstairs. The two quickly submerged and vanished without a trace. With the house safe, Lu Zhou and the others intended to continue their outing. However, just as they reached the stairway on the 18th floor, Lu Zhou sensed something was off. No, it seemed like there were sounds coming from his home. To ensure he wasn't mistaken, Lu Zhou frowned and quickly walked over, pressing his ear against the door to listen closely. Upon listening, he quickly realized something was wrong. There were indeed people inside the house. Lu Zhou's expression hardened immediately, and he made a shush gesture towards his dad. Then, quietly inserting the key into the lock, he swiftly opened the door. Lu Zhou opened the door so quickly that the people inside clearly didn't react in time. He and his dad, along with his uncle, saw a skinny little boy inside the room. As soon as the little boy reacted, he immediately bolted toward the bathroom. Lu Zhou's brow furrowed, and without hesitation, he pulled out his slingshot and loaded it with steel balls, firing off several shots in quick succession. 3 of the steel balls hit the boy. The little boy let out a cry of pain. Lu Zhou was ruthless, aiming for the boy's head. The boy clearly got hit in the head and was now clutching it in pain, but he still persisted in stumbling toward the bathroom. However, his speed had noticeably decreased. Lu Zhou sneered and charged over, delivering a punch to the boy. The force of the punch was considerable, and the boy lost a tooth as a result. The 4 people behind Lu Zhou were all wide-eyed and shocked. Lu Zhou, is it really necessary to be so brutal against a child? Seeing that the boy couldn't fight back and couldn't escape, he quickly stopped, curling up on the ground and repeatedly pleading, I was wrong, big brother, please let me go. I was just too hungry, that's why I did this. I'm begging you, give me a chance, okay? The boy's cries seemed pitiful, but Lu Zhou's expression remained cold, and he didn't loosen his grip at all. He pulled out a curved knife from behind him, pressing it against the boy's neck and slowly saying, don't try to fool me. Tell me your purpose for coming here. The Zhang family couldn't help but feel that Lu Zhou had gone a bit too far. Teaching the kid a lesson was enough. There was no need to bring out a knife, right? So one of them quietly suggested, Lu Zhou, why not let it go? This is just a child. He probably came here because he was starving. Lu Zhou shot a sideways glance at the 4 people behind him. Among them, Zhang family members were the ones whose eyes were filled with naive innocence. The other 3, however, took out their weapons and remained on high alert, glaring at the boy, clearly not letting their guard down despite the child's pleas. Seeing someone speaking up for him, the boy immediately began to cry louder. Big brother, I'm begging you, please let me go. I really didn't take anything from your house. Chapter 75, Gods and Buddhas block the way, and I'm not hesitating to kill. At this point, Lu Zhou was too lazy to continue pretending with him. Hey kid, I don't have that much patience. You're the one who's scouting, right? As he said this, Lu Zhou could clearly see the child shudder slightly. The child's face held a vague smile. He looked up at Lu Zhou and slightly curled his lips. Ah, you found me out. With that, he made a swift motion, throwing a handful of red powder at Lu Zhou while agilely retreating. Lu Zhou dodged quickly, and the 4 people behind him moved just as fast, avoiding the choking powder that filled the air. Lu Zhou sniffed lightly, and his face instantly turned grim. What a poisonous little brat. That was chili powder. If it got in the eyes, in this situation where there was no water to wash it out, the eyes would definitely go blind. The child moved nimbly. Using the moment, he threw the chili powder to distance himself from Lu Zhou and his group. At the same time, Lu Zhou clearly heard several sounds of chains from his balcony. Not good. The little brat was just stalling for time. But it was too late. The boy, under Lu Zhou's fierce gaze, opened the window. Suddenly, several people squeezed into the room from outside. Each one of them was robust, covered in tattoos, and looked like some kind of ruthless scoundrels. Each of these men wielded a bone knife, clearly indicating they meant business. One man with a rough voice said, Z, have you checked everything in the house? Is it worth the haul? The boy named Z grinned. I assure you, there's plenty of supplies here. Upon hearing a confirmed answer, the men immediately looked up and took up aggressive stances. From their physiques, Lu Zhou could tell it was going to be a tough battle. This group of people was definitely not the kind to talk big. They were coming at Lu Zhou with real weapons and fierce expressions. One of them grumbled, Z, let me take care of this kid for you. He dared to hit my brother. He's looking for death. The bone knife in his hand made a sharp whistling sound as he swung it. His target was Lu Zhou, while the 4 men behind him charged towards Lu Zhou's father, uncle, and the 2 members of the Zhang family. Lu Zhou felt a rush of anxiety. With a quick motion of his left hand, another curved knife was drawn from its sheath. At the moment the man charged, Lu Zhou exerted force from his waist, slightly changing his stance. He sidestepped the man's blade. Without hesitation, his curved knife aimed mercilessly at the strong man's neck. Quick, accurate, and lethal. This was Lu Zhou's fighting philosophy. In a deadly struggle, timing and adaptability relied entirely on the physical reactions of both sides and their fighting skills. Lu Zhou could confidently say that after crawling through hell for 7 years, he was no longer that ordinary high school student dreaming of college, but a living demon who had clawed his way out of hell. Through countless deadly skirmishes, Lu Zhou gradually understood how to deliver a fatal blow. Shoo! Blood sprayed out. The strong man's carotid artery was sliced open by Lu Zhou in one swift motion. Due to the high pressure in the blood vessels, blood gushed out of the wound like a fountain. Before long, the strong man's body went limp, his eyes wide open as he collapsed to the ground. As he fell, his legs twitched involuntarily. The 4 men attacking Lu Zhou's companions were momentarily stunned. So fast, their comrade had been taken out in an instant by a little brat? What kind of joke was this? Their comrade was a well-known tough guy, someone who had previously escaped being surrounded by several people. How could he be inexplicably defeated in just one exchange? The 4 individuals reacted quickly, and one of them immediately turned around to confront Lu Zhou in a duel. The other 3 targeted the remaining opponents. At first, they assumed that the other's abilities would be as terrifying as Lu Zhou's. But after just one exchange, the 3 of them breathed sighs of relief. They were too weak. These 4 were clearly on the same level as that person. They turned to charge directly at Lu Zhou, gripping their bone knives tightly, their eyes not daring to relax for a moment. One of them believed that his companions had been taken down because they had let their guard down, and he needed to learn from that lesson. Lu Zhou curled his lips into a smile as he swung his curved blade, aiming straight for the man's chest. The man was vigilant, and he managed to block this attack. However, after he deflected the blow, he did not dare to underestimate Lu Zhou and continued to keep a close watch on his movements. Suddenly, Lu Zhou's left hand moved swiftly, continuing to strike at the man's face. The man's mind raced. This move seemed to use the left hand, but in reality, it was the right hand. He quickly reacted, blocking Lu Zhou's descending curved blade with his other hand. Yet in the next second, he felt a sharp pain in the back of his neck as Lu Zhou's blade pierced through. It turned out that Lu Zhou had no intention of using his right hand to kill. Instead, he had held the knife with his left hand to send the man to his demise. "Sorry, you guessed wrong," Lu Zhou said with a sinister smile. He carelessly pulled out the curved blade from the man's neck, and just like the previous person, blood gushed out from the back of his neck like a small fountain. The sound of the body hitting the ground instantly attracted the attention of the others. When the brawny men's companions saw this scene, their faces turned pale. This person, was he even human? How could someone who looked less robust than them be so quick and ruthless in taking down their companions? And that was not the scariest part. The most terrifying thing was that after killing their companion, this person was now charging directly at the 3 of them with a fierce expression. Previously, the 6 of them had relied on teamwork and deception to seize resources by working together. There were times when they had to fight and kill, and some of those pushed to the brink would choose to fight back. However, none of them had ever displayed such overwhelming murderous intent as Lu Zhou. The 3 of them instinctively shrank their necks, feeling a chill, especially when they saw the 2 blood-soaked curved blades in Lu Zhou's hands. Each of them was filled with fear. What a joke! Why would they even think of fighting someone like this? Help! Wasn't this just asking for death? Once morale was lost, it became incredibly difficult to regroup, even when they had started with an advantage. The 3 were now distracted by their fights with Lu Zhou's father, uncle, and the Zhang family, while simultaneously having to be wary of Lu Zhou's unexpected attacks. Sweat beads the size of soybeans rolled down each of their foreheads. It was over. They had kicked a metal plate. While paying attention to the 3, Lu Zhou also kept an eye on that little troublemaker who had just caused a ruckus. He skillfully positioned himself in an excellent spot, ensuring he wouldn't lose track of these 4 targets. He immediately pulled out a slingshot to assist his companions in the fight. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The iron balls flew straight toward the three opponents. As they rushed forward, it was evident they were targeting the three men. Chapter 76, Coercion. The speed was simply too fast for the little brat to react in time. Just as he was about to rush forward to stop Lu Zhou, it was already too late. Accompanied by three distinct wails of anguish, the three men each covered their single eye, their faces contorted in pain. They were muttering incoherently in curses. "You bastard, how dare you blind me? I'll fight you to the end. Damn it, let's go." The anger from being blinded made these three exceptionally furious. Struggling to get up, they tightly gripped their bone knives, charging at Lu Ba, Uncle, and Zhang's family. All three of them thought that they needed to quickly deal with Lu Zhou's accomplices first, and then they would work together to eliminate Lu Zhou. After all, while they were strong one-on-one, there was no guarantee they would survive a group attack. Having worked together for a long time, the three were naturally in sync with each other. When the three men charged in with a fierce momentum, Lu Ba sidestepped to dodge the incoming fierce slash. Then he raised his arm high, wielding the tang knife downwards to strike. This blow did not betray Lu Ba's recent relentless training, although he veered a bit off course. Overall, the strike landed directly on the shoulder of the brawny man. TSK. He missed. He had originally aimed for the chest. Lu Ba's expression turned angry, but his movements didn't falter in the slightest. On the other hand, Uncle remained more composed. He calmly used a military shovel to smash into the face of the brawny man charging at him. Bang! A loud sound echoed, followed by the brawny man's wail and the clear sound of bones cracking. No need to think about it. His nose bridge must have broken. Blood gushed from the brawny man's nose as he spun around in a daze from the blow. Zhang Fu and Zhang Jiahao tackled one of the attackers together. The two of them clumsily dodged the incoming slash, and then Zhang Fu quickly retreated, pulling out a slingshot at lightning speed. Zhang Jiahao was responsible for holding off the attacker. Zhang Fu's skills were undeniably impressive. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. He fired off 10 shots, each one hitting its target. One could say he was shooting with unerring accuracy. Zhang Jiahao, who was fighting the brawny man, was desperately holding on. Finally, he saw the brawny man, covering his eyes, kneeling on the ground and howling in agony. Great! They could finally catch their breath for a moment. To be honest, fighting was truly exhausting. After a moment, all three of them were injured. Seeing the battered state of the three, Uncle and Lu Ba couldn't help but feel a bit relieved. Zhang Fu and Zhang Jiahao, however, wore cautious expressions. A wounded prey often unleashes a final wave of desperation. This last struggle is usually when hunters are most vulnerable to injury. Although the three of them bore many wounds, their footing remained steady. One by one, they looked very stable. Lu Zhou frowned, a sense of foreboding flashing through his mind. He quickly rushed over, opening his mouth to warn them, "Be careful." Before he could finish his sentence, the three men suddenly surged forward, charging directly at Lu Ba alone like madmen. Lu Zhou extended his curved knife and swiftly stabbed the last man who lagged behind. After that, he watched as the remaining two rushed towards the others. Both had a fearless look on their faces, which startled the four. Taking a slight step back, Dad Lu resolutely stepped onto the scene, wielding a broadsword and ready to fight. Perhaps it's because people release more adrenaline when severely injured. This person dodged Dad Lu's attack and charged directly at Uncle E. Lu Zhou clearly saw that among this group, this young man was the weakest. Along with the person injured by Dad Lu, who was clinging to him as if he would never let go, the situation was extremely dire. Lu Zhou's footsteps didn't stop as he anxiously sweated profusely. Wei Qingzhu reacted quickly, hurriedly sidestepping, and the two of them engaged in a fierce struggle. The two members of the Zhang family each helped one side, their palms clammy with sweat from fear. Just when they thought they had the situation under control, unexpectedly, the person entangled with Dad Lu seemed to go mad, rushing towards him with a knife in hand, clearly intending to stab Dad Lu. Dad Lu fought desperately to stop this lunatic, but still felt somewhat powerless. Lu Zhou was obviously unable to provide assistance. In a critical moment, the strong man suddenly trembled all over, then began to froth at the mouth, and the bone-cutter knife was dropped at his feet. After that, he slumped to the ground, appearing as if he were dead. Lu Zhou let out a sigh of relief and turned his head simultaneously with Dad Lu, only to see Mom Lu wielding an electric baton. Mom Lu's eyes were calm, but her trembling hands betrayed her true feelings. "Old Lu, are you okay?" Meanwhile, the last person had already been subdued. Lu Zhou dashed like the wind towards the little brat who was trying to escape. The little brat, realizing the situation was dire, attempted to jump out the window. Thankfully, Zhang's father was quick to react and shot a slingshot, hitting the brat right in the back of the knee. Taking advantage of his momentary pain, Lu Zhou rushed over and grabbed the child. He showed no mercy to this little brat, first landing a dozen punches and then grabbing his hair, smashing his head down toward the ground. Quickly, the brat's head was bruised and bloodied. Originally a rather handsome little face, now was beaten into a pig's head by Lu Zhou. If it weren't for the fact that this brat still had some value, Lu Zhou wouldn't mind sending him to meet his maker. "Tell me, why did you target my family?" Lu Zhou breathed heavily, his voice icy. The brat sneered mockingly. "You'll never find out what you want to know in your lifetime. Do you think that because you killed my companion, I'll obediently tell you? Don't get too complacent." Before he could finish, Lu Zhou frowned and yanked his hair, lifting him above the ground filled with sharp glass shards. Seeing the sharp and tiny glass pieces, the brat shivered, a bad premonition surfacing in his mind. Struggling to escape, he was pressed down by Lu Zhou's cold expression. He had learned not only how to survive in the apocalypse over the past 7 years, but also how to make enemies quickly divulge information. He had seen many stubborn people like this. After being slammed down several times, the brat cried out, begging him to stop. Holding the little brat firmly, at this moment his eyes were bloodshot and he looked utterly terrifying. Despite such a pitiful appearance, the Zhang family was too scared to feel sympathy again. The world was just too damn terrifying. Last time, they had just felt sympathy for a woman, only to be slapped in the face by reality. This time, it was the same. This little brat looked miserable, but his heart was darker than that of many adults. Thus, Zhang Jiahao came to a complete realization. The vulnerable often should not be overlooked. Such people can bite you unexpectedly, leading to your demise. Feeling goosebumps all over, Zhang Jiahao secretly vowed that if he ever felt sympathy again without considering the situation, he would be a complete idiot. Chapter 77, Revenge. The other four were astonished to see Lu Zhou's brutal and cruel methods, but as they recalled the moment when these 6 had wanted to kill them, their expressions turned icy cold. Lu Zhou was witnessing such a terrifying man for the first time. He had endured beatings before and prided himself on his ability to withstand pain, but this person had actually made him crash into shards of glass. The pain was one thing, but those tiny, dense shards piercing into his flesh were an endless torment that truly drove him to the brink of collapse. For the first time, Lu Zhou felt a deep hatred for being alive. This kind of torture made him think that dying would be better. Lu Zhou had heard the answer he wanted to hear and smirked as he spoke softly. "Tell me." It was a person named Lu Zhangzhu who told us. "He said your family have a lot of supplies, that your house is filled to the brim. So we came." As soon as these words were spoken, both Lu's father and Lu's mother widened their eyes in shock. Lu Zhou's expression turned cold. It seemed that kicking Lu Zhangzhu last time hadn't been a sufficient punishment after all. He had initially thought that as long as Lu Zhangzhu didn't provoke his family again, he would give his father face and let it go, not seeking revenge against him and letting him be. He didn't expect that his uncle would give him such a lesson. A person like this, if left alive, would only bring endless trouble. It seemed he couldn't let him go. Lu Zhou was a clever person and quickly sensed the change in Lu Zhou's aura. His mind raced, and he started to figure out the underlying issues. "I didn't expect your relative would betray you. You really have a miserable life, Lu Zhou mocked. Facing Lu Zhou's ridicule, Zhang Jiahao thought Lu Zhou was quite brave. To taunt a man who looked like a devil, he must be insane. Lu Zhou didn't rush to take action, but instead asked softly, "Have you six killed many people?" Thinking he would be tortured further, Lu Zhou was taken aback by the question. He mechanically turned his eyes toward the ceiling and slowly replied, "Who knows? Would you remember how many slices of bread you've eaten?" This response infuriated the onlookers, who clenched their fists in anger. How arrogant! He didn't regard lives as anything of value. Lu Zhou frowned habitually and let out a chuckle. "Do you think my family has particularly abundant resources? Besides, don't you realize that I am at odds with him? Are you sure you weren't being used as pawns?" As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Zhou was first stunned, then his teeth clenched in anger. Damn, he had sensed from the start that Lu Zhangzhu was not a good person. His brother had even put all their family members under his protection at their base for peace of mind. It seemed that Lu Zhangzhu had simply been toying with them. Although the Lu family's supplies were decent, for ordinary people, it could only be said to be barely sufficient. Realizing they had been used as pawns made Lu Zai's expression turn sour. However, why didn't he let Lu Zhou and Lu Zhangzhu tear each other apart? After all, there were still people left at home to take care of things, so he wasn't worried about no one being able to deal with Lu Zhou. His expression softened immediately. "I'll give you the address. Will you let me go?" After all, he had to try for a chance at survival. Lu Zhou looked at the effect he had created with satisfaction. "Can't, but I can help you deal with him. Don't you want that?" Hung In Community, Building 6, Unit 1401. Lu Zhou smiled and said, "Thank you." After saying that, he directly knocked Lu Zai unconscious and then tied him up tightly. This person is still somewhat useful for the time being, so let's keep him around until we deal with the matter regarding Lu Zhangzhu, and then send him on his way. After seeing Lu Zhou's actions, the onlookers were somewhat bewildered. This didn't seem like something Lu Zhou would do. Lu Zhou approached his parents, whispering, "Dad, Mom, I'll keep an eye on Lu Zhangzhu's movements these days. He needs to be dealt with." These words had already effectively sentenced Lu Zhangzhu to death. Lu Dad's eyes were red, but he didn't stop Lu Zhou. Lu Zhangzhu should never have thought about killing and silencing witnesses when it came to his wife and son. Lu Mom was so furious that her chest heaved, and she tightly gripped her throat as she whispered, "Son, do whatever you want with him. This person is truly too wicked." Lu Mom was clearly infuriated. Their family of 3 had it hard enough. In their previous life, they were ridiculed and humiliated by Lu Zhangzhu. This life, they had originally planned to let it go, but unexpectedly, this person was like an old immortal hanging himself. He just couldn't get enough of life. After obtaining his parents' consent, Lu Zhou felt relieved. In truth, even if his parents had disagreed, he would have still made Lu Zhangzhu accidentally disappear. He wouldn't let go of such an unstable factor. After realizing what was going on, his uncle and the Zhang family felt awkward. So, the Lu family was actually betrayed by their own relatives? This was a wake-up call for everyone present. His uncle hesitated, but ultimately didn't have time to ask questions. He first helped the Lu family clean up the house. They had killed swiftly, but now the entire house was a murder scene covered in blood. Everyone worked hard and finally managed to clean up the bloodstains on the floor. After handling the corpse and wiping away all the large bloodstains, the Zhang family and his uncle finally left. Lu Zhou didn't rest. He immediately continued tidying up the house. He turned on the air purifier and started mopping the floor with water. Finally, he sprayed disinfectant. After working for more than 2 hours, he finally managed to clean up the house. After knocking out and binding the only remaining survivor, Lu Zhou personally locked him in the study. The study was small, and everything inside had already been cleaned out by Lu Zhou. At this moment, it was just an empty room. After dealing with the survivor, Lu Dad spoke up. "Son, Lu Zhangzhu has really gone too far. Just name a day, and I'll go with you." It was good that Lu Dad was so clear-headed, but Lu Zhou was uncertain about one thing. Was what the survivor said the truth? At that time, he mentioned that the 6 of them were a team, and that Lu Zhou's family was locked up at home as hostages. But someone as treacherous as the survivor could tell the truth? Lu Zhou had reasonable doubts about whether what he said was half true and half false. After all, only if the story was half true and half false would it convince people. Considering that the survivor still had a team, Lu Zhou was even more on guard. He went to his dad and, during the night, reinforced all the windows in their house. Previously, they could be opened, but now Lu Zhou had twisted them shut with wire. At the same time, he went to the bathroom that the survivor had desperately wanted to visit. He wanted to see what kind of magic this bathroom had that could attract the survivor so much. When he and his dad arrived at the bathroom, they immediately felt strange and fearful. They saw that the small window inside was currently perfectly intact. Lu Zhou had thought that this small window might have been damaged, but he didn't expect it to be in perfect condition. Lu Mom gasped, pointing at the small window to indicate to the two men to take a look. Chapter 78, Cabin Upgrade. At the edge of the window, a piece of fabric was fluttering. This fabric looked familiar to Lu Zhou. After taking a closer look, he confirmed that this piece of cloth had been scraped off from Dazai's body. Looking at the spacing of the iron bars on the window, it was just enough to allow a small, slender child to squeeze through. Upon realizing this, Lu Zhou understood why Dazai wanted to go to the bathroom. It was to escape through this window. Since he had been caught off guard here last time, Lu Zhou knew he had to quickly fix this loophole. The best approach would be to reinforce the window with more steel bars, but that would undoubtedly create a lot of noise. After some thought, Lu Zhou decided to abandon that idea. Considering that the bathroom wouldn't be of much use in the future, he resolved to use cement to completely block the bathroom window. He took out the cement and covered the window. Only after that did he turn around to discuss Lu Zhou's matter with his parents. They eventually concluded that they should first use a drone to observe the address provided by Dazai. After confirming that everything was fine, they would deal with Lu Zhou. Both Lu Dad and Lu Mom agreed with this plan. After researching the drone for a while, Lu Zhou realized that the one he had used at the Baoga building was the latest model, with a wide range of functions. Most importantly, it was portable, lightweight, water-resistant, sunproof, and quite durable. Moreover, its imaging capabilities were state-of-the-art. Not only could it clearly monitor targets in sunny weather, but it could also capture images in rainy conditions, at night, and in other extreme weather situations. This drone was priced at 880,000 yuan, a luxury beyond Lu Zhou's reach before the apocalypse. Once Lu Zhou fully mastered the drone's functions, he carefully taught his parents how to operate it. Flying the drone was an essential skill. It was crucial to learn. After both of them had completely learned how to fly the drone, Lu Zhou assigned the task of monitoring Dazai's provided address to his mom and dad. They were unexpectedly excited. With the drone in control, they shot up into the sky. It was as simple as playing with a remote-controlled airplane. Lu Zhou felt a bit embarrassed and reminded his parents to pay attention to the machine's battery indicator. They had to keep the battery level above 30% at all times to prevent the drone from failing to return. However, this drone had a better endurance than ordinary drones. A full charge lasted about 2 hours, which was 2 to 3 times that of regular drones. Lu Dad clumsily piloted the drone, relying on the offline map that Lu Zhou had installed on it, weaving through the vicinity of their destination. Fortunately, the destination was not far from Hengxin Garden, and the drone reached its destination in about 20 minutes. Along the way, the drone did not attract anyone's attention, primarily because it took off with minimal noise and the entire drone was designed for stealth. As long as one wasn't paying close attention, it would be hard to notice it in general circumstances. The drone smoothly approached its destination, Building 6 of Hengxin Community, Unit 1401. It hovered in the air a little further away, monitoring 1401. Fortunately, the curtains in 1401 were open, allowing Lu Dad to see the situation inside the room. At a glance, he could only see that the room was empty and messy, not resembling a gathering place. Lu Zhou also saw this scene. After waiting another half an hour without any new discoveries, Lu Dad and Lu Zhou exchanged greetings with their family members and headed out first. Having learned from the last time, this time, only 3 people went out: Lu Dad, Zhang Sha, and Annie. Among the 3, Annie drove the speedboat, quickly exiting Hengxin Garden. Lu Mom focused on watching the screen, while Lu Zhou began completing his daily tasks. He patiently watered the vegetables, weeded the garden, and then painstakingly learned new knowledge. After much effort, Lu Zhou finally gathered enough survival points, totaling 30. Awesome! I can unlock another feature now. Tip: does the player want to unlock the planting feature? Lu Zhou felt a surge of excitement and immediately responded in his mind to the game. Yes. The next second, the entire screen began to flicker slightly. Congratulations, player! You have unlocked the planting feature. You have received a rubber tree. A rubber tree isn't bad. It can be used to make caps for Molotov cocktails, so it's a pretty decent reward. Lu Zhou couldn't wait to check how long it would take for the rubber tree to mature. When he opened it, it clearly displayed: rubber tree matures every 6 hours. Just like sweet potatoes, there is no limit to the number of times it can produce. Lu Zhou felt a bit itchy with curiosity, wondering how much rubber he would harvest each time the rubber matured. Over the past few days, he hadn't wasted any game resources at all. He timed his visits to collect crops and then stored those resources away. The only human-like feature was that these game resources didn't occupy Lu Zhou's backpack slots. They were part of a separate inventory that didn't take up space. Just as he was lost in thought, the system continued to beep and prompt him. Detected that the player has enough diamonds. Would you like to spend 10,000 diamonds to upgrade your game cabin? At this moment, Lu Zhou finally came to his senses. The last time he went underwater diving, he fished out quite a few valuable items from the jewelry counter. He had given the jade to his mother to wear, while the gold and diamonds were all given to the game. He hadn't considered how to use the diamonds, and now he realized they were for upgrading the game cabin. Confirm upgrade. Without any hesitation, Lu Zhou immediately spoke. Receiving player's intent, upgrading immediately. As soon as the prompt sounded, Lu Zhou noticed that many golden dots were emanating from his game cabin. Next, in the blink of an eye, these dots quickly gathered together and then dispersed. A larger game cabin appeared before him. Lu Zhou hurried inside and discovered that the space had significantly increased. It went from 70 square meters to now 150 square meters. The height also increased from 5 meters to 8 meters. Moreover, the game cabin now had an additional feature where Lu Zhou could stack items using his mind. For example, he could stack items up to 8 meters high with mental control. Lu Zhou was delighted. This feature was quite thoughtful, making it much more convenient to retrieve items. After experimenting for a bit, Lu Zhou nodded in satisfaction. Furthermore, the cabin used to only have a living room, bedroom, and kitchen. Now, there was an additional bathroom available. Correspondingly, the areas of the living room, bedroom, and kitchen had also expanded. Realizing how useful diamonds were, Lu Zhou even wished he could immediately gather another batch of diamonds. However, he quickly calmed down. According to the game's upgrade pattern, there would definitely be a limit to upgrades, so blindly collecting would only lead to impatience. For now, the space in his game cabin was sufficient, and there wasn't an urgent need for more slots. Having thought this through, Lu Zhou suddenly felt clear-headed. Chapter 79, Regret. After coming out of the game field, Lu Mom continued to watch the footage returned by the drone. Lu Zhou asked casually, but Lu Mom shook her head, indicating that nothing valuable had been discovered. At that moment, Lu Ba pushed the door and entered, bringing with him the smell of rain from outside. Son, there were really a lot of people signing up over there. After the 3 of us finished our registration, we rushed back. You wouldn't believe it. Everyone outside looks much more haggard. Lu Ba babbled about the things he had seen, clearly a bit shocked. The better-off people are sharing a raft, while those without a raft just jumped into the water and swam over. It was packed with people, and several times the order almost collapsed. It was only held together by force. Sigh, I feel like things outside are getting more and more unstable. Lu Ba had never lacked food and drink at home. Although life these days had been anxious compared to those outside, their family was clearly much more fortunate. Lu Zhou nodded in agreement a few times. Dad, that's normal. After all, the chances of survival decrease as time goes on. Mom, you can stop watching now. The footage can be replayed later. Lu Mom agreed and finally put down the device in her hand. The drone could still film for another half hour before it needed to return on the same route. The three of them managed to eat a bit, and Lu Zhou personally operated the drone to fly back. Today had yielded no results, but there was no need to be discouraged. As long as time allowed, he didn't believe they wouldn't discover some clues. An hour later, Lu Zhou had retrieved the drone that had flown back. After charging it, there was a knock on their door. It was his uncle, who called for the three of them to go to his home for training. During these days, Grandma Dan had been giving Jiang Xiaolin and Lu Mom lessons, while Lu Ba, Lu Zhou, and his uncle were consistently training together. After an hour of study and training, his uncle wiped the sweat from his forehead and quietly asked, Xiao Zhou, just now, who is Lu Zhengzhu to your family? Uncle, he's my little uncle. Don't worry about it. My parents and I will handle it. Upon hearing this, Wei Qingzhu could only nod. He realized that Lu Zhou was quite capable in every aspect. There was no need for him to worry unnecessarily and drag others down. Instead, he should focus on training so he could lend a hand when danger arose next time. After the training ended, everyone was in a state of exhaustion. For several days afterward, Lu Zhou experienced a series of repetitive tasks, including physical training, flying the drone, and completing daily missions. Finally, he found some progress in the footage from the drone. In the playback, through the glass window, several figures flashed by. Lu Zhou frowned and zoomed in on the footage. Enlarged, the image clearly showed three big men alongside Lu Zhengzhu, who looked pitiful, his face bruised and swollen, as if he had taken quite a beating. Moreover, Lu Zhou also spotted two other people unexpectedly, Lu Zhengzhu's wife and son. These two were being pushed forward by someone, crying as they walked, looking very miserable, especially his cousin, who was crying uncontrollably. The other big men showed no mercy, hitting him with sticks, clearly using considerable force. Just then, someone pulled the curtain on the windowsill. The drone lost its target. As Lu Zhou watched this scene, he was basically certain of one thing. They had at least 3 accomplices, and Lu Zhengzhu's entire family had been captured by them. Liu Zai told a lie. At this moment, Liu Zai was groggily waking up. His head was still not clear when a pair of familiar shoes appeared in front of him. Looking up, he saw it was Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou smiled and said, Liu Zai, you lied to me. In your base, there's still a partner. This number was made up by Lu Zhou, mainly to see the person's reaction. Unexpectedly, Liu Zai's tone was no longer calm. What kind of joke is this? We absolutely have no partner. Seeing that this person was still so stubborn, Lu Zhou smilingly took out a basin of broken glass shards and gently pushed it in front of him. Liu Zai, you wouldn't want me to bury your face in here, would you? Liu Zai, damn it. Recalling that kind of pain worse than death, Liu Zai trembled a few times and finally stammered, It's as you said, but how do you know we have a partner? I made it up. After dealing with this person, Lu Zhou picked up an electrobaton, stunned him, and then went out. That person was a bit tricky. Anyway, being tough definitely wouldn't work. He had to think of a clever way. Building 6, Unit 2, Apartment 1401 in Hungin Community. A big man was holding up a cup filled with beer, and they were toasting. Cheers! This place has finally fallen into our hands. One person took the lead in mocking, and soon others followed. Isn't that right? I've had enough of being a workhorse for the boss. Luckily, it didn't come back this time, which really benefited us. Isn't this all thanks to this kid? If he hadn't led the boss away, we wouldn't be enjoying this good life now. You did well. I reward you by having you drink with me. Lu Zhengzhu's legs were trembling. He regretted his actions every single time. If he had known this group was full of beasts, he wouldn't have taken the risk to deliver messages to them. But he couldn't blame himself. He could only blame that little brat Lu Zhou for kicking him. After all, he was Lu Zhou's uncle. How dare this brat treat him like this? The more he thought about it, the more frustrated he became. Eventually, He inquired around and learned about a small group that had just become active recently. At that time, he thought that if they ate meat, he could at least drink soup, and by the way, help teach Lu Zhou and his group a lesson. Who knew this group was quite cautious? First, they threatened him to go home and bring his wife and child. Under the pretext of protecting his family's safety, they were actually using them as hostages. Lu Zhou was filled with hatred, but at this moment, he didn't dare to turn against them. He could only run over, looking very sycophantic. "Oh, it's my honor for you to ask me to drink. I'll drink right now." After saying that, he was about to pick up the cup and drink it all. The person who asked him to drink moved his eyes, and another person sternly reprimanded. "What's your status to deserve a cup? The boss asked you to drink. It's meant for you to drink like this." After saying that, he took the little bit of beer left and spilled it on the boss's shoes. "What are you standing there for? Hurry up and lick it clean. How hard is it to drink at this time? Hurry up and thank the boss." Lu Zhou was first stunned, and then felt humiliated, but he had been beaten too many times before, so he didn't dare to resist and could only bend down. Chapter 80. The Cowardly Man. This humiliating position truly made Lu Zhou tightly shut his eyes. Unexpectedly, just as he bent down without even having started to lick, a kick struck his face. Giving you a drink is a tremendous favor. What's with that long face? If you don't want to drink, then don't. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou felt a mix of terror and relief. After all, what normal person would casually demand someone to lick their shoes? With a forced smile, Lu Zhou was about to say something when he was taken aback by the next statement. "Since you won't drink with my boss, let your wife come over and drink with me." Lu Zhou's face twitched, his fists clenched tight as he said, "Big brother, how about we forget it? My wife doesn't drink." Before he could finish his sentence, a punch landed on his head from one of the gang members. "What are you babbling about? This is giving you face, do you understand?" After saying that, the man aimed at Lu Zhou and started hitting him hard multiple times, each blow filled with force. Kong Shida, the boss, smiled and said, "How about this? You choose today. Either get beaten to death or let your wife drink with me." Cold sweat poured down Lu Zhou's face, and while he hesitated, he was kicked several times, with some agitated members even using steel pipes to strike him. The bone-deep pain quickly made him give up on defending his wife. "Ow, ow. Big brother, please stop hitting me. I'm going to die. I'll let my wife come, okay? Just don't hit me anymore." Lu Zhou trembled as he got up, crawling under the legs of the man and pleading. Seeing him in such a wretched state, Kong Shida felt a sense of satisfaction in his heart. "Did you see that? Your husband said it himself." When Lu Zhou raised his head, he finally noticed that his wife was standing to the side, looking at him with a strange expression as she listened to him say those words. In that instant, he froze in place. It was one thing to do this secretly, but now being caught red-handed by the person involved made even the thick-skinned Lu Zhou feel an overwhelming sense of embarrassment. Lu Zhaoping never expected that her husband would so easily betray her. What does accompanying for drinks mean? Everyone could see through that. How could she not know what that implied? Thinking about her impending fate, Lu Zhaoping's face turned pale. She rushed toward Lu Zhou, crying out, "Lu Zhou, do you have no heart? I gave you children. How could you do this to me?" Her hand swung wildly, hitting Lu Zhou on the body and face. Lu Zhou, who still felt guilty, was instantly consumed by anger at this humiliation. In a fit of rage, he slapped Lu Zhaoping across the face. "How dare you? It's a blessing for you to serve the boss. Hurry up and go." The others moved closer, dragging Lu Zhaoping to Kong Shida's side. Although Lu Zhaoping had given birth to a 10-year-old child and had endured much in recent days, it was undeniable that she was of above-average looks. However, it wasn't just because she was beautiful. It was because she was Lu Zhou's wife. This group simply wanted to humiliate Lu Zhou. After all, life was dull, and nothing was more entertaining than watching a show. Lu Zhaoping covered her cheek in disbelief, her eyes filled with confusion. What has happened to this world? Her husband, who used to be quite considerate, how did he become like this today? Before she could comprehend it, she was forced to sit down, drinking with the crowd. Since Lu Zhou learned about the enemy's numbers, every day was spent either training or making plans, preparing for every possible scenario. He decided that he and his father would head to the enemy's main camp together. One thing was certain: Lu Zhou had to be dealt with. The second point is that it's uncertain whether these 5 people will come looking for them. Before setting off, Lu Zhou, along with his father, put on their explosion-proof suits and prepared their weapons as usual. The weapons included a crossbow, a slingshot, a curved knife, and an electric pig's tail. In the past few days, Lu Zhou had spent time making plenty of crossbow bolts and projectiles using iron, ore, and wood. He had used up all the wood and iron ore he had collected in the past. Besides that, he also had a good number of Molotov cocktails stored in his small cabin. The rubber trees had come in handy for making the cocktails. With rubber, the bottle caps fit perfectly. Of course, he wouldn't use these Molotov cocktails unless absolutely necessary. After all, this group of people was operating in a residential area, and while it wouldn't be a problem to kill them, harming innocent people would be another matter. With all the weapons prepared, Lu Zhou and his father went downstairs, got on their boat, and headed straight for their destination. After about 40 minutes, they finally arrived at the Hoarding residential area. Following their plan, they took position at Building 11, directly opposite Building 6. Fortunately, the household across from them was empty. Lu Zhou used a piece of wire to open the door, and he and his father slipped inside, heading for the balcony. The house was uninhabited. The furniture looked new, and the air was filled with a faint scent of composite wood boards. It seemed to have been recently renovated, but no one had moved in yet. The buildings in Hoarding residential area were very close together, not even 3 meters apart. The housing prices here were cheap, and not many people with money would choose to buy a house in this area. From the balcony of Building 11, they could almost see every move made in Building 6. Lu Zhou concealed himself well and kept a close watch on the opposite side. His father was so tense that his fingertips trembled. After waiting for about 20 minutes, they finally saw someone pull back the curtains on the opposite side. The first thing that caught their eyes were 2 naked bodies, an entwined couple. Lu Zhou squinted, and the next moment, his face darkened. His father initially didn't react, but when he realized who they were, his face turned pale. Lu Zhou didn't recognize the man, but he recognized the woman. It was his aunt, Lu Zhaoping. Seeing this scene made Lu Zhou's blood boil with anger. In Lu Zhou's memory, Lu Zhaoping was a weak-willed woman. In his past life, his uncle's family had been more malicious. While the Lu family had wronged him, this was not a way to insult someone. Lu Zhou's father gripped his tang knife tightly, his teeth grinding. He also recognized Lu Zhaoping. Watching these beasts act wantonly, he felt an urge to rush in and kill them all to alleviate his hatred. Lu Zhou opened the window and coldly used the slingshot to shoot out a few steel balls. Although they didn't break the window, they successfully attracted the attention of the people inside. What flew in? One of the people by the window paused and curiously opened the window to see what it was. In that precious moment, Lu Zhou quickly loaded the projectiles, aimed at the man's temple, and shot them out in unison. The steel balls whistled through the air and hit the man's temple squarely. Chapter 81. The person is gone. Almost in the next second, the person just went limp and collapsed onto the ground. Lu Zhaoping, startled, looked out the window. Had she just seen her second brother and his children? Thinking about her current state of being completely naked, Lu Zhaoping hurriedly looked for some clothes to put on. The commotion by the window quickly caught the attention of the others in the room. Damn, Zhang Yun is dead. Someone noticed their fallen companion and immediately shouted. This voice drew the attention of the others in the room. Among them, Li Shida reacted the fastest. He picked up the iron ball that had rolled down to the ground, his expression grim. It was the people outside who did it. Zhang Yun was shot dead by a marble. Unbeknownst to them, one of their comrades had died, and the psychological pressure on the remaining 4 was immense. Li Shida had just become the big brother, and their good times had only just begun. He certainly wasn't willing to give in easily. With a grim expression, he whispered. This person must be dealt with. Otherwise, I'm afraid the four of us will end up dead too. The other four were usually strong, but lacked initiative. Upon hearing Lishida's words, they could only follow his lead. But, big brother, what should we do now? The enemy was hidden while they were exposed, and they were in a precarious situation. Lishida lowered his head in thought, then spoke up to instruct the four. You all close the windows first. No matter what, we cannot let them kill us with ranged attacks again. This suggestion received agreement from the other three. One person acted quickly, about to close the window, when suddenly a burning glass bottle flew past his cheek and fell into the room. The heat from the glass bottle burned his face. Damn, what the hell just flew in? Lishida glanced at the ground and was instantly horrified. He shouted, Jump out the window quickly. That's a Molotov cocktail. No doubt about it. The shape, the smell, he was absolutely certain it was. He knew all too well how terrifying the power of such things could be. Who was targeting them? Had they gone mad, using this sort of weapon? Lishida leaped out the window in a flash. The three behind him quickly reacted, leaping out after him like dumplings being tossed into water. Plop, plop. The sound of splashing water were continuous. The four who jumped barely surfaced before struggling to grab onto floating debris. Before they could catch their breath, a volley of crossbow arrows shot through the air, heading straight for them. Lu Zhou's arrows were aimed directly at the vital points of the four. Two of them were immediately killed. The other two reacted quickly, turning to the side and avoiding critical hits. However, both of their arms were not so fortunate, pierced by Lu Zhou's arrows. Blood began to drip from their wounded shoulders, but they dared not fully submerge themselves underwater. The water was heavily polluted. With injuries like theirs, if they inhaled any water, even if they managed to escape for now, they would face severe infection later and ultimately die. Lishida suppressed his inner fear, forcing himself to stay calm. The other person beside him was trembling with anxiety. In a moment of terror, Lishida looked up at the large tent they had set up, but was shocked to find that the house hadn't caught fire. Impossible! Wasn't that a Molotov cocktail? How could it be? The shape, the smell, he was sure. Then, Lishida's expression darkened. Damn, they had been tricked into coming out, and now the enemy was going to kill them all. They had been too careless. First, swim back home to get the weapon. After saying this, Lishida and another person desperately swam towards Building 6. Seeing the two trying to escape, Dad Lu was anxious and was about to shoot an arrow. Lu Zhou stopped him. Dad Lu thought it was better to act himself than to rely on aim. He continued to shoot several arrows, but all were dodged by Lishida. Seeing this, Lu Zhou focused and took a deep breath, shooting out the most lethal arrow, aiming straight for Lishida. Lishida reacted quickly, realizing he couldn't dodge. He swiftly turned around, changing direction with the other person. Puff! This was the sound of the crossbow bolt piercing flesh. The other person looked at Lishida in disbelief, seemingly unable to understand why he had done this. Once good brothers, now he had become a sacrificial lamb. This person's eyes widened in shock, and after the initial surprise, anger took over. He reached out, trying to hold Lishida tightly to die together, but was knocked senseless by a punch from Lishida. With that punch, he was completely sent to the afterlife. Lishida rolled and crawled to Building 6, desperately trying to run home. Damn it, 5 people, and without even seeing what the other side looked like, they were all killed until only one was left. This was truly laughable. After Lishida's figure disappeared, Lu Zhou quickly took out a grappling hook and hooked it to the opposite window, slipping over. Dad Lu followed closely behind. When the two entered, they happened to encounter a small ant with a terrified expression. Lu Zhongzhu had been knocked unconscious by someone and was now lying on the ground. Lu Zhou and Dad Lu had complex expressions, and when Lu Xiaoping opened her eyes wide, she realized that she hadn't seen wrong. It was indeed these two. Thinking about how these two had seen her in such a state, Lu Xiaoping's face immediately turned pale, her shame threatening to crush her. She moved her lips, just about to say something, when she saw Lu Zhou raise his hand and shush her. "Hide first, don't make a sound." Lu Zhaoping could only nod, obediently shrinking into a bedroom. And there was her own child. Lu Zhou and Dad Lu then positioned themselves on either side of the door. As heavy footsteps approached from the stairs, the two exchanged a glance. The door swung open. Lishida, panting heavily, quickly pushed the door open and rushed inside. He didn't know how many enemies were outside, so he had to be cautious. However, as soon as he entered, he was knocked unconscious by Lu Zhou and the others. After Dad, Lu tied up Lishida. He signaled Lu Zhou to check on Lu Zhaoping. Lu Zhou understood and hurried into the bedroom. Just as he entered the bedroom, he heard an unusual sound. It was as if something had fallen to the ground. Lu Zhou's pupils constricted, and he saw the bedroom window wide open, with no one inside except for his cousin, who was lying on the bed. A bad thought crossed his mind, and Lu Zhou rushed to the window, looking down to see a scene he could never forget. Lu Zhaoping had jumped from the building. Moreover, she had done it with the intent to die. Instead of jumping into the water, she had landed on a small exposed section of the building. Right below the bedroom window was the electrical room of the community, and the top of the electrical room was designed as a shed, with only a shallow layer submerged. Jumping down would still result in death. Lu Zhaoping's body lay twisted on the ground, blood pooling around her, staining the small area of water. Chapter 82, Beasts. This incident happened very suddenly, and neither Lu Zhou nor his father had time to react. Once they confirmed that Lu Zhaoping was dead, both of them were unexpectedly silent. With a person dead, any further words seemed too pale and weak. Lu Zhou calmed down first, tightly binding Lu Zhengzhu before searching the remaining supplies in the house, clearing everything out. He still hadn't figured out how to deal with his troublesome cousin. Lishida, who had been bound earlier, had decent physical fitness and was the first to wake up. The moment he saw the person in front of him, an intense chill ran through him. It seemed he had fallen into the hands of that group of people just now. Gritting his teeth and unsure of what to say, Lu Zhou had already pressed a curved knife against his throat. "Do you have any accomplices left?" Lishida was terrified, his voice trembling as he replied, "No." Seeing a subtle change in Lu Zhou's expression, he quickly added, No. Don't kill me. I'll give you all the supplies. You don't need to give them to us. These supplies are already ours." After saying this, Lu Zhou's expression turned cold, and he ominously asked, "Was that woman tortured at your suggestion?" Lishida looked confused for a moment, but seemingly sensing Lu Zhou's murderous intent, he hurriedly said, "It wasn't me. It was all someone else's doing." Before he could finish his sentence, Lu Zhou plunged the knife into him. The other party's eyes widened in disbelief. Even though he was desperately denying it, Lu Zhou, having experienced the end times for so long, could easily discern whether someone was lying based on subtle changes in their facial expressions. Without a trace of emotion, he tossed the corpse aside and focused on waiting for Lu Zhengzhu to wake up. However, Lu Zhengzhu did not wake up. Instead, his mischievous little cousin did. His cousin, Lu Song, was a very troublesome child, and Lu Zhou found him quite bothersome. After waking up, Lu Song first wandered around the room, not finding Lu Zhaoping, and then stepped outside. As soon as he entered the living room, he saw his father tightly bound, and there were two corpses in the room, with the stench of blood permeating the air. Both of these people were ones he had seen in the last few days. The people here often beat him, and it was thanks to Lu Zhaoping that he had avoided many beatings. Otherwise, Lu Song would probably have been beaten into a fool by now. Trembling in fear, Lu Song suddenly heard a familiar voice nearby. "You're awake." Turning around, he finally saw his cousin, Lu Zhou, from his memories. Lu Zhou had a blank expression as he quickly walked over to Lu Zhengzhu and, in an instant, delivered several slaps to his face. Lu Zhengzhu grunted and began to wake up. Lu Song, like a cat whose fur stood on end, shouted, "Why are you hitting my dad?" After saying this, he lunged forward to bump into Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou pushed him aside with one hand, and Lu Song, caught off guard by Lu Zhou's strength, fell onto the ground. Stop being annoying, or I'll end up hitting you too. After lightly threatening his cousin, Lu Zhou turned to deal with his uncle. So when Lu Zhou finally woke up, the first thing he saw was Lu Zhou's and his older brother's enlarged faces. He let out a pig-like squeal in fright. Then, noticing the strong smell of blood in the air, he turned to see the two corpses around him. Looking back at Lu Zhou and his older brother, who were holding a curved knife and were covered in blood, he suddenly understood everything. Older brother, Xiao Zhou, you came to rescue me on purpose? Lu Zhou silently prayed that his second brother would give him some face, forcing out a smile that was very stiff. Lu Dad didn't speak, and Lu Zhou didn't show him any courtesy. Uncle, you have such a big face. How could you have this kind of illusion? Lu Zhou clenched his fists. His expression was filled with extreme frustration. Second brother, Xiao Zhou, is really becoming more and more unreasonable. Before he could finish speaking, Lu Dad waved his hand, indicating that he didn't want to hear this. Lu Zhou looked momentarily stunned, then heard Lu Zhou continue. Is it that you're curious why we're not dead? But uncle, you're not innocent either. You betrayed us, so how come you're still living so miserably? In that instant, Lu Zhou's face turned pale. They knew? Before he could speak, Lu Dad squatted down and asked him, I have never treated you poorly since you were young. I just want to ask, how could you betray us like this? Lu Zhou, do you still have a conscience? At this moment, Lu Zhou could no longer hold back and began to cry and repent. Lu Dad's face was heavy, looking as if he had aged several years. At that moment, Lu Song seemed to also understand something and cried out for his mother. After being reminded by his son, Lu Zhou finally reacted and realized he needed to look for his wife. Second brother, have you seen Xiaoping? I woke up and didn't see her. Thinking about the woman who had jumped off the building, Lu Dad had even greater opinions of his brother. She jumped off. What? Lu Zhou's expression became dazed, and Lu Song's eyes widened. For the two of them, it had only been a little over half an hour since they last saw Lu Xiaoping. How could someone who was so alive suddenly jump off? Did you guys force my wife to death? Second brother, we are brothers. You didn't have to be this ruthless. Song is still so young. How can he be without a mother? Lu Dad never expected his brother would think of him like this. New grudges and old grievances surged in his heart. He took several deep breaths, his expression becoming much colder. Stop putting the blame on me. If it weren't for the thing you did, your family wouldn't be here, and she wouldn't have jumped. In the end, it's still because you've done so many bad things. Lu Zhou didn't waste time talking with him and grabbed Lu Zhou, forcing him to look outside. He lowered his head and saw his wife's tragic state. The next second, he screamed. Lu Song was not much better, trembling all over. Seeing the panic on the two of them and recalling Lu Dad's earlier expression, Lu Zhou said indifferently, Consider yourself lucky this time. If it weren't for Lu Song, you wouldn't have such good luck. Remember to clean up after Annie when you go downstairs. Hearing this, Lu Dad looked incredulously at his son, while Lu Zhou suddenly felt like he had come back to life. He thought Lu Zhou would kill him. Who would have thought it would turn into this scene? I'll clean up, of course. Xiaoping died a tragic death. I have to handle her affairs well. After saying this, Lu Zhou and Lu Dad exchanged a meaningful glance, leaving a large bag of food for the two of them. Lu Dad lectured Lu Zhou a few times before stating that he would cut ties with his family. Then, the two quickly left. After confirming that they had gone, Lu Zhou cautiously took his son downstairs. As they passed by the spot where his wife jumped off, he walked by. Hiding in the darkness, Lu Zhou and Lu Dad were watching their every move. Lu Zhou had long lost the feigned love for his wife. He was fully aware of why his wife jumped off. Chapter 83. A gradually stabilizing order. He kept murmuring, "Don't come looking for me. If you had fought back with all your might back then, what could they have done to you? Wasn't it because you didn't resist strongly enough? Xiaoping, just go on your way and don't come looking for me and our son." After saying this, he kicked his wife's corpse into the water. Lu Song looked confused and then asked, Dad, Mom is gone. Who will cook for us in the future? Lu Jingzhu's expression shifted slightly. You don't need to worry about that. Dad will find you a young stepmom. Now that he had quite a bit of supplies, he thought that with some operations, he might even secure a minor official position, so finding a woman shouldn't be too difficult. Lu Song cheered and followed behind Lu Zhongzhu, as if Lu Xiaoping was just a joke. These two showed no guilt or remorse over her death. Lu Dad's eyes dimmed completely. This brother was truly a beast. Such a person didn't deserve the forgiveness of their family. Actually, from the beginning, Lu Zhou had no intention of letting these two go. After all, he had already had a taste of their character in his past life. Just now, he merely wanted to make his father completely disheartened. At first, Lu Dad was a bit reluctant, but after seeing that these two were beyond saving, he sighed softly. Do it, Xiao Zhou. Lu Zhou nodded and took out the crossbow, aiming it at the two and shooting. As expected, just after they had enjoyed their brief happiness, they were both shot through the throat by 2 crossbow bolts. The next moment, several more bolts flew in. The mission was not yet complete. Lu Zhou took Lu Dad back to deal with Lu Zai, and only then did he allow Lu Dad to rest. Lu Zai was a backup plan, but this time the unexpected success meant that Plan B could be discarded. After tidying up the house, Lu Mom learned from Lu Zhou about what had just happened. The two didn't say much. Once Lu Dad got up, the three of them had a simple meal. Lu Dad's complexion had improved a lot. Lu Zhou guessed that he must have come to terms with it. The results of the lottery from the last sign-up had soon been announced. Just like in his past life, his uncle successfully applied for a job. In addition to that, Zhang's father was also selected. Although Zhang's father was assigned to a labor-intensive job, the supplies provided for such work were still quite decent. They distributed supplies according to the work period. A work period lasted about 2 weeks, during which the workers' meals were completely covered by the government. As for his uncle's treatment, it would be even better than that of the workers. When Lu Mom learned this news, she sincerely felt happy for her sister's family. At least during this disaster, her brother-in-law could have a government-provided position to work in, which was already a fortunate thing. After a small gathering of the two families, they returned to their busy lives. Since the government machinery began operating, public security had improved a lot compared to before. Many skilled people began to use their skills to support their families, while those without skills sought out labor work to earn some food. The heavy rain had long stopped, but the water level stubbornly remained high. Yet life had to go on. The agricultural base that was built earlier was declared complete, and the government began recruiting another batch of skilled workers to specifically study hydroponic plants. Additionally, a wastewater purification team was established to quickly resolve the drinking water issues for the public. Though the agricultural base was already completed, the government continued to recruit workers intending to build medical facilities and hydropower stations. In order to achieve the goal faster, this time the recruitment will not be done through a lottery, but will be direct hiring. Those in the know immediately brought their ID cards and household registrations to sign up. The registration scene was very lively. The government rescue efforts, which started off in a state of confusion, are now running in an orderly manner. Currently, law enforcement personnel are still sufficient, and basically, there are very few cases of murder and robbery. However, petty theft still occurs. A hydroelectric power station has been built, prioritizing power supply to hospitals and agricultural bases. The newly constructed power station is intended for civilian use. Research on hydroponic plants is still ongoing, and Wei Qingzhu has been busy for several days without returning home. The safety of his wife and daughter has temporarily been entrusted to the Lu family. The government's material aid team now only distributes food to the elderly, sick, disabled, and pregnant at regular intervals. Young people, at most, receive a few meals of emergency food. After that, they must participate in labor to obtain food. Within the entire jurisdiction of the government, robbing food from the elderly, sick, disabled, and pregnant is strictly prohibited, and violators can be executed indiscriminately. Previously, someone was very bold and violated this regulation. Later, that person's head exploded like a bursting watermelon, splattering red and white, which was quite disgusting. Many people with weak psychological resilience vomited at the sight. This scene scared a lot of people with ulterior motives, and suddenly, everyone began to work diligently to obtain food. No one dared to entertain any crooked thoughts. When order was chaotic in the past, no one thought about dealing with trash. Now that things are slightly more stable than before, how to handle the household waste in the city has become a big problem. The humid and hot environment easily breeds bacteria. The government recruited a batch of city cleaners specifically responsible for handling garbage and disinfection. The environment is too harsh now. Although the government's dredging boats have removed the garbage from the water surface, it is still possible that the presence of many corpses in the past has left the water smelling foul. The government's disinfection boats have been non-stop, spraying disinfectant powder daily as part of their routine. After 2 weeks, the foul odor that lingered in the air has finally dissipated by more than half. However, the current manpower is certainly not enough to cover everything. Therefore, the government has unified the requirement that each community must be divided into zones to implement garbage classification management. Community residents are to place their garbage in designated locations, and the government will send people to collect it. At first, when this policy was announced, most people breathed a sigh of relief. The environment was so poor that living there was uncomfortable, leading to depression. Since it was not easy for the government to improve the environment, everyone hoped to maintain it as best as possible. No one wanted to live in a place where opening a window could make them cry. However, there were still some uncivilized individuals who had formed the habit of throwing trash downstairs. After the policy was announced, in order to save some effort, they would still occasionally throw garbage down. Some more conscientious residents clashed with these individuals over this issue. This time, the government responded quickly. They introduced a supervision policy. As long as someone throws garbage, residents upstairs and downstairs can report anonymously. After verification of the report, the whistleblower will receive a reward of 1 kilogram of rice. Of course, the government will not provide this portion of material. Instead, it will be the responsibility of those who throw garbage carelessly. If a household cannot gather enough rice, they can use other valuable materials to offset it. Once this policy was announced, many difficult residents became much more obedient. What a joke. Now, resources are more valuable than life. Who would be foolish enough to provoke trouble at such a critical moment? Moreover, they would not doubt the authenticity of this policy. After all, many people still vividly remember the scene of that unlucky soul whose head was blown off. Chapter 84. Exchange of supplies. Under the emergency response measures of the government, the situation appeared to be gradually improving despite the chaos caused by the heavy rain. In many neighborhoods, people who were not working gathered in groups, venturing out to forage for food. With the rampant growth of green algae and mushrooms, no one was willing to let any go to waste, and they all gathered as much as they could. Some teams, equipped with diving suits sourced from elsewhere, organized personnel to go underwater to salvage supplies. Those with good luck could pull up quite a few treasures. Lu Zhou's family, with no one going to work, had all 3 members foraging for food outside, trying to make themselves useful. Accompanying them were Jiang Xiaolin and Zhang Jiahua. The 5 of them had been spending a lot of time together recently. After pulling up a clump of green algae and stuffing it into her bag, Jiang Xiaolin finally caught her breath and said, "Sister, hasn't my brother-in-law been selected for construction work yet? If it really doesn't work out, I'll ask Qing Zhu to see what's going on." In the past few days, there have been 3 recruitment events for technical personnel. Each time, Lu Dad had pretended to sign up, but hadn't actually registered at all. However, Jiang Xiaolin was unaware of this and was genuinely worried about her sister's family's livelihood. After all, it was hard to come by a technical job in the apocalypse, yet they had been unlucky every time. Lu Mom could only force a smile. "Your brother-in-law might just be having bad luck, but it's all right. Our family still has supplies. Consider it a vacation for him." Seeing the atmosphere turning awkward, Lu Zhou quickly interjected, "Mom, Ani, I just heard Jiahua say that there's a small trade fair set up in the square. When we're less busy, let's go check what we need. Jiang Xiaolin's attention was piqued by Lu Zhou's topic, and she smiled in agreement. The pace of their work quickened, and soon they had gathered around 10 bundles of green algae and 2 bags of mushrooms, a good haul for the morning's efforts. They could return in the afternoon to collect more supplies. The government had established a ratio for exchanging dry rations, allowing families to trade the green algae or mushrooms they had for rice or other grains and cereals. The exchange point was a makeshift structure made from 2 combined shipping containers, about 54 cubic meters in size. Typically, only a small window was open for the public to exchange supplies. Lu Zhou knew that there were at least 2 armed soldiers inside to ensure the safety of the exchange point. Shaking off the chaotic thoughts in his mind, he rang the small bell in front of the window. Before long, a staff member appeared. "Hello, welcome to the supply exchange." After greeting the staff, Lu Zhou and Zhang Jiahua worked together to lift their spoils and place them on the automatic electronic scale on the left. Green algae, 430 pounds. Mushrooms, 150 pounds. This was a good haul for them. They were fortunate to have 2 boats. Otherwise, they might not have been able to bring all this back for exchange. After the staff member recorded the weight, Lu Zhou, Zhang Jiahua, and his aunt all exchanged for the supplies they needed. In order to save face, Lu Zhou exchanged for some rice, flour, and cooking oil, just enough for 2 days of food. Jiang Xiaolin opted for essential household items, such as toilet paper and shampoo. Since Wei Qingzhu's work would provide food supplies, she wasn't particularly short on food, but rather lacked daily necessities. Zhang Jiahua exchanged for both food and daily supplies, but not in large quantities. Once they had all completed their exchanges, they noticed a line of more than 10 people waiting behind them to exchange their supplies. Everyone was carrying various baskets, large and small, filled with their harvests. When these dozen or so people saw Lu Zhou and his group, their faces showed envy. The 5 of them were well-equipped and had gathered a lot of items, so naturally, they could exchange for more than the others. Some people couldn't help but feel a bit jealous. However, at the exchange station, no one dared to entertain any crooked thoughts. Amidst the envious gazes of the crowd, the 5 of them sailed away. They didn't exchange all their supplies. Instead, they kept some back to add a little variety to their home meals. After all, the hydroponically grown vegetables had just started to mature, and fresh vegetables were extremely expensive, so they couldn't afford to eat them. They could only rely on algae and mushrooms to supplement their vitamins. Fortunately, the 5 of them had stocked up on vitamin tablets during their last raid, so since the apocalypse began, they had been consistently taking their medicine. It's worth mentioning that the current algae were no longer the bland ones from before. After being upgraded and cultivated hydroponically, the algae were superior in both taste and reproduction rate compared to before. The current algae could even be eaten cold, and the flavor was quite good. If they made dumplings or stewed meat, the taste would still be very delicious. Of course, the majority of people couldn't afford to eat meat, as the breeding facilities had just been established and were reportedly still in the stage of researching juvenile animals. As for mushrooms, there hadn't been much progress. Wei Qingzhu was in charge of this project. He had done the first cultivation of mushrooms before the apocalypse, and although the taste and reproduction rate had slightly improved, there hadn't been any significant breakthroughs in this project since then. Recently, Wei Qingzhu had been so troubled by this project that he couldn't eat or sleep well, and he looked quite haggard. Each of them took home 2 pounds of mushrooms and algae, each returning to their own families. Unexpectedly, in the stairwell, they ran into someone, Fan Jinglong. Since the last time they had exchanged supplies, Lu Dad hadn't seen him in a long time. When they encountered each other, both were a bit taken aback. Then Fan Jinglong let out a low laugh from his throat. "Oh, old Lu, you're not working today?" Lu Dad's expression turned cold, and the next second he politely replied, "I didn't go to work over there." "It's not possible, old Lu. With your skills, not going is simply their loss. How about this? I'll see if I can help you get a referral." Facing the other party's enthusiastic offer, Lu Dad smiled and politely declined. No need, no need. I've applied 3 times and haven't gotten in. I guess it's just not meant to be, so I won't force it. Seeing the once more capable Lu Zhou now looking so awkward, Fan Jinglong felt quite pleased. With the intention of continuing to enjoy the spectacle, he laughed until his eyes almost closed. Hey, old Lu, don't say that. We can't just accept fate. Lu Dad looked speechless. Accept fate? How foolish. If he accepted fate, he'd be dead. He needed to live well. His wife and children would rely on him in the future. Lu Zhou couldn't stand it anymore, and quietly said, Uncle Fan, my dad is a bit shy and has trouble saying what he wants. To be honest, our family really needs this job. How about you put in a good word for my dad? Don't worry, if he really gets in, you'll be our family's benefactor. At this point, Lu Dad and Lu Mom immediately understood their son's intentions. They exchanged looks and smiled, saying, Old Fan, what do you think about this? Fan Jinglong suddenly broke out in a cold sweat. Chapter 85, Rumors. What a joke. He just wanted to see Lu Zhou's reaction. Who said he was going to help him with an internal recommendation? Even he himself relied entirely on luck to get the position in the second lottery draw. If he really had the ability to make internal recommendations, everyone else would be fighting for this good opportunity. Unless he was a fool, he would give this spot to a former colleague he had always disliked. He quickly decided to leave. He had put on enough of an act for now. If he overdid it, it would be himself who got slapped in the face later. Thinking this, he suddenly felt restless. After chatting with Lu Zhou and the others for a bit, he hurriedly left, almost as if he was fleeing, not even looking back, as if there were ghosts behind him. The people who saw this scene were left speechless. When he got home, Lu's mother was in a good mood and said, Did you see Fan Jinglong's expression? He really thinks he's something special. My son is impressive. Just one sentence, and he made him tuck his tail and run. Lu's father didn't want to bother with that person, but seeing that Lu Zhou had scared off Fan Jinglong without even lifting a finger, he couldn't help but praise his son. After this little episode, Lu Zhou continued to focus on his daily tasks. However, while watering the vegetables, he stumbled upon something surprising. Yesterday, the family had eaten hot pot, and to make the dishes more varied, Lu Zhou had spent some points to collect mushrooms. There were a lot of mushrooms from that collection, and since they didn't finish all of them, he saved the leftovers. The remaining mushroom stems were placed in a pot by Lu's father, hoping to see if they would grow. But to everyone's surprise, the mushrooms had already grown quite large. They were fully matured mushrooms. Lu Zhou was unusually silent. Could it be that the food produced by the game system has a faster reproduction rate? He had planted the mushrooms just after 10 last night, and now it had been only about 15 hours, and they were already fully grown. As he looked down and studied the mushrooms more closely, he discovered something even more outrageous. Several mushroom caps had fallen off the bottom, indicating that in less than 15 hours, they had gone from the beginning of life to nearing decay. To verify his hypothesis and understand the actual growth time of the mushrooms, Lu Zhou quickly took out a new piece of mushroom stem and put it in the pot. Since he still had to continue his tasks in the afternoon, he set up a video recording device next to the mushrooms. In the afternoon, the number of people in the harvesting team increased significantly. Some had just finished their night shifts, rested in the morning, and came out to gather food with their families after lunch. Others finished work early and came to help their families. Lu Zhou's harvest in the afternoon was far less than in the morning. After all, there were many wolves and little meat. Perhaps to avoid discouraging everyone, Jiang Xiaolin cheerfully comforted the other four. Let's think positively. We harvested quite a bit in the morning, so it's fine to take it a bit easier in the afternoon. This did provide some comfort. After everyone exchanged their goods with the main group, they headed back together. Just then, they encountered the ferry that was sending people off work. Zhangge was on it. Upon seeing the familiar inflatable boat, Zhangge quickly shouted for the crew to stop the boat. My family's boat is over there. I could just take my family's boat, so you don't have to go that way. In a situation where we can save worry, everyone is naturally happy. Before long, Zhang's father climbed onto the inflatable boat and stepped onto the assault boat that Lu was leading. As soon as he got on the boat, and before Lu could continue navigating, Zhang's father leaned over to whisper to the others. I heard a little rumor today that in the suburban area, there's fresh pork available for purchase. As soon as he finished speaking, the other people's eyes widened, all looking incredulous. Zhang's family couldn't help but breathe a little faster. Dad, really? Since the heavy rain started, almost everyone hadn't eaten any fresh meat. Even those with better conditions at home were mostly eating military canned meat. So when they heard there was a chance to buy pork, everyone was very excited. Zhang's father lowered his voice and said, "Let's stop by home first and bring the gold, silver, and jewelry. We can only use these to buy things. Time is urgent, so let's talk as we go." Lu didn't waste any time, turned the key, and the assault boat sped away. Everyone quickly returned home, grabbed the gold, silver, and jewelry, and then went downstairs, all boarding the assault boat to head to the destination. To avoid being tracked by ill-intentioned people, Lu and his group deliberately chose a less frequented waterway. Zhang's father steadied himself and began to recount what he had seen and heard. It was also by chance. While working in the morning, Zhang's father had experienced a stomachache and went to the restroom. While he was there, he overheard two people talking about this matter. At first, Zhang's father didn't react, but once he realized what was happening, he immediately held his breath and listened quietly from the corner. The two people seemed to be insiders, thinking that the restroom would be empty at this time, so they spoke without any reservations. After hearing the address, Zhang's father confirmed they were done talking before carefully leaving. Upon hearing this, the others couldn't help but admire Zhang's father's luck. According to Zhang's father's description, the open hours were only 3 hours, from 5 p.m. to 8 p.m., and this was a one-time offer. Once it was over, it would be gone. I heard they will slaughter a lot of pigs, and each person is limited to purchasing 10 pounds. First come, first served. 10 pounds? That's pretty good. It's been a long time since they had meat. Who wouldn't be craving it? After the assault boat reached the destination, in order to ensure that they could get back to the water quickly after buying, they decided to leave one person to watch the boat while the others went to purchase. Lu took on the task of watching the boat. After all, he wasn't at ease letting anyone else watch it. Although there was a spare assault boat, it was still one less boat, so they had to treat it carefully. When Lu and the others went to buy meat, there weren't many people around. Only those who knew about this from inside information would come, so naturally, there were fewer visitors. Moreover, Lu looked around and noticed that the few people nearby were all driving assault boats. The suburban area is far from the city. Even if someone paddled hard on an inflatable boat, it would be quite difficult to arrive within the specified time. It seemed that anyone who could get insider information had decent equipment. Lu shifted his gaze away from the surroundings. The people who got off the boat to buy meat had some who chose the same method as Lu and his group, while others secured their boats and headed in to buy personally. From a slightly farther distance, a faint smell of blood wafted over, mixed with a strong odor. Lu's sense of smell was more sensitive than the average person, and this smell made him frown involuntarily. This place appeared to be a wild boar breeding facility built at the foot of the mountain. It specialized in breeding hybrid pigs, using domestic pigs and wild boars as the main stock. Chapter 86, Mutant Mushrooms. These pigs sometimes eat some feed, and when there's leftover food, they allow the domesticated wild boars to forage around the mountains. Due to the ample exercise, the pigs have firmer meat, which is tastier than that of pigs raised purely on feed. Before the apocalypse, the price of wild boar was around 60 yuan per pound, which is about twice that of normal pork. While Lu Zhou was waiting on the outisk, he noticed that the line of people was moving quickly. The line wasn't very long. Compared to those waiting for supplies, this length was quite trivial. When he got bored waiting, Lu Zhou once again sensed that familiar, pungent smell intensifying. He frowned and sniffed carefully in the direction the smell was coming from. Strangely, the source of this smell wasn't coming from the pig farm. It seemed to be coming from another direction. Lu Zhou thought about going to take a look, but worried that his parents would have trouble finding him later, so he decided to hold off for now. After about 30 minutes, a group of people finally arrived. Everyone was carrying a large piece of pork in their hands. Smiles were beaming on their faces. Since they were among the first in line to buy pork, they were allowed to choose the meat. Once more people joined the line, it became impossible to pick and choose. Lu Zhou's parents remembered that their son needed gold, so when buying the pork, they used silver utensils. They didn't dare to use too much gold. The others didn't have such concerns. One by one, they had long disregarded gold and silver. When there's no food to eat, gold, silver, and jewels are indeed of no use. Once everyone boarded the boat, Lu Zhou took the helm and, while sniffing the air, sailed forward. When the others realized that Lu Zhou was heading in the wrong direction, his aunt curiously asked, "Xiao Zhou, aren't we going the wrong way? I just caught a whiff of a strange smell. It doesn't seem right," he replied. After hearing this, Jiang Xiaolin tried to sniff the air, but then frowned tightly. "Strange, I can't smell anything." As soon as she said this, several others also sniffed the air, ultimately expressing regret that they couldn't smell anything either. "Maybe my sense of smell is stronger?" Lu Zhou fabricated an excuse, his hands never stopping as he drove the boat quickly. Initially, no one else could smell it, but as they continued sailing, their expressions gradually became serious. "This smell really is there." After sailing for a few minutes, they pulled over to the side. Because it hadn't rained in the past few days, there were some chaotic footprints on the ground. Lu Zhou squatted down and took a careful look at the footprints. "These footprints feel like they were left by pigs. Let's follow them and see. Maybe it's a stray pig." There shouldn't be wild boars on this mountain, so Lu Zhou inferred that it was most likely a domesticated wild boar that had strayed away. The group picked up their weapons and cautiously followed behind Lu Zhou. After about 10 minutes of walking, they unexpectedly discovered a wooden forest cabin. Lu Zhou led the way inside to take a look. It seems like it used to be a guard's cabin, but it hasn't been used in a long time. Inside the cabin, they found some cooking oil, seasonings, as well as pots and pans. There was even a firewood stove, and above it hung a large iron pot. After stepping out of the cabin, they didn't walk far before they indeed discovered 2 stray wild boars. One of the wild boars seemed to have an injured leg and was limping as it ran. Upon seeing the 2 wild boars, several people instantly brightened up. This area had long since been outside of official control, so these 2 pigs were definitely their own spoils of war. They wasted no time, taking out crossbows, slingshots, and knives to formulate a plan. The plan was well thought out, but a small issue arose during implementation. However, it was of no significant consequence. Both wild boars were taken down. Each wild boar weighed about 180 pounds, so that's nearly 400 pounds of meat altogether. After dividing the spoils among themselves, each family would get about 100 pounds. The entire pig was too conspicuous to carry, so after some discussion, they decided to butcher the wild boars on the spot. But they could not casually kill pigs in the wild, as the smell of blood would attract greater threats. They agreed to put the pigs into that small shed to slaughter them. Several strong men took on the task of butchering. They took off their shirts, quickly bled the pigs, and then proceeded to butcher them. Soon, both pigs were completely processed. The 2 pigs only produced about 10 pounds of blood in total. They wasted a little bit along the way. Pig blood is rich in nutrients, and they found a sturdy and clean bag to store it. They planned to take it along later. Once the meat was divided, the 3 families neatly packed it into bags, compressing it tightly before heading onto the boat. Everyone was very cautious, and after dealing with the pork, they all put their clothes back on and eliminated any evidence that might be discovered before finally heading home. When Lu Zhou got home, he set down the pork and immediately rushed to the flower pot. Looking closely, he found that the mushrooms had indeed aged a bit. He quickly grabbed his phone and opened the video to check. In the video, the mushrooms had completely matured in just 6 hours. This discovery excited Lu Zhou immensely. He remembered that his uncle researched mushroom cultivation, and he could give this mushroom to his uncle for him to study the game-produced mushrooms. Lu Zhou couldn't wait another moment and immediately knocked on his aunt's door. The door opened quickly, revealing his uncle, who smiled upon seeing Lu Zhou. After entering, Lu Zhou took out the mushroom in his hand and told him about its peculiar growth characteristics, leaving Wei Qingzhu stunned. Xiao Zhou, are you saying that this mushroom can fully grow in 6 hours? Wei Qingzhu was somewhat incredulous. Ordinary mushrooms take 15 days to grow. Even mushrooms that sprout after heavy rain take a shorter time, needing about 10 days. The new type of mushroom he was researching, mushroom number 1, requires at least 5 days to fully grow. If there truly was a mutated mushroom that could grow in 6 hours, it would have enormous significance for humanity. Wei Qingzhu's eyes lit up. He grabbed Lu Zhou and asked him for every detail. Lu Zhou naturally embellished the story of the game crops a bit. This oyster mushroom was left over from a meal at home. My dad just put it in the flower pot to keep it, and then this happened. Lu Zhou spread his hands, his tone quite perplexed. Wei Qingzhu stroked his chin and nodded. Very strange. I suspect the mushroom has mutated. I'll take the mushroom and bring it to the lab for research. Lu Zhou nodded. He thought the same way. If they could extract some special substances from the game-produced mushroom, it would contribute greatly to human survival. After finishing up the important details, Lu Zhou finally noticed that his aunt's family was busy processing the pork they had just brought home. In the crowded city market, Lu Zhou saw many people taking out clothes, bottles, small toy cars, and other items no longer needed by their children. At several young people's stalls, designer bags and shoes were on display. Items that originally cost tens of thousands were now being exchanged for 50 kilograms of rice or flour. Seeing how boldly these people were asking for prices, many others laughed and backed away. No one was willing to take out food to trade for these impractical items. Luxury goods only hold value when everyone can afford to eat. Watching the reactions of passers-by, the vendors looked indignant. 50 kilograms of rice or flour is worth so little. But these shoes are a limited edition, worth 30,000. Lu Zhou initially intended to stay away, but upon hearing the voice, he realized that this person was actually an old acquaintance. Lu Zixin, the one in class who loved to show off the most. He never expected Lu Zixin would end up in such a predicament. Lu Zhou didn't plan to greet him, as their relationship had never been good. To his surprise, Lu Zixin called out his name. Lu Zhou. Upon hearing this, Lu Zhou quickly slipped away, eager to leave the scene. Lu Zixin rubbed his eyes, doubting whether he had seen the person correctly. Once he confirmed that Lu Zhou was no longer in sight, he wore a gloomy expression. It seemed he wasn't going to get anything good today. Lu Zixin's family had stored a considerable amount of food, but thanks to his show-off behavior, when things became critical, they couldn't hold onto their supplies. Later, their home was robbed, and cash, supplies, and jewelry were all taken. He had no choice but to try and trade his shoes for some food. But who could have guessed that he would face such a disaster right after stepping out? After shaking off Lu Zixin, Lu Zhou began to carefully search for his target. He came across a stall selling food and decided to linger nearby to see if there were any suitable buyers. The food stall only had potatoes and sweet potatoes, yet was packed with people. The vendor looked like a farmer, with a simple and honest demeanor, but his prices were anything but simple. He stated that aside from daily necessities and gold, he wouldn't trade for anything else. Daily necessities included practical items like tissues, candles, and lighters. Even though the requirements were strict, many people still brought gold rings, earrings, and other jewelry to exchange. The reason was simple. Food was incredibly hard to come by. The current situation was that the government could ensure your survival, but going hungry was a common occurrence. Older folks felt as if they were transported back to the difficult times of the 1970s, when food and clothing were scarce. Seeing someone start to collect gold, Lu Zhou felt relieved. This way, his actions wouldn't seem so strange. After spending some time selecting his target, Lu Zhou finally found a suitable candidate. The person was a young man, about 18 or 19, with a decent demeanor, and next to him was a somewhat delicate-looking young woman. The two had been lingering around a stall selling baby products, but after a round of inquiries, they left with disappointed expressions. Lu Zhou had good hearing. The two were siblings, looking to buy baby supplies for an infant that was about to arrive. They stood by a stall that appeared to have newer baby items and asked the vendor, "Hello, do you have any new bottles or clothes? How could there be anything new right now? These are all things my child no longer needs. If you want, I can give you a discount." The young man declined sadly. "Thank you, but no." The girl hesitated, leaning closer to suggest quietly, "Brother, let's look for bottles a bit longer. How about we buy some clothes first? We can disinfect them before the baby wears them. After all, the conditions aren't what they used to be." Chapter 88. Taking Action. The man had a helpless expression in his eyes, but considering the current situation, he truly couldn't do anything about it. Just as he was about to head back and ask for some clothes, Lu Zhou timely intercepted him. "I have some baby supplies and milk powder, but the prices are high. Can you accept that?" The man immediately looked up at Lu Zhou, who was wearing a baseball cap. After noticing that Lu Zhou's clothes were relatively clean and his appearance tidy, he quickly asked, "No problem. What do you want to exchange for? Gold, diamonds, or pink diamonds?" Lu Zhou named the 3 items he had that could be useful, and the man's expression showed a bit more excitement. "I have all 3 of those at home. They're just some jewelry. Is that okay?" Lu Zhou had already mentally prepared himself and nodded. "We'll have to see what you have to determine how much we can exchange." The man's face lit up with happiness, and he promptly arranged a meeting place with Lu Zhou. The girl was more cautious and asked Lu Zhou a few questions before finally relaxing. After agreeing on the time and place for the transaction, both hurried home to gather their items. Lu Zhou continued looking for trading partners. He had plenty of supplies and soon managed to make some money by selling them. He focused on selling sweet potatoes, honey, cherries, and other items he had. He didn't dare set up a stall. Instead, he chose to find buyers one-on-one. This way, it was less likely for people to keep an eye on him. Once he had set the meeting time with the man, Lu Zhou quickly made his way there. When he arrived, both were already waiting at the agreed spot. Seeing Lu Zhou's figure, both of them were very pleased. "Take a look at what these things can be exchanged for." The man brought over a small box filled to the brim with gold and diamond jewelry. There was quite a bit of it. Lu Zhou inspected it briefly to confirm its authenticity, then took out his own goods for them to see. "This is children's clothing, 2 sets for both winter and summer, 2 brand new bottles, 2 bags of diapers, each containing 50 pieces, and 4 cans of milk powder." In reality, according to the usual rules, Lu Zhou's items were somewhat of a loss compared to the man's because, in many places, only gold was recognized as valuable, while the rest didn't hold much worth. However, since Lu Zhou was in a favorable position, at least he could accept diamonds as well. Upon seeing that the items were brand new, the man's excitement grew as he eagerly touched them. The girl was even more attentive, and when she recognized the brand, she let out a sigh of relief. The man was quite honest. Even before, these products would have fetched a decent price as they came from a reputable children's goods brand. Thank you. Do you have any more milk powder? If you do, could I possibly exchange some for diamonds as well?" The man hesitated to speak up. Gold was currently too precious and considered hard currency. He had his own motives and wanted to use it later. Seeing Lu Zhou accept diamonds, he tentatively asked. Lu Zhou calmly nodded, "Sure." The man's face was filled with gratitude as he pulled out a larger bag from behind him, which was packed full of diamonds. There were quite a few, and even Lu Zhou was a little surprised. When asked why he had so many diamonds, the man chuckled helplessly. "My wife loves to buy them, so we have a lot of diamond jewelry at home. Earlier, I didn't intend to bring them out because I was afraid you might think we were trying to take advantage of you. After all, right now, gold is the most valuable thing out there." Lu Zhou was speechless. He never expected that the person he met would still be filled with goodwill even in these times. After some reflection, Lu Zhou accepted all the diamonds from the man. He then gave him 5 packs of diapers and 6 cans of milk powder in return. These essentials will last for 2 months. After both parties completed the transaction, they left immediately. However, Lu Zhou continued searching for suitable customers when he was approached by another person. Hey, brother, are you interested in making a deal? Lu Zhou had a cautious expression. The person speaking to him was obviously a shifty-looking man. Perhaps sensing Lu Zhou's vigilance, the man quickly waved his hands in explanation. Don't look at me like that. I mean no harm. It only felt even more suspicious. The thing is, I noticed that you seem to have some supplies you want to sell, but can't find suitable buyers. We specialize in selling supplies. Why don't you consider partnering with us? As for safety, don't worry. Lu Zhou frowned. Are you following me? The man immediately waved his hands to explain, I wouldn't do that. After doing this kind of work for a long time, you can spot certain things at a glance. Rest assured, we only act as intermediaries for items. We won't inquire about the sources of the supplies. This was a veiled reminder to Lu Zhou that it was fine if the sources of the supplies were illegal. At this point, who cares? As long as it's useful. After thinking for about half a minute, Lu Zhou finally nodded in agreement. All right, finding buyers one by one was too slow and could easily attract attention. It was better to sell in bulk. The man was very pleased. Brother, you can just call me Baozi. Baozi? Lu Zhou almost laughed. Who would give himself a name like that? No worries, brother. Feel free to laugh. I know my name is special. By the way, we accept food, daily necessities, and any other useful items. I only accept payment in gold, diamonds, or pink diamonds. As for diamonds and pink diamonds, their prices will definitely be cheaper than gold. In the current situation, this was the normal market price. Baozi was a bit surprised. Your previous seller is quite peculiar. It's rare for anyone to accept diamonds these days. Pure waste of resources. He didn't say the last part out loud. It was none of his business. What if others had other uses for them? He would just focus on his own business. Being misunderstood as having a previous seller made Lu Zhou even more at ease. This way, he didn't even have to fabricate a lie about the sources of the supplies. He could just push it all onto the imaginary previous seller and be done with it. After agreeing on a trading location, Lu Zhou quickly drove the assault boat, cruising around a bit. Once he confirmed that no one was following him, he stayed outside for about 10 minutes before heading to the trading spot. On the way there, Lu Zhou took out the supplies from the game grid. He had to bring sweet potatoes, totaling 300 pounds. Cherries were selling at a high price, so he took about 10 pounds. He didn't bring any mushrooms, as they were abundant. He also brought 300 pounds of grain. As for daily necessities, he temporarily took out some baby supplies he wouldn't be using. With just these items, he had already packed the assault boat to the brim. After arriving at the agreed location and confirming that both sides had no issues, they began the transaction. When Baozi saw that Lu Zhou had brought a boat full of supplies, he smiled broadly. But when he saw the goods on the boat, he couldn't help but give Lu Zhou a few compliments. Brother, your previous seller is really impressive. These are all useful items. Let's try to wrap this up quickly. Baozi clearly appeared to be a straightforward person. After confirming the value of the items, he said without hesitation, All right, your supplies are all practical. I'm not someone who takes advantage of others. How about this? Chapter 89, A Cold Wave is Coming. After speaking, he pulled out a box from behind him, filled with gold and diamonds, including pink diamonds. To show sincerity, the other party offered a significant amount of gold, but in comparison to the weight, they provided even more diamonds. During the transaction, Baozi couldn't help but exclaim, Brother, this cherry looks like a fake. This thing is only supplied to the wealthy areas now. Lu Zhou raised an eyebrow. It was quite normal. Normal people couldn't even afford to eat, let alone think about eating fruit. Seeing Lu Zhou's calm demeanor, Baozi decided to keep his mouth shut. However, he couldn't help but be amazed by Lu Zhou's resources. Looks like this person has a strong background. It's better not to provoke him. If trouble arises, it wouldn't be good. Lu Zhou took the box, and the two quickly completed the transaction and parted ways. Before leaving, Baozi kept calling out, asking Lu Zhou to remember him for any good stuff in the future, assuring him that he would give a fair price. The two then said their goodbyes. Back home, Lu Zhou continued to play the role of an obedient child. This matter, apart from Lu Zhou, was unknown to anyone else. These days, Lu Zhou's life was filled with routine, completing game missions, studying, exercising, farming in the game, harvesting crops. He hardly had a moment to rest. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou unlocked two new features. One was the ability to gather iron ore, and the other was the unlocking of the yellow peach tree. Among these, the yellow peach tree was somewhat useless, while the iron ore was much more valuable. The game categorized these two features as follows. Yellow peach tree produces yellow peaches, yielding 10 pounds every hour, with a daily limit of 100 pounds. Iron ore. Each collection of iron ore costs 1 survival point, yielding 500 iron ore pieces each time. In the game, iron ore was counted by quantity. 500 pieces could produce 500 iron bullets, which was quite good. During these days, Lu Zhou made the most of his land. He first planted barley, and after reaching the maximum of 5 sets, he planted sweet potatoes and flax. His fields were constantly filled with crops. Recently, the water power plant was completed. At the same time, the electrical inspection work for the residential buildings had also been fully completed. The wiring was finished. Residents could finally use electricity. It was only available for 3 hours each day, from 7 to 8 o'clock in the morning, 12 to 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and 6 to 7 o'clock in the evening. These 3 hours were the residents' cooking and boiling water time. Although the quality of life couldn't compare to before the disaster, as long as it was better than at the beginning of the disaster, the people were quite satisfied. The signal station had not yet been repaired, so communication signals were still down. As for water, it was better than before. After the power plant was built, the water purification devices could function more effectively. Residents finally had relatively ample access to water. Previously, everyone had a daily limit of 1,500 milliliters, but now each neighborhood had a designated water collection point with a limit of 5 liters per person. In comparison, life was indeed continuously improving. Moreover, good news kept coming in. Under the careful cultivation of mushrooms uncle, new varieties were successfully bred. These new varieties could be directly cultivated in agricultural bases, with the maturation time reduced from a week to just 1 day. This was a huge breakthrough in cultivation. After Wei Qingzhu was immediately noticed by the higher-ups, he was promoted to deputy director of the agricultural research team. At the same time, he continued to lead the team responsible for mushroom production and cultivation. Wei Qingzhu accepted this situation. Firstly, he loved his work. Secondly, he still had a family to support, and with the promotion, his salary and benefits also increased significantly. The mushroom farming was flourishing. As of October, the outside temperature was gradually dropping. Many people had started to wear slightly thicker clothes. In the market, there was a new batch of winter clothing. These were mostly items that small vendors had previously bought and were now trying to sell off. However, most households already had clothing, so the business of selling winter clothes was not very good. With the cold weather, the most serious impact was on the growth of green algae. Previously, green algae grew wildly, but now, with the change in climate, its growth rate had noticeably slowed down in recent days. This could be seen from the Material Exchange Center, where people had increasingly fewer green algae in their hands. The first to notice the problem were the people from the Agricultural Research Institute. They immediately reported the issue urgently. Currently, green algae were a crucial part of the residents' diet, serving as a source of vitamins. This matter received significant attention from the higher-ups, who promptly decided to scale up the laboratory's green algae cultivation. However, the situation was not good. The growth and development of green algae were clearly not as good as before. For example, while green algae could mature in 1 day previously, now it took 3 days to mature once. More agricultural researchers participated in the task, trying to save the green algae. The experiments were conducted vigorously, and in the end, there was a slight increase, stabilizing at an intermediate value. Lu Zhou was not surprised by these developments. He was more concerned about another issue. The extreme cold was about to arrive. In his previous life, he remembered that a cold wave had suddenly hit at the end of October. The temperature had dropped from 17 degrees Celsius to minus 30 degrees Celsius almost overnight. Jiguang City was a northern city, and in the past, buildings were equipped with underfloor heating. In previous heating conditions, minus 30 degrees would have little effect indoors. However, the current city's heating system was still in a government planning and maintenance phase. Moreover, the sudden temperature drop from 17 degrees to minus 30 degrees would cause extreme contraction reactions in people's bodies, resulting in many people quietly passing away that night. Lu Zhou informed his parents about this situation, and they secretly reminded the Zhang family and his aunt's family to prepare adequately. However, when they reminded them, they had to be subtle and indirect in their approach. At this point, Lu's mother borrowed the excuse that she had a friend with a weather forecast. Since the sandstorm, Zhang Xiaolin had developed an extreme trust in this weather friend. So after Lu's mother mentioned this, she immediately started preparing thick blankets and clothing at home. As for the Zhang family, Lu Zhou and his father put in a lot of effort, and they finally achieved good results. They also made corresponding preparations. In the past few days, Wei Qingzhu was strictly instructed by Zhang Xiaolin at work not to work overtime at night and to come home early. She was worried that if something really happened, it would be too late for her to regret it. Wei Qingzhu loved his wife and listened to her advice. So now, he basically worked an extra hour at most before heading home. His colleagues were somewhat curious, as Wei Qingzhu seemed like a changed person, transforming from the overtime maniac he used to be to his current state. To this, Wei Qingzhu merely smiled faintly and offered no explanation. However, in these days, the government had noticeably accelerated the construction of the heating systems, which left many people puzzled. Chapter 90, Bone-Chilling Cold. Lu Zhou was still torn about whether or not to issue an early warning, but after seeing the state of the Shi family, his doubts began to arise. Lu's parents let out a sigh of relief. For the past few days, their son had been clearly distracted, and although they hadn't asked, they both knew that he was anxious about the impending cold wave. Lu's father and mother felt uneasy as well. They knew that a large number of people would die, but they couldn't inform the Shi family about it. To their surprise, the Shi family unexpectedly took action. Lu's father quickly took the opportunity to reassure them. Don't worry, the country has plenty of capable people. We just need to take care of ourselves. Lu's mother nodded, indicating her agreement. Lu Zhou, on the other hand, was curious about how the country had learned about this matter. He had planned to send an anonymous letter, but before he could do so, the country had already reacted. The reasons behind this were not something that people like them could speculate on. The three of them felt much more relaxed. To prepare for the cold wave, the family had already switched to thick, warm down comforters. They also had down jackets, thick cashmere linings, all placed by the bedside, ready to be put on at a moment's notice if the situation turned dire. Lu's father took out the generator from a small storage room and cleaned it thoroughly. He sat in the corner, ready for use. They also checked the air conditioning to ensure it was working properly. In addition, Lu Zhou unlocked the game's crafting system. The clothing factory produced a new item, wool fabric. The game description was enticing. Wool fabric. Fabric made from wool, effective at resisting extreme cold. Lu Zhou half understood the explanation. It was a cold-proof item, but it was unclear how many degrees it could resist. However, it was evident that this item would be beneficial for the impending extreme cold. Without hesitation, Lu Zhou immediately focused on producing wool fabric. The daily harvest of wool was limited to 30 jin, about 15 kilograms, and every 10 jin could be made into a whole piece of wool fabric. One whole piece of wool fabric could provide one adult with a complete set of clothing, a wool sweater, wool pants, as well as wool socks and gloves. He assigned the task of making the clothing to his mother. When Lu's mother received the wool fabric, her first reaction was one of surprise. "Xiao Zhou, this fabric feels so nice and warm," she exclaimed. Lu Zhou nodded and explained the fabric's benefits to his mother. He took out a total of 10 rolls, giving 3 rolls to his mother to make one set of clothing for each of the 3 family members. With the remaining 7 rolls, he decided to give 4 to his aunt's family. Time was of the essence. After making his decision, Lu Zhou immediately left the house. When he knocked on his aunt's door, she happened to be the one who opened it. His uncle was still busy at work, leaving his aunt to take care of the children and also study traditional Chinese medicine. Because of the weather, their studies in Chinese medicine had temporarily paused. Grandma was in a hurry to transfer medicinal herbs to new pots, leaving no time to teach the two of them, so they were both left to study on their own for the day. Lu Zhou followed his aunt into the house and saw his cousin obediently taking out a Chinese medicine book and spreading it out on the coffee table. TSK. One thing Lu Zhou particularly liked about his aunt was that she listened to advice. Jiang Xiaolin was filled with joy when she saw her nephew arrive. Xiao Zhou, thank you so much. Tong Tong's health is much better than before, and it's all thanks to the ginseng you brought. Lu Zhou smiled cheerfully and immediately handed over the wool fabric he was carrying. Auntie, I traded for this fabric a few days ago. The person who gave it to me said it's a high-tech product that can resist severe cold, so I exchanged several rolls with him. One piece of fabric is enough to make a full outfit for an adult. If you have some free time recently, why not make some clothes with my mom? Jiang Xiaolin took the fabric, her brows furrowed in skepticism. Lu Zhou could understand. If it weren't for the fact that the person speaking was her own nephew, she might think someone was joking with her. However, when her hand brushed over the fabric, she began to waver. The reason was simple. The fabric felt incredibly soft. Made of wool, it was sufficiently pliable and non-irritating, and perhaps it really was some kind of high-tech product. After all, it was her nephew's thoughtful gift, so Jiang Xiaolin quickly accepted it. Lu Zhou was worried that his aunt wouldn't take this matter to heart, so he specifically had Lu Mom bring the fabric to his aunt's house to make clothes together. This was a way for him to keep an eye on her. Jiang Xiaolin initially planned to make clothes in a few days, but since her sister insisted on joining her, she couldn't refuse and agreed reluctantly. The two of them took 2 days to finish the clothes. Lu Zhou tried on the clothing first, moving his arms and legs, feeling that the wool fabric was exceptionally comfortable. His little cousin was thrilled to don her new outfit, bouncing around and showing off to Lu Zhou, who playfully pinched her nose and teased her. Under Lu Zhou's encouragement, everyone tried on the clothes. It must be said that Lu Mom and Jiang Xiaolin had good skills. The clothes they sewed fit everyone perfectly. Grandma Nai laughed joyfully, wearing her outfit while continuing to prepare herbal medicine. After not staying at his aunt's house for long, Lu Dad and Auntie Lu returned home one after another. In the past few days, Lu Dad had been helping Auntie Lu, earning some extra money. When he came back, Wei Qingzhu was holding a large bag of mushrooms, smiling broadly. The mushroom research has recently made great progress. These are all from the distribution. This is a benefit. Starting from the research center, the government is distributing them one neighborhood at a time. I estimate that in a couple of days, they will reach our neighborhood. Lu Dad spoke excitedly, his brows raised in delight. To be honest, he really respected Wei Qingzhu. After all, this person had put in a lot of effort for the public by researching food. Several times, he had even skipped meals just to research mushrooms more quickly. Wei Qingzhu felt happy in his heart, but also a tinge of disappointment. Lu Zhou's mushrooms could mature in just 6 hours, but no matter how much he researched, the mushrooms he currently had on hand took at least 24 hours to mature. As a researcher, he always remembered his mission and, when faced with the unknown, wanted even more to reach new heights. Wei Qingzhu buried this problem deep in his heart, only thinking about continuing his research in the future. At the dinner table, Auntie Lu quickly prepared mushroom soup and fried mushrooms with the mushrooms she brought back, and the two families happily enjoyed a meal before going home. No one expected that that night marked the first night of the cold wave's arrival. Lu Zhou was awakened by the biting cold. This bone-chilling cold instantly brought back memories of those difficult days. Lu Zhou's teeth chattered uncontrollably, yet he couldn't stop shaking. He quickly put on the wool sweater beside him, and the moment he wore it, Lu Zhou felt like he had come back to life. Chapter 91, Panic. As I looked up, I noticed the thermometer in the room had dropped to -35 degrees. It was 5 degrees colder than in my previous life. Not caring about anything else, Lu Zhou immediately rushed to his parents' bedroom. Upon entering, he found both of them already awake from the cold. "Damn, Mom, quickly put on your wool clothes. I'll go wake up Aunt and the Zhang family." After saying this, Lu Zhou quickly put on his outerwear and pants, slipped into a pair of snow boots, and ran out. "Bang, bang, bang. Get up quickly. The weather has changed." After shouting a few times, Lu Zhou heard a voice from inside. "Lu Zhou, we're getting up." Without time to explain further, Lu Zhou dashed up to the 17th floor, using the same method to alert the Zhang family. The Zhang family reacted quickly. It was barely 2 minutes after Lu Zhou shouted that their door was opened, and they appeared wrapped up like dumplings. "Is everything okay at home?" "It's fine, but damn, it's so cold." Shivering, the Zhang family member replied, while Lu Zhou continued to run downstairs. After knocking on the door of the Gao couple on the 13th floor, Lu Zhou finally returned to his own home. As he entered, he saw that both his dad and mom had already put on their clothes. His dad had turned on the heater, while his mom was chopping scallions and ginger to make ginger soup. The pot they used was the largest in the house, bubbling away with countless little bubbles. Soon, the room was filled with a pungent aroma of ginger soup. Once the ginger soup was ready, Lu Zhou quickly took out bowls and served one for each of his parents. His mom insisted on serving him a bowl as well, and in the end, Lu Zhou had no choice but to drink the steaming ginger soup together with his parents. After downing a bowl of ginger soup, they all felt much more invigorated. Lu Zhou's mom had a light sheen of sweat on her forehead, and her complexion gradually became better. With the heater running, the room's temperature started to rise. Eventually, it stabilized at 10 degrees. There was no choice. It was too cold outside, and relying solely on the heater at home was not enough to raise the temperature significantly. Lu Zhou poured the ginger soup into 2 large thermoses, giving one to his aunt and the other to the Zhang family. After visiting his aunt, Lu Zhou checked on his cousin Tong Tong and his grandmother. The adults could barely manage, but children and the elderly were at greater risk. Once he confirmed that they looked pale but were still able to communicate normally, he felt relieved. Jiang Xiaolin couldn't shake off her lingering fear. Fortunately, she had dressed Tong Tong in wool clothes. Since Tong Tong had fallen asleep early, when Jiang Xiaolin went to check on her, the child was already asleep. To avoid waking her up, Jiang Xiaolin hadn't taken off the wool sweater. Who would have thought that in the middle of the night, a cold wave would hit? Even she, an adult, felt the biting cold, let alone the child. In a frenzy, she rushed to her daughter's bedroom, and after waking Tong Tong, she felt her daughter's body. It was outrageous. It was not cold at all, but rather warm. Only her little head felt a bit cool, and her cheeks were a little cold. Remembering what Lu Zhou had said the day before, Jiang Xiaolin felt an overwhelming sense of relief. As expected, the clothes really were a high-tech product. Wei Qingzhu urgently turned on the generator and switched on the heater. The air was no longer as bone-chilling as before. The temperature gradually began to rise. Downstairs, the Zhang family, noticing that the generator was running, quickly turned on their heater as well. Aside from that, a small electric heater that Grandma Zhang brought from the countryside was urgently turned on for warmth. Lu Zhou delivered a bottle of ginger soup, but Zhang Jiahao and Zhang Fu didn't drink it. They directly gave it to the elderly and the children. The pale faces of the two gradually returned to color. At this moment, the whole family surrounded the small electric heater to warm themselves, and their stiff fingers started to soften. The Yu family was awakened by the noise from the stairwell. Yuanghua got up the earliest. He initially wanted to get angry. What a broken place, making noise all day long. What time is it, still doing these useless things? With a stomach full of anger, he got out of bed and realized that his whole body was stiff. The extreme cold had caused him to be completely rigid, and Yuangua's frightened voice got stuck in his throat. He struggled to get up and woke up Qiu Chaoyao, who was beside him. Qiu Chaoyao looked no better than him. The two of them shivered and rushed to the wardrobe, hurriedly putting on clothes. Layer after layer, until they couldn't put on any more. Xiao Chaoyao grabbed a few pieces of clothing and staggered to the next room to check on Yuziming. Seeing her son's face was blue and purple, she immediately rushed over in a panic, flustered and disorganized. Yuanghua, on the other hand, was closing the doors and windows tightly, but the cold wind still seeped into the house. In utter helplessness, he could only take out some tape and seal every gap where the wind was coming through. After applying the tape, it was better than having none at all. Tonight, there were many panicked and helpless people. They initially thought that even if the flood didn't recede, things would definitely improve after the government took over. However, the sudden cold wave shattered people's optimistic expectations for the future. Many began to panic, and once again, doomsday theories resurfaced. Many people started to realize that this disaster was not accidental, but rather the inevitable result of 3 consecutive calamities. Sandstorms, heavy rain, cold waves. How many more disasters would it take for this to end? Many were on the brink of collapse, but it was too cold to dare to move around. They could only wrap themselves up tightly and huddle with their family, waiting for the first ray of sunshine in the morning. There were also those who woke up to find their child or wife frozen to death in their arms. In utter agony, they jumped from the building. The water surface had frozen long ago, and the ice was solid. When that person jumped down, there was a loud crash. The person landed on the ice, which cracked and formed a large hole, but they were already twisted and bleeding. Similar tragedies were happening continuously. The cold wave came fiercely. After Lu Zhou settled his parents, aunt, and the Zhang family, he finally had a chance to look outside. The cold wave swept through, carrying small crystalline ice fragments, howling past. Although the Lu family's windows were sealed tightly, they could still feel the chill. Lu Zhou found 2 old blankets in the house, and with his parents' help, he used a hammer, nails, and wooden boards to directly nail the blankets to the windows. Covering with blankets was no longer warm enough, so it was better to nail them to the windows to prevent drafts. The Lu family's blankets were close to the color of curtains, so even when nailed to the windows, they wouldn't stand out too much. After all, at first glance, everyone would think they were curtains. All the windows in the house left only a small one to observe the situation outside. Through the window, Lu Zhou was surprised to find that it had started to snow. The snowflakes went from small fragments to heavy snowfall in less than half an hour. Lu Zhou lowered his head to look downstairs. The water surface had long turned to ice, and the snow gradually covered the icy surface, forming a pure white world of ice and snow. Chapter 92. Supporting each other. The pure white snow seems to cover up all the filth of the world. Lu Zhou was stunned. In disbelief, he pushed open the window and carefully felt the sensation of snowflakes landing on his fingertips. It was icy, and in the next second, it melted into tiny droplets in the palm of his hand. "It's different from before," Lu Zhou murmured, lost in thought. The blizzard had never arrived this early in his past life. It typically came during the harsh winter's midpoint. He always felt that the world was racing toward an unfamiliar direction, an alarming speed. The only thing he could foresee was that the future it led to would only be worse than his previous life. The cold wind rushed into the room through the open window, pushing its way inside. Realizing this, Lu Zhou's father quickly reached out and closed the window. Because the neighbors in the 17th floor were heating their homes, the temperature inside was slightly higher than before. It was roughly stable at 17 degrees. The 3 members of the Lu family were all wearing the woolen clothes that Lu Zhou's mother had made earlier, so they really didn't feel cold indoors. His father's actions reminded Lu Zhou, and he hurriedly concealed his shock. There was no need to let his family know about such matters. It would only cause panic. No matter what the future held, he had to take good care of his parents and ensure they lived well. The cold wave had come too quickly, sweeping across a vast area. Originally, people had just managed to recover from the impact of the heavy rain, rebuilding their homes and restoring order. But now, this cold wave had plunged humanity, which had harbored dark hopes for the future, deep into a pit of pessimism. There was still a small pot of ginger soup left, and Lu Zhou's mother asked him to take some to the Gao family on the 13th floor. Lu Zhou nodded and did as told. When he knocked on the Gao family's door, it was opened by Gao Shan, whose face was pale and purple. He looked in poor condition, and Lu Zhou quickly handed over the pot in his hands. "I made ginger soup at home, Gao Go. Could you bring a container?" Gao Shan's face brightened with gratitude as he thanked Lu Zhou repeatedly and hurriedly turned to get a container. It didn't take long, and the remaining ginger soup was poured into the large ceramic bowl Gao Shan brought out. Neither of them had time to chat. Lu Zhou went back home, while Gao Shan rushed inside to warm up his wife and child with the ginger soup. Jiang Lishui and Gao Jingheng were bundled up in down jackets, huddled under the blankets. Gao Shan poured the ginger soup into 2 bowls and served it to his wife and son. After a few sips, their faces gradually improved. Did the Lu family send this? Yes. Now we owe them a favor again. Jiang Lishui coughed lightly and looked at Gao Shan's pale face, offering him the half bowl she had left, signaling him to drink it. Gao Shan was reluctant. "I'm not cold. I'm perfectly fine." But his wife caught his icy hands. "Don't say that. I'm feeling much better. You should drink some too. Otherwise, if you catch a cold, it would be too late." Seeing this, Gao Jingheng quickly took the bowl and said to his mother, "Mom, let me drink a bowl with you." The 3 of them exchanged smiles before finishing the ginger soup. The ginger soup made them sweat, and after drinking it, they felt their bodies were no longer as icy. They took the opportunity to gather old clothes to block the drafty areas, while also rummaging through boxes and cabinets to find thick blankets and comforters, covering the bed with them. At the same time, Gao Shan found the portable barbecue grill they had used before and set it up in a safe corner of the home, placing some charcoal inside to provide warmth for the family. Of course, in this enclosed space, the 3 of them were cautious not to let the fire burn too much, fearing carbon monoxide poisoning. They only added 3 or 4 pieces of charcoal and waited quietly for the day to arrive. A night of chaos and uproar. From the start of the cold wave to the moment the sun just began to peek out, the sound from the building never ceased. The Lu Zhou building was relatively lucky. It had noticed the cold wave as soon as it arrived, so there were basically no deaths from freezing. Other buildings and neighborhoods weren't so fortunate. The survivors, upon seeing the sun come out, were visibly excited, one after another. Finally, it was daytime. Daytime meant that there would be news from the government. No matter what, at this time, everyone needed to see what the government was up to. Early in the morning, Lu Zhou saw someone downstairs tentatively testing the thickness of the ice. At first, they were cautious, but once they felt the solidity of the ice, they quickly became bold and started walking on it. As one person tried it, another followed. Soon enough, the foot traffic on the ice noticeably increased. Many people gathered together, whispering about something. Others, unwilling to give up, went to their workplaces to check the situation, but as expected, the workplaces were empty. Many people had to return home again. Walking on the ice wasn't easy. The low friction made it easy to slip and fall. Some clever folks simply took out their ice skates and went down. Gliding on the ice with skates allowed them to move quickly. Others got creative and made simple versions of sleds. They could sit inside and slide forward, saving a lot of effort. The government's rescue efforts were quick. It didn't take long before military trucks carrying soldiers arrived downstairs. As soon as the truck stopped, a large number of residents rushed over. One by one, they hurriedly asked the soldiers questions. Some asked how long the cold wave would last. Others inquired whether they could still go to work. Some were holding their frozen children or family members, crying and begging the soldiers to take them to the hospital for treatment. However, most were asking for food and supplies. Originally, they didn't have much stored at home. They had been relying on foraging for green algae and mushrooms to barely exchange for some supplies to get by. Now, overnight, everything had changed. Wasn't this going to lead to hunger? Amidst the panic, the military truck opened its doors, and 3 armed soldiers stepped out. "Please remain calm. We will first transfer the injured patients. Secondly, Please select a representative to tally the number of survivors and report to me. We will come to the neighborhood tomorrow to distribute relief supplies. Having experienced 2 disasters, the crowd was notably more obedient than before. The soldiers now had the authority to take decisive action. No one dared to cause a scene in public. Upon hearing this, the crowd dispersed spontaneously. 2 of the soldiers remained at the scene, while one was busy driving to transfer the injured. The remaining 2 stayed to maintain order and gather reports on the number of survivors. The person managing the Lu Zhou building was Fan Jinglong. His character wasn't great, but his abilities were decent. He quickly counted the number of people in his building. When he heard the number of survivors from other buildings, he was stunned, not for any particular reason, but mainly because he was astonished that the number of survivors in his building was significantly higher than in others. Other buildings had sparse numbers like 21, 20, 18, and there was even one with only 9. In contrast, his building had 58, far exceeding the others. Even the soldier receiving the reports was taken aback for a moment. Then he continued working with a blank expression. Chapter 93, Base Prototype. Fan Jinglong's mind was active, and he quickly figured out the reason. Last night, when the cold wave hit, the Lu family on the 18th floor woke up quite a few people. This saved many families' lives. The Lu family had already shouted for everyone to get downstairs at the first opportunity. The whole family was dressed very modestly in black down jackets, black cotton pants, and brown snow boots. They looked ordinary enough, blending in with the crowd. Fan Jinglong felt complicated emotions and secretly glanced at the Lu family several times before quickly backing away a bit. Along with the Lu family downstairs were his aunt, the Zhang family, and the Gao family from the 13th floor. The weather was cold, but there was no choice. To ensure everyone was accounted for, everyone had to come downstairs. It was an all-hands-on-deck situation. Zhang Lei, Wei Tong Tong, and Gao Jingheng huddled together, whispering to each other. Jiang Xiaolin curled up the corners of her mouth, feeling slightly better. Finding joy amidst hardship, at least these 3 kids could play together, which prevented them from feeling too lonely. The statistics were gathered quickly. The soldiers soon organized the data, and once the military truck arrived, they immediately got on and left. Today's work was certainly going to be impossible. Many people took axes, saws, and other tools, gathered a few family members, and left the community. Gao Shan frowned and said to the other 3 families, "They must be going to find materials to burn. We don't have much left at home for heating. Do you want to go look for some?" The other 3 families had already gathered a stockpile of fuel long ago, so they naturally wouldn't go out first. "I won't go. We still have some at home. It's better to wait until tomorrow to see how the rescue will be implemented before making any plans." Lu Dad declined, and the other 2 families agreed. Gao Shan didn't insist on the other 3 families, and, after entrusting his son to Grandma Shan, left with his wife. After the Lu family got back home, they tidied up a bit and cleared a space. They set up the stove, leaving an opening for the chimney, and a simple stove was ready. In the future, they couldn't always rely on the air conditioning for heating. Right now, no one had realized it, but in a few days, when other families were freezing and they still had air conditioning, it would just increase public resentment. However, the house had been remodeled with floor heating, so they just needed to turn that on. The noise from the gasoline generator was minimal. No one could hear it even from 1 floor above. For daily cooking and boiling water, they could use the coal stove, etc. As for his aunt's house, Lu Zhou didn't worry. Grandma Shan already had a stove specifically used for concocting herbal medicine, which was just right for heating now and could also be used for other tasks. Moreover, during the time they were gathering supplies, Lu Zhou had specifically bought quite a few stoves from a barbecue shop. The Zhang family and his aunt's family each had their share. However, the extreme cold would last for a long time, and the fuel might not be enough. At his aunt's house, the stove had already been lit. This stove burned charcoal, and of course, when heating, they shouldn't waste the stove's heat. A kettle was placed on the stove. On days when they didn't cook, the stove could be used to boil some hot water, and during cooking times, they could just use it for that. The charcoal they had gathered was of good quality, with each piece burning for about an hour, but for heating, the whole family would consume quite a bit of charcoal in a day. No one knew how long the extreme cold would last, and the current supply of charcoal they had should be insufficient. Using the generator for heating? That wouldn't work. Their gasoline was limited, and it shouldn't be used for heating. If there was an emergency later and they ran out of gasoline for the generator, that would be a joke. A sense of crisis surged within Wei Qingzhu. But still, she patiently waited to make decisions after tomorrow. The Zhang family felt the same way. Zhang Jia has grown rapidly, transforming from a naive and kind high school student into a cautious figure. The hardships experienced in between shall not be discussed for now. He and Wei Qingzhu share the same thought. With insufficient fuel, they must plan ahead. Their three families are in a better situation than many others, as some households do not even have a container to keep warm. Previously, they survived on compressed biscuits and snacks, and later on, the government provided electricity, but they never prepared a traditional stove. Now, they find themselves in a predicament with neither a stove nor fuel. Life in the countryside is somewhat better. At least each household still has the traditional wood-burning stoves left over from before. Additionally, there are quite a few old-fashioned stoves available. Moreover, many families have stockpiled honeycomb coal, corn stalks, corn cobs, and firewood due to the need for burning pits, so heating is not a pressing concern for the time being. In the city, some resourceful individuals equipped with tools cleverly found two large enamel basins, hollowed out the bottoms, and welded them together to create a simple cooking pot. A large number of people began to travel great distances in search of wood and any burnable materials. Day 7. Military trucks arrived promptly downstairs. The rescue team distributed a bag of food to each person based on their numbers. In addition, each household received a bag of coal. Jiguang Province is known as a major coal-producing region and a well-known coal supply center in the country. Seeing the coal distributed by the soldiers, many people felt a sense of relief. Fortunately, the government managed to provide them with some coal. Otherwise, they truly would not know what to do. Jiguang Province suffered severe losses. Previously, due to heavy rain and lack of sunshine, photovoltaic power generation was rendered unusable. Reluctantly, they first constructed 2 hydroelectric power stations, but now, overnight, the hydropower stations have almost become obsolete. The electricity generated is almost negligible. Currently, Jiguang Province can only rely on the most traditional energy sources for electricity generation. In the wake of the disaster, the government has never given up on coal collection. Fortunately, they have already processed some areas suitable for mining. For the safety of the people, the government made the decision to restart coal mining. At the very least, Jiguang Province aims to achieve self-sufficiency in fuel, and depending on the situation, they will consider supplying coal to surrounding brother cities if possible. Song Chimin, the provincial governor, had not slept all night. He did not expect that disasters would come one after another, seemingly trying to drive humanity completely off the planet. Thinking of that prophecy, he couldn't help but furrow his brow. Outside, someone knocked on the door. The visitor was a messenger delivering news. He handed over a letter, which the secretary quickly passed to the governor. Song Chimin looked at the letter in hand, which bore a large red emblem from the central government. Opening and reading it, he felt restless for a long time. The gist of the letter was as follows. The nation is building evacuation bases, and Jiguang Province is urged to make efforts to mine coal to support the construction of these bases. Of course, corresponding personnel would continuously arrive in Jiguang Province to provide support, and it was expected that soon a batch of people would flood into Jiguang Province. With an influx of people, chaos is inevitable. However, the only good news is that in order to ensure the smooth extraction of coal, the higher-ups instructed Song Chimin to find safe areas in Jiguang Province for constructing shelters to accommodate personnel from various places. This presents an opportunity for the indigenous people of Jiguang Province. Chapter 94. Method. The government's publicity efforts were quite effective. After distributing coal to the public, they didn't forget to broadcast through loudspeakers that coal heating should not be conducted in a closed environment, as it could easily lead to poisoning. The loudspeaker echoed under the Hongxiang community for quite some time before it finally stopped. After that, the soldiers climbed into military trucks and left. Once the people had gone, Lu Zhou's family returned home and opened the supply bags to take a look. The government had distributed dried mushrooms, a mixture of coarse grains with green algae powder flour, and a small amount of compressed biscuits. Although the quantity was small, it was enough for a person to eat for 3 to 4 days. Lu Mom signaled Lu Zhou to store these items away. They would take them out when the situation became critical. For now, they still had quite a few fresh vegetables and meat waiting to be cooked. Lu Mom took out a piece of pork rib, chopped it into small pieces, and then got out spices, scallions, ginger, garlic, soy sauce, dark soy sauce, and 13 spices to make a braised chicken with pork ribs. In the pot, she added tender bean curd skin, crunchy baby bok choy, and crispy green beans. The pot simmered, releasing a delicious aroma, while the house was tightly sealed so that others outside couldn't catch a whiff. Lu Mom took out 3 steaming boxes of rice from Lu Zhou's small room. This made things much easier. There was no need to cook rice. Besides the braised pork ribs, Lu Mom also made Lu Zhou's favorite curry potato chicken. Soft and mushy potatoes, crisp and tender green peppers, and fragrant chicken thighs blended together in a way that made one's mouth water. Lu Zhou loved chicken thighs, so Lu Mom never cooked with chicken breast. She always used chicken thighs. While stewing the chicken, Lu Mom also prepared a cold dish of spinach with bean sprouts, which had a sweet and sour taste, perfect for complementing the meal. The spinach was freshly picked from what Lu Dad had grown, just enough for a handful to eat. Lu Zhou squinted his eyes, savoring the food, feeling warm and content inside. Lu Dad, who was always good at praising, immediately chimed in. "My wife's cooking is indeed delicious. I love all 3 of these dishes." Lu Mom feigned annoyance. All right. You're the only one who knows how to flatter. Hurry up and eat." This meal was very satisfying. Afterward, Lu Dad didn't just sit idle. He got up and helped Lu Mom wash the dishes. Lu Mom smiled, her face full of happiness. Lu Zhou felt that he was the one most surplus. The warm days didn't last long. Soon, his uncle knocked on Lu Zhou's door. Lu Zhou quickly opened the door and welcomed his uncle inside. Wei Qingzhu had a mixed expression of happiness and worry. "Xiao Zhou, there's something I need to tell you." Lu Dad and Lu Mom were sitting on the sofa, their eyes filled with curiosity. Wei Qingzhu sighed slightly before saying, "I just got news that the higher-ups plan to build a base. But the news isn't confirmed. However, everyone is saying this, and I also think it's very likely they will build a base. Moreover, this cold wave has clearly affected the research at the Institute, and food supplies may decrease again. We need to prepare early." Although both families had enough food for several months, Wei Qingzhu felt they should stock up more, just to be safe. Lu Dad frowned. Didn't our previously researched crops not survive? As soon as he said this, Wei Qingzhu bitterly smiled and replied, "Yes, all the painstakingly researched crops were almost completely wiped out overnight. It was understandable. After all, the delicate experimental crops had suffered extreme cold, and it was a miracle they didn't die." For a moment, the group fell into silence. In the end, it was Lu Mom who saw Wei Qingzhu off. Once Wei Qingzhu left, Lu Mom felt a deep worry in her heart, but to avoid making Lu Zhou uncomfortable, she pretended to be calm. However, Lu Zhou could still see his mother's unease. Wei Qingzhu's words were not without reason, and Lu Zhou also wanted to help his aunt's family through difficulties without revealing his advantages. He opened the game interface, trying to find a solution. Soon, Lu Zhou discovered a method he could operate. Chapter 95, Beyond Cognition. I originally wanted to see if there was anything I could take out of the game, but unexpectedly, while harvesting crops, Lu Zhou accidentally brought a clump of game soil outside of the game. That clump of soil looked just like ordinary dirt, nothing remarkable about it. However, Game products are always different from regular land. Lu Zhou quickly figured out the properties of this soil. Once this soil was outside of the game, it could still retain its magical qualities. For example, anything planted in this soil would mature quickly. Although Lu Zhou did not understand how this soil distinguished and delineated between different plants, it certainly could. Previously, Lu Zhou had tried to bring soil out before, but without exception, it had failed. This time, however, he succeeded, which surprised him greatly. Looking at the soil, Lu Zhou quickly came up with a plan. He would need to weave a benevolent lie to persuade his aunt's family. Perhaps Lu Zhou's overly mischievous smile made his parents feel uneasy, prompting them to rub their arms. "Wow, what's wrong with our son? He looks so creepy," his dad remarked. Lu Zhou didn't waste time and soon shared his plan with his parents. When they heard the complete plan, their eyes went wide. His dad exclaimed, "How can this soil be brought out today? We tried before, and it didn't work at all." Lu Zhou was puzzled too, but there was no time to figure out the reason now. He carefully packaged all the soil he brought out into a bag, planning to give it all to his aunt's family. In addition to that, he also brought along plenty of seeds: potatoes, chrysanthemum greens, spinach, radishes, oilseed lettuce, rapeseed, and chicken feather vegetables. There were also sweet potatoes and grains that he had managed to extract from the game, which could serve as seeds for planting and were excellent sources of starch. He packed all these items, preparing to give them to his aunt's family. For his own home, he had extracted a small plot of land for planting self-grown vegetables. Lu Zhou had specifically observed the game and noticed that the piece of land from which the soil was taken initially caved in a little before quickly restoring itself. It seemed that taking soil out didn't have any impact on the game. Suppressing his desire to explore further, Lu Zhou, accompanied by his parents, knocked on his aunt's door. As soon as the door opened, the three were quickly welcomed inside by his aunt. Due to a severe cold wave, most operations had been halted, and Jiguang City was in a state where various human activities were frozen. Wei Qingzhu was rarely at home, behaving obediently. When he went to the research institute in the morning, he noticed that many usable devices had been packed away by others. They were all placed in a relatively small room. This small room seemed well prepared, almost like a compact research lab where experiments on plants could still continue. However, everything was currently in a state of blackout. They would have to wait for the government to sort out the power supply issues before they could resume work. Wei Qingzhu had been actively seeking information. The head of the research institute indicated that they would mobilize traditional power plants for energy generation within the city, and it was said that a base would be constructed. Hearing this, Wei Qingzhu felt somewhat dazed. He had initially thought this was a sudden disaster, and once it passed, everyone would be able to return to their previous routines and continue their lives as they had before. Now, however, someone has told him that he wants to believe that a base does not exist at all. Wei Qingzhu is very clear about the significance of establishing the base. Building a base is very time-consuming and costly, unless the external environment is already unsafe to a certain extent. The country would choose this option after considering various factors. In other words, this is a last resort when there is really no other way, and there is not much confidence in the future, which is why they resort to this strategy. Thinking about how the days of peaceful and stable living will never return, a strong sense of profound sadness unexpectedly surged from the depths of Wei Qingzhu's heart. The head of the research institute patted his hand gently, a look of sympathy in his eyes. "Go home and stock up on some food early." He didn't know how he returned home or what kind of mentality he had when he told Lu Zhou's family about this matter. Now, looking at Lu Zhou's family coming over, Wei Qingzhu suppressed the bitterness in his heart, maintaining a smile on his face. Jiang Xiaolin was busy welcoming her sister's family of three, not noticing the change in her husband's demeanor. Lu Zhou called over his busy little aunt, along with the playful Tong Tong and Grandma Shan. Watching everyone settle down comfortably, he pondered for a moment, as if organizing his words. For some reason, this situation gave Wei Qingzhu an illusion. It seemed that Lu Zhou was about to say something very important. His intuition told him it was so. However, from a realistic perspective, Wei Qingzhu did not see what Lu Zhou could say that would change the current situation. At most, it should just be informing everyone where to find food. Wei Qingzhu thought this way, but his gaze was first drawn to the bag of dark, muddy soil that Lu Zhou had taken out. "What is this?" "Soil." He couldn't help but ask. After looking around at everyone, Lu Zhou's voice was very calm. "Yes, it is soil. I accidentally discovered something. The soil seems to have mutated." "Mutated soil?" Wei Qingzhu felt like his brain was not functioning well. He understood each individual word, but when those words combined into a sentence, he found it utterly unfamiliar. Jiang Xiaolin's eyes widened in surprise. Is she thinking what he is thinking? Wei Tongtong and Grandma Shan, however, were quietly sitting on the sofa. Given their ages, one could reasonably assume that one was either not understanding or not hearing. Looking at the various expressions on the faces of the others, Lu Zhou continued. "At first, I thought the plants had mutated and were growing rapidly, but later, after moving a pot, I realized it wasn't what I thought. The real problem was the soil." To make it easier to understand, Lu Zhou demonstrated. The four of them watched in disbelief as a seed grew from planting to sprouting in just a few minutes. People can be skeptical about words, but they cannot doubt the reality before their eyes. Wei Qingzhu stared wide-eyed, furrowing his brow, already deeply shocked. The other three were the same. Tong Tong was young, but also understood something was off and exclaimed, "Wow, it's growing so fast." Soon, Wei Qingzhu realized that this soil was their hope for survival. With Lu Zhou's help, he gradually understood the function of the soil. Once he understood, in order to increase credibility, Lu Zhou had to set the time of the soil's mutation a few days prior. After hearing this, Wei Qingzhu's eyes were filled with astonishment. This is too incredible. It completely exceeded his understanding. Chapter 96. Breaking the Rules of the Game. I looked at the soil, and it should be enough to fill a long flower pot. As for the seeds, I still have some left at home, so I brought a few with me. Lu Zhou took out those vegetable seeds, and besides that, he also brought sweet potato and grain seeds. As the reality around them became increasingly surreal, Wei Qingzhu forced himself to quickly get into the right mindset. Whatever was wrong could be dealt with later. The most important thing now was that their family had to survive. Jiang Xiaolin was the first to react. She took out a flower pot, leveled the soil, and planted all the sweet potato and grain seeds in it. These were the staple foods that their family currently needed the most, so she had to plant these first. As for the vegetables, there were still a few living plants in the pots at home. Wei Qingzhu furrowed his brows. There were too many things he could not comprehend. For instance, why could the seeds sprout as soon as they were planted, despite the temperature being so low? Did these seeds no longer care about the temperature and humidity needed for germination? And what about whether the soil needed fertilization or anything else? More and more doubts surged in his mind. But Wei Qingzhu was sharp enough. He definitely wouldn't voice these doubts. He would experiment and figure things out himself. As the seeds in the pot slowly began to sprout, Jiang Xiaolin couldn't help but light up. They're really sprouting. The others quickly leaned in to look, and soon they could see a few green shoots bravely breaking through the soil. The room's temperature was only about 8 or 9 degrees, as the whole family could only rely on the charcoal stove for heating. But the cold temperature couldn't diminish the fiery enthusiasm of their family. What was sprouting here was undoubtedly the hope for survival. Lu Zhou hadn't even had a chance to speak when he noticed that his aunt's eyes were red. "Sis, brother-in-law, Xiao Zhou, I remember everything you've done for my family." Lu Zhou suddenly felt a bit guilty. After all, he hadn't even told his aunt the truth about the situation yet, and her gratitude made him feel uneasy for a moment. Lu Mom quickly helped her sister up and softly comforted her for a while. After that, the 3 members of the Lu family finally went home. Once the 3 left, Wei Qingzhu solemnly reminded the others, "From now on, this matter of our family cannot be mentioned by anyone. Tong Tong, you're a big girl now. Tell Daddy if you can keep this secret." Wei Tong Tong was already quite sensible. Hearing her father specifically ask her, She immediately nodded. Daddy, I understand. I definitely won't say anything. Gently patting his daughter's fluffy head, Wei Qingzhu felt his heart race unnaturally fast. There was a sense of dizziness and a splitting headache that felt unreal. Jiang Xiaolin wiped her tear-stained eyes and spoke up. We all keep my sister and them in our hearts, but we must keep our lips sealed. The four of them nodded. Only then did Granny Shan's tightly strung heart finally relax. Previously, she was the one most worried about the family lacking food. Having experienced a great famine before, she had seen many people die from hunger. She was truly scared of hunger. Moreover, Wei Qingzhu was her most outstanding junior, and she didn't want them to suffer at all. The arrival of the miraculous soil could be said to have greatly alleviated her anxiety. The family carefully placed the flower pot in a discreet spot, fearing it might be discovered. Additionally, they placed some other flower pots nearby as a cover. Reality and illusion intertwined, making it hard to discern the truth. Under normal circumstances, there shouldn't be a problem. After all, who would have the idle time to get into trouble with soil? After settling the flower pots, the whole family nervously went to bed. Wei Qingzhu cautiously took a small piece of soil and brought it to his little research lab, wanting to investigate the cause of the anomaly. After Lu Zhou and the three of them returned home, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Great! They had finally helped their aunt's family. Lu Mom's mood improved a lot. She took out a broom and mop and cleaned the house before returning to her bedroom to rest. Lu Zhou wanted to see what was going on with the game, so he focused all his attention on it. He originally planned to try to extract some more soil, but strangely, he could no longer extract any. It was as if everything that had just happened was just a bug. Lu Zhou felt a sense of wonder, but he didn't forget to continue experimenting. However, without exception, all his attempts failed. Soon, Lu Zhou vaguely discovered something was off. At that moment, he was thinking about improving his aunt's family situation, and afterwards, he would be able to extract soil from the game. The reason he couldn't extract it just now was that he hadn't thought of this. He simulated the feeling from that moment in his mind again and tried to extract the soil. To his shock, the soil could be extracted again. Lu Zhou was greatly surprised. This was so strange. What was the game mechanism all about? Lu Zhou quickly came up with several hypotheses. 1. The game can make exceptions for relatives with a blood connection. 2. His aunt's family is considered a companion. 3. His aunt's family treats their own family very well. He continued to experiment. This time, he focused entirely on the Gao family. After entering the game, he could not extract any soil. Cross out possibility 2. Thinking about the two relatives on his dad's side, unsurprisingly, the game had no response at all. Cross out possibility 1. Finally, Lu Zhou thought about the Zhang family. He thought it wouldn't succeed, but unexpectedly, it succeeded. After repeating this several times, Lu Zhou vaguely grasped a guess. Only when the other party meets the criteria of being a companion and treating his family well could the game trigger an exception. This kind of allowed exception in the game felt more like rewarding his companions. After understanding the game's nature, Lu Zhou was quite surprised. After all, he didn't expect a game system to be this intelligent. Thinking about the Zhang family, who was also in a similar predicament, Lu Zhou felt he had to pay them a visit. This game function seemed to act as a filter, selectively screening out those who held goodwill towards him. However, he wondered if this initial soil would be too powerful and scare people away. Lu Zhou's thoughts suddenly came to a halt. Ordinary people would probably not be able to accept this obviously unusual soil. After thinking it over, Lu Zhou came up with a brilliant idea. Mix the game soil with ordinary soil in a 1:10 ratio. Would this yield soil with 10 times weaker growth power? After trying it out, he found that his guess was correct. Lu Zhou felt a lot more at ease. After diluting it tenfold, the soil was at a barely acceptable level. As for the explanation for the diluted soil, Lu Zhou decided to place the hat on his uncle's head. Super nutrient soil. Anyway, given his uncle's character, he would definitely research this soil. Plus, with his uncle's profession, this reason could hold up perfectly. Chapter 97. returning a favor. Without wasting time, Lu Zhou brought the soil and crops and knocked on Zhang Jiehua's door. Zhang Jiehua opened the door quickly, dressed in thick clothes, looking like a bear, with only a pair of bright eyes exposed to the air. No one dawdled. Lu Zhou quickly entered the house. Due to Lu Zhou's arrival, Zhang Jiehua hurriedly turned on a flashlight. Candles were hard to get, and this flashlight was only usable thanks to the generator from the Sanjiao lane. After charging, it was enough for daily emergencies. Lu Zhou noticed that the inside of Zhang's house was somewhat messy. Fortunately, their family had very few pieces of furniture, so there was actually no shortage of space now. On a nearby empty space, there was a small stove, similar to the one at Auntie's house, with an aluminum teapot on top, from which steam was faintly rising. The temperature in Zhang's house wasn't too low because his family lived above Lu Zhou's family, and Lu Zhou's house had underfloor heating, so the downstairs could also benefit from it. Both families understood this situation, but no one mentioned it. Zhang Jiehua wouldn't be so clueless as to ask Lu Zhou's family why they had underfloor heating or why it was still usable now. Some things it was better to know than to say out loud, as discussing them would put both families in a difficult position. Moreover, his family was somewhat taking advantage of Lu Zhou's family. Lu Zhou quickly opened the bag, revealing the dark soil inside. Zhang Jiehua squatted down and shone the flashlight over it. Sounding puzzled, soil? Right, this soil is a super nutrient soil researched by my aunt. Plants grown in it will mature much faster than usual, Lu Zhou explained as he demonstrated quickly, planting a piece of sweet potato as an example. Moreover, in this soil, the survival rate of plants is very high. After explaining this, Zhang Jiehua understood Lu Zhou's good intentions. I can't believe this soil is really that amazing. Both were people who came from a materialistic background, and Zhang Jiehua found it hard to accept. Why would I lie to you? Given the current situation, do you think I have the time to deceive you? Lu Zhou shot a glance at his friend, his tone softening involuntarily. Well, if you don't believe it, plan it well and check again tomorrow. This reminded Zhang Jiehua, and he immediately started planting the sweet potato and grains. He had to thank his grandmother for her love of gardening. Since there was no balcony left for planting in their home, he reluctantly bought a few large flower pots for his grandmother to keep her happy. Who would have thought that they would come in handy now? After finishing the planting, Zhang Jiehua wiped the sweat from his brow and gasped. Lu Zhou, I need to let you in on something. Hearing this, Lu Zhou raised an eyebrow. What is it? Why so serious? Zhang Jiehua, usually silly and light-hearted, had his demeanor suddenly turned serious. Listen, tomorrow, bring your family and Uncle Wei with me to a place where there's fuel. Lu Zhou's expression changed several times. Fuel? In this situation, how could Zhang Jiehua get fuel? Seeing Lu Zhou's serious face, Zhang Jiehua quickly explained, this is something my dad found out. If we hurry over, we might be able to get some fuel. As he said this, Lu Zhou observed Zhang Jiehua's expression and saw that he looked both nervous and excited. Coupled with this news, his emotional state didn't seem out of place. Lu Zhou didn't doubt that Zhang Jiehua would harm him. After all, he was his trustworthy friend verified through their experiences. The only thing that made him feel vaguely uneasy was that Zhang Jiehua's source of information seemed to come too quickly. Could Zhang Jiehua's family really have such big connections? Lu Zhou couldn't help but recall Zhang Jiehua's demeanor. Honest and simple, he didn't seem like someone who would be good at navigating complex social situations. Just like Zhang Jiahao, Lu Zhou also wouldn't show his emotions openly. As long as Zhang Jiahao had no bad intentions, the source of this news didn't matter. All right, what time do we set off tomorrow? Lu Zhou didn't ask further, and after a moment of frowning, Zhang Jiahao said, the earlier, the better, right? How about 5 a.m.? We should take advantage of the fact that no one is paying attention to us and try to bring back as much as we can. Okay. After setting the time, Lu Zhou informed his uncle's family about the news in advance. Upon learning that they could get fuel, his aunt's family was quite excited. This was truly a stroke of luck. First, his nephew provided magical soil, And now, Zhang Jiahao brought this great news. When Lu Zhou returned home, he conveyed the news to his parents in a calm manner. The two couldn't help but widen their eyes in surprise. Zhang's news is really timely. I didn't expect we could benefit from it. Dad joked, and Lu Zhou nodded. Let's sleep. We need to get up early tomorrow. Early the next morning, at 4:55 a.m., the three members of the Lu family were all ready to go. They first put on their bomb-proof clothing, followed by woolen fabric, and finally donned their down jackets and mountaineering cold-resistant boots. The mid-calf leather cold-resistant boots allowed them to walk in the snow, preventing snow from getting in while also being non-slip. Inside the boots, they wore wool socks made by Lu Zhou's mom, which instantly made them feel warm all over. In addition, all three wore ear-protecting Russian-style hats, wrapped their necks in cashmere scarves, and donned woolen gloves. They were fully equipped for extreme cold. Of course, Lu Zhou also brought a large bag to store things later. He had also packed a sled, snowboards, and ice skates. The whole family got up at 4:40 a.m., washed up, got dressed, and headed out just in time. As soon as they opened the door, they encountered his aunt and uncle, who were similarly bundled up like bears. The weather was too cold, so the elderly and children stayed indoors. The five of them hurried down the stairs and met Zhang Jiahao and Zhang's father, who were carrying a lot of items. Zhang's father even had a large bag of unknown contents on his back, and Zhang Jiahao was also carrying several big and small bags. The group of seven moved quietly down the stairs. They quickly made it downstairs. Once they reached the bottom, Lu Zhou's parents couldn't help but shrink their head a little. In contrast, Zhang's family and his aunt's family showed no significant reaction. Lu Zhou noticed this clearly and couldn't help but think that when they returned home, he should lower the temperature a bit, so his parents wouldn't struggle with the cold. As he stepped onto the icy surface, Lu Zhou finally felt the solidness beneath his feet. The ice layer was thick and solid, and walking on the snow felt quite laborious. After walking a short distance, Lu Zhou passed his snowboard to them. Here, you all know how to snowboard, right? Everyone said they did. It wasn't surprising. There was a ski resort not far from Jiguang City, and many people knew how to ski. At the same time, Lu Zhou took out a headlamp and waved it around. It's too dark. Wearing headlamps will make it easier to see. The others had naturally prepared as well and immediately followed his lead to put on their headlamps. Chapter 98, Doubts. This headlamp was a prize from the last time the trio looted the express delivery station. The seven of them, equipped with knee pads and headlamps, secured their snowboards before continuing on. With the snowboards, their speed noticeably increased. They formed a line, gliding along the street, with Zhang Jiahui leading the way. He was hurrying towards their destination. The light was dim, and the headlamps played a crucial role. They were supposed to illuminate up to 100 meters, but in this snowy environment, the effectiveness had clearly diminished. Fortunately, they didn't have to walk on the street for long before they reached an abandoned factory. The place looked desolate enough to be a suitable filming location for a horror movie. Once inside the abandoned factory, the seven of them unstrapped their snowboards and noticeably lightened their footsteps. The surroundings were eerily quiet, adding a few more chills to the already unsettling atmosphere. Lu Zhou brought up the rear, with Zhang Jiahui leading the way. Under his guidance, they quickly found themselves in front of a small door at the factory. The door was made of iron and was locked, looking quite difficult to open. Zhang Jiahui signaled Lu Zhou with his eyes to open the door. Lu Zhou immediately got to work. In just a few moments, the lock was opened. The iron door creaked as it swung open, the sound echoing for quite a distance. Each person tightened their grip on their weapons, fearing any potential surprises. Fortunately, aside from the unsettling environment, the room appeared normal. Zhang Jiahui continued onward. Soon, they reached the end of the room. Once everyone got a clear view of the room's contents, they realized that this place used to be the factory's boiler room. However, the materials for burning in the boiler had long since been removed. As they walked past the massive boiler apparatus and peered into the innermost room, they were greeted with a sight of coal. The quantity was astonishing, prompting exclamations of surprise from the group. Lu Zhou didn't miss the flash of astonishment in Zhang Jiehui's eyes. It seemed even Zhang Jiehui was unaware there would be so much coal. Zhang Jiehui quickly urged everyone to load up on coal, encouraging them to take as much as they could and not waste this opportunity. Everyone nodded in agreement, understanding the rationale. All of them, including Lu Zhou, began to fill their bags with coal. While working, Lu Zhou furrowed his brow, his doubts escalating uncontrollably. It was all too strange. How did Zhang Jiehui know there was coal here? Even if he knew the factory had a boiler room, it was possible there would be coal. However, with modern advancements, many factories no longer use coal, so how could he be absolutely certain there would be something here? Furthermore, the factory's chimney had long since disappeared. Combining that with the collapse of one of the rooms in the factory, Lu Zhou speculated that it had probably been in the process of being demolished when it was abandoned. From appearances alone, no one would have suspected there would be anything inside. Additionally, after heavy rains, many buildings had been submerged, yet this dilapidated factory remained high and dry, with only a shallow layer of water. All these signs indicated something was amiss with Zhang Jiehui. Lu Zhou's expression grew complicated. Could it be that he was also reborn? But soon, Lu Zhou felt another hint of discord. That didn't make sense. If he were reborn, how would one explain Zhang Jiehui's earlier surprise, as well as his apparent ignorance of natural disasters and human nature? Several times, this guy had nearly been deceived. Either he had some special way of acquiring information about the present, or he was just an exceptional actor, able to deceive himself. However, if he were such a good actor, would he really bring himself to a place so obviously prone to exposure? Lu Zhou's thoughts were chaotic, and he couldn't help but steal a few glances at Zhang Jiehui, who was busy stuffing coal into his bag, completely unaware of Lu Zhou's scrutinizing gaze. With no sense of vigilance, he was most likely not reborn. Lu Zhou sighed and hastened his movements. Forget it, he thought. He would wait. At the right moment, he believed Zhang Jiehui would eventually tell him everything. For now, he just needed to know that this person was trustworthy and was simply trying to help everyone through the tough times. Lu Zhou reassured himself. The group worked quickly, and by the end, each person had filled 2 large bags. However, there was still plenty of coal left in the room, which left everyone feeling a bit unsettled. They all assumed the fuel supply was limited, so they hadn't considered using a vehicle, as that would be too conspicuous. Who would have thought there would be so much of this stuff? Zhang's father took down his backpack, and Lu Zhou had been curious about what was inside since the first time he saw it. When he opened it, it turned out to be an assemblable small sled for ice, capable of hauling items. It didn't seem particularly practical for the current situation. It would be better to have a cargo van with a high chassis to handle this terrain. Lu Zhou remembered the boxy cargo van he had rented from the game shop and thought he should find an opportunity to retrieve it. Let's look around a bit more. I think I saw a repair shop not far from here, he suggested. Chapter 99. Unbelievable luck. No one refused this proposal. Dad Lu thought to himself that he should have driven here. But then he considered that his car's chassis wasn't high enough, and it might not be able to drive in the snow. The repair shop was just about a kilometer away from the factory, and the 7 of them quickly walked over. Upon arriving at the factory, they noticed that there were quite a few vehicles inside. This was a repair shop for medium to large trucks, and there were 7 or 8 trucks under the shed. The group hurriedly walked in to take a look. These trucks appeared to be in good condition, but the unfortunate part was that they didn't have any keys. This was quite frustrating. Wei Qingzhu suggested looking inside the building for some keys. Zhang Jiahao nodded. I used to be an apprentice at a repair shop, so follow me. I just don't know if the rules are still the same as before. As he spoke, he led the way to a building in the center. The others quickly followed. Dad Lu and Lu Zhou exchanged a chuckle, signaling that they would search elsewhere. To be honest, the chances of finding a car that could be driven here were quite low. Lu Zhou's suggestion was merely an opportunity to retrieve his own car. Just when he was thinking about finding a chance to get his box truck out, he saw Zhang Jiahao excitedly coming out from inside. There was a jingling sound in his hands. Did they find the keys? Lu Zhou didn't expect that this group had actually found a medium box truck. Wasn't this luck too good? But in the end, it was a good thing. This truck was larger than Lu Zhou's, as it ran on diesel and could carry a heavier load. The truck Lu Zhou had collected was gasoline-powered, quieter, and had a slightly lower weight capacity. At that time, he considered gasoline because in the game, it could be produced continuously, while diesel could not be produced further in the game, so he settled for the gasoline box truck. Zhang Jiahao glanced at the fuel tank and said, "It's out of fuel. We need to find some." The group searched the repair shop and finally found 5 barrels of diesel. They found tools to refuel the truck and filled it up. The remaining diesel was stored in the back of the truck, intending to take it all back. Considering it was a snowy day, under Zhang Jiahao's instruction, everyone worked together to put snow chains on the truck's tires. After finishing, everyone's hands were dirty. No one cared about that. They all hurried to get into the truck. Lu Zhou was driving. He inserted the key, and with a sound, the truck started. The noise was a bit loud, but this place was sparsely populated, so it didn't matter. Zhang Jiahao sat in the passenger's seat, while the others crowded into the cargo area. The truck stopped again at the abandoned factory. The 7 of them quickly moved all the coal from the room. After securing the lock on the iron gate, they hurried back home while it was still not fully light outside. When they were close to the neighborhood, they had already discussed their plan. They unanimously decided to hide the truck in a less conspicuous spot and transport the coal home in batches to ensure safety. Given the current severe weather, coal was a heavy resource. If others knew they had a truck full of coal, they would definitely swarm over. Even if they were strong fighters, they would not stand a chance against overwhelming numbers. After distributing 3 bags of coal to each household, Lu Zhou told everyone that he had a good spot to hide the truck. At the same time, he proposed that these 3 bags be used as expenses for a month. After that, every month, the 3 households could gather together to get coal again. This plan received unanimous agreement from several people. Dad Lu and Mom Lu knew where their son intended to hide the truck. Each of them carried a bag and returned to the neighborhood with the others. At this time, Zhang Jiahao's small ice truck came in handy. The group used the small truck to ferry things down to their building. Lu Zhou drove the truck, gradually getting out of sight of the others. Once he was sure no one could see him, Lu Zhou got out of the truck and, with a thought, stored the vehicle in his space house. Since the last expansion, the space had become much more spacious for storing things. Lu Zhou used his mental power to stack the truck in midair, saving space this way. After handling the truck, Lu Zhou breathed a sigh of relief, put on his skis, and glided back towards the neighborhood. By the time he returned home, the others had already made it back. Because the bags for the coal were wrapped in several layers, there were no traces left in the hallway. Lu Zhou was cautious and checked the stairs before finally entering the house. As soon as he walked in, Dad Lu and Mom Lu took off their outer coats and hung them at the entrance. Lu Zhou secretly lowered the temperature before continuing with his daily tasks. Their group was quite fast, returning home before it was fully light. After Zhang Jiahao and Zhang Jiahao returned home, they quickly put away the 3 bags of coal before sitting down on the chairs to catch their breath. Grandma Zhang hurriedly brought a small basin of hot water to the 2. "Quickly wash your hands and change your clothes. I'll wash them for you later." This water was poured from the teapot by Grandma Zhang, warm and comfortable to soak hands in during the cold weather. Previously, water resources were quite tight, but now that it had snowed, they had enough water. Everyone was shoveling snow outside, and after it melted, they used it as water. So now there was enough water for washing clothes. Zhang Jiahao, barely holding himself up, got up to wash his hands clean, reminding Grandma, "Don't wash the clothes by hand. Use the washing machine. Our power storage still has electricity, and it's so cold. Don't strain yourself." Grandma Zhang wanted to say something, but was interrupted by her grandson. "Grandma, if you insist on washing by hand, then I'll wash them. Anyway, today either we use the machine or I'll wash them for the family." Zhang Jiahao was not wrong to be excited. In fact, Grandma Zhang's hands had developed many cracks from washing clothes, which worried him greatly. Grandma Zhang rubbed her eyes, her voice hoarse. Okay, I'll listen to you. This was concession. Zhang Jiahao smiled, and after he finished drying his hands, he unexpectedly saw a scene that startled him while passing by the bathroom. Chapter 100. Continuing to improve. Did I not see it correctly? The flower pot that was just planted last night. What on earth is growing in there now? Zhang Jiashuan rushed to the flower pot with extreme speed. As he looked into the flower pot, which had previously been empty, he was now met with a patch of vibrant green sprouts, instantly falling into a state of confusion. Who am I? Where am I? This world is gradually becoming unscientific. The little green sprouts in the pot were not just freshly broken from the soil. They had grown even more than that initial stage. The small sprouts seemed to playfully sway their leaves a few times, causing Zhang Jiashuan to instinctively take a step back. Wow, has the nutrient soil in the country become this incredible? Recalling how Wei Qingzhu had previously successfully tackled the issue of mushroom reproduction, Zhang Jiashuan could reluctantly agree that this explanation might hold water. It is possible, maybe, just maybe, that they could indeed successfully research nutrient soil. Forget it. No matter what, this is a good thing. Clearing the chaotic thoughts from his mind, Zhang Jiashuan lowered his head, filled with joy as he looked at the little sprouts in the flower pot. This is great. Once this batch of wheat and sweet potatoes matures, the food supply at home will gradually become richer. The freshly obtained fuel will also maximally ensure that the family can survive longer in this kind of weather. After taking care of the little sprouts, he crouched down and then slapped his forehead, realizing he had to tell his family about this nutrient soil. Last night, Lu Zhou had come over in a hurry, and only he knew about this matter. Given its significance, everyone in the family must be informed and keep it confidential. Thinking of this, Zhang Jiashuan quickly turned and walked back into the house. Thanks to the coal provided by Zhang Jiashuan, Wei Qingzhu was able to heat the home significantly for the first time. In the past, they had to carefully calculate when to burn charcoal, but now with more fuel, the home temperature had risen from 8 or 9 degrees to around 12 or 13 degrees. Every evening, Jiang Xiaolin would prepare hot water bottles for everyone in the family. These hot water bottles were also something she had dug out from the old deliveries. They came in the most classic deep green and deep red colors. These hot water bottles were of the best quality. When they were younger, Jiang Xiaolin and her sister would share a bed, each with one hot water bottle, feeling a gentle warmth that didn't burn. After arranging one for each family member, Jiang Xiaolin poured more of her effort into nurturing the plants. For nearly half a month, the flower pot had become her precious treasure. The wheat and sweet potatoes inside had been harvested repeatedly, and their little granary was gradually filling up. At this rate, there was no need to worry about the food supply at home. The growth rate on Zhang's land was a bit slower, but that couldn't stop the Zhang family's rising enthusiasm. Sometimes, watching the vegetables and grains they planted continuously thrive surprisingly brought a sense of healing. Lu Zhou was working hard, tightly scheduling his time every day. Now Lu Mom's skills had advanced to the point where she could treat minor ailments like headaches, fevers, diarrhea, and dislocations. From time to time, she would also apply what she learned to treat Lu Dad. Lu Dad, who initially felt quite hopeful, now trembled every time he saw Lu Mom, but it had only been a week. Isn't it just? When Mom Lu brought another bowl of bitter herbal medicine, Dad Lu's eyebrows furrowed high. His face was wrinkled into a mass, and with a bitter expression, he said, "Wife, please, can I not drink this herbal medicine?" Mom Lu raised an eyebrow. Good medicine tastes bitter and is good for illness. Besides, this herbal medicine is of the nourishing kind, which helps strengthen your body. Others are still worrying about where their next meal will come from, and you've already upgraded your life to a higher level, focusing on health. Isn't that enough for you to be satisfied? Dad Lu was on the verge of tears, his entire demeanor screaming refusal. "Wife, it's not that I don't appreciate it, but can you please add something sweet to it? This is just too bitter." Dad Lu couldn't precisely describe that taste, but if he had to give an example, it was like just freshly dug yellow root unwashed, boiled, and then stuffed into his mouth. Bitter, with a hint of earthy flavor, and then a subtle taste reminiscent of sweet potato skin and radish. It was an awful experience. Mom Lu was unyielding, her eyebrows raised high. Lu Zhou, stop talking nonsense and drink it quickly. Do you know how hard I work to make this herbal medicine? You need to respect my labor. Dad Lu gradually let out a wailing sound. Lu Zhou suddenly felt that something was wrong. He pretended not to see and tried to bolt for the door. Better to avoid the storm first. Unfortunately, Dad Lu noticed his movement. Wife, the son's health also needs attention. That kid sneezed last night. He must be weak. At this point, Lu Zhou stiffened, locking eyes with his father, both with righteous indignation. His eyes were filled with shock. Dad, everyone says a tiger doesn't eat its young. How come you are so good at throwing me under the bus? Lu Zhou wanted to struggle, but in the end, he couldn't escape the shackles of maternal love. After that, there was no need to say more. Lu Zhou also couldn't escape this calamity. He was forced to drink 2 large bowls. At this point, the fragile father-son relationship was on the verge of collapse. However, ironically, although Mom Lu's concoction was awful, its effects were outstanding. The 3 of them, under the nourishing power of the herbal medicine, actually felt a bit better than before. Believing that good things should be shared, Mom Lu prepared the herbal medicine and also sent some to her sister's family and Zhang's family, urging them to finish it. At first, everyone didn't react, but by the time they realized, it was already too late. The herbal medicine had been served at every meal. Jiang Xiaolin's family was too embarrassed to speak up, but the Zhang family privately complained to their good buddy several times. In the end, it was Grandma Shan who resolved the situation. It's unclear what the old lady added, but afterwards, although the herbal medicine was still bitter, it didn't taste so despairing. Mom Lu asked for advice and was guided by Grandma Shan. You see, the medicine you make is effective, but you forgot to adjust the taste a bit. Previously, she had been too eager to learn, and Grandma Shan hadn't had the chance to explain the flavor adjustment to Mom Lu and Jiang Xiaolin. Now that it involved this area, Mom Lu's eyes lit up, and she clung to Grandma Shan. Jiang Xiaolin was even more interested than her sister. After all, if she learned this, she could adjust the flavor when her sister poisoned her. Looking at the 2 eager students, Grandma Shan, who had intended to take a week off, suddenly felt confused. Did she just dig her own grave? Originally, she planned to rest and take care of planting herbs. Chapter 101. No place to escape. However, after thinking about the terrifying drug that Mama Lu had created, Grandma Shan pondered for a while and then decided to take a break from her thoughts. She began to teach the 2 about seasoning knowledge. After knowing this, the others breathed a sigh of relief. In the end, the situation resulted in only Grandma Shan being injured. Aside from the occasional torment from Mama Lu faced by the 3 families, to be fair, the past half-month has been relatively stable. The government regularly distributed supplies to the people. Although the amount of supplies was not much, the timely distribution greatly helped to soothe people's hearts. The temperature was gradually dropping. Almost every day, it fell by a degree. Now it had already reached minus 45 degrees. No one knew if the temperature would continue to plunge. For those with thermometers at home, the first thing they did upon waking up was check the temperature. There were no miracles. The temperature continued to slowly decrease. Many people found their mental defenses crumbling several times, but each time they saw their wives and children, their rationality returned. During these days, there would occasionally be rumbling sounds. Some informed sources said that the coal yard in the West Mountain was undergoing pre-thawing procedures, and soon it would start working normally. To prevent panic among the populace, the government maintained propaganda efforts day after day. The most frequently mentioned point was that the coal yard in the West Mountain would soon open and a large number of job positions would be provided. Moreover, concerning the people's heating issues, the government was actively working on solutions. Fortunately, thanks to the coal distributed by the government in recent days, although the amount was not significant, it allowed families to huddle together to barely get by. Of course, this kind of life left some people dissatisfied. After all, before the disaster, many had lived without worries about food and drink, pursuing a more refined lifestyle. Now that they couldn't even secure basic necessities, it was natural for these people to resist passively. Many began to contemplate leaving Jiguang City. Although the government kept up its propaganda, in a best-case scenario, they would still have to mine coal to earn food. Communications had already been cut off. Therefore, these people did not realize that this was a nationwide disaster. They only thought their luck had turned bad and prepared to flee to warmer places for refuge. They packed essential belongings, gathered their families, and secretly tried to bring enough gasoline, planning to head south to explore the situation there. In no time, even the neighborhood where Lu Zhou lived saw a significant number of people leaving. What surprised Lu Zhou was that these people had spontaneously formed a small group, intending to escape Jiguang City. Several families pooled together to rent a high-clearance truck, taking their belongings and slowly leaving Jiguang City. When Lu Zhou looked down at the scene below, he was puzzled as to where these people had gotten diesel fuel. However, he could understand the situation of people fleeing. After all, in the absence of communication, it was only natural for them to feel that conditions outside were better than the harsh realities they faced. Of course, there were also some clever individuals who chose to remain still. Logically speaking, if it were just a localized disaster, national rescue efforts should have arrived long ago. But at present, the delayed arrival of help raised suspicions about the overall national situation. If that were the case, Jiguang City was still relatively better off. After all, in the beginning, there was no preparation, so order was temporarily chaotic for a while. Afterward, the government quickly took over rescue operations, restoring order gradually. Now, with job positions about to reopen and supplies being distributed on time, things were indeed looking better than before. Based on this idea, many people chose to remain inactive. However, some simply couldn't stand it any longer. Clinging to the notion that things were already very bad in Jiguang City, they thought that anywhere else would probably be worse, and made up their minds to leave. Moreover, the temperature kept dropping. Although the government was doing a decent job of promoting and calming the situation, they had not yet implemented any solutions. Therefore, it was completely normal for some people to waver in their decisions. Additionally, considering the current situation, if one were to escape now, the temperature was still bearable and vehicles were still operational. If they waited too long, the temperature would drop further, making it very likely for vehicles to break down on the way, which would lead to dire straits. After weighing the options and putting themselves in others' shoes, it was understandable that many chose to escape. However, leaving wasn't that easy. Jiguang City still had soldiers guarding the last checkpoint. This was the foundation of Jiguang City, and it certainly required personnel to maintain security. In recent days, the number of people wanting to leave the city had surged, with cars congesting the streets, creating quite a spectacle. Furthermore, it wasn't just those trying to leave. There were also many vehicles entering the city. Seeing this scene, some astute individuals sensed something was amiss. They got out of their cars and offered a cigarette to someone coming from the opposite direction, managing to extract some information. These people were refugees from nearby cities and even farther away, seeking shelter. They looked weary and worn, bearing the marks of their difficult journeys. "Brother, what made you think of seeking refuge in Jiguang City?" "To be honest, we're not doing well either." The man briefly mentioned the situation in his city, to which the other person bitterly smiled and said, "Brother, heed my advice, don't go out there. It's even worse than Jiguang City." After a bit of back and forth, the man finally understood the harsh truth. Jiguang City was still somewhat livable. After all, there was coal here, which could be sourced locally to supply the community. Other cities had temperatures similar to Jiguang City, but they lacked its coal resources. They usually relied on coal transported from Jiguang City, but the current disaster had severely disrupted transportation. These cities were much less resilient against the extreme cold compared to Jiguang City. The number of deaths from the extreme cold far exceeded that of previous disasters. Behind the older brother, Another person poked their head out of the car and spoke, shocking the man even more. Don't go running around. The situation back home isn't optimistic either. It turned out that this older brother was from Shandao City, located further south. According to him, Shandao City was currently experiencing extreme heat, with temperatures soaring to 50 degrees Celsius and continuously rising. Noticing something was off in his city, the older brother promptly decided to flee. As he drove over, he observed that things were not looking good anywhere he passed. Since his hometown was in Jiguang City, where most of his family was, he had brought his family along to seek refuge. According to this older brother, Shandao City had experienced a complete power outage and water suspension. Even when collecting water, there were limits imposed. After listening to all this, the man's expression grew increasingly grim. It finally dawned on him that he needed to set aside his small worries and just stay in Jiguang City to survive. At the very least, Jiguang City was doing better than the cities where the two older brothers were from, especially in terms of order and rescue efforts. Chapter 102: Future Plans. Of course, this is something the man found out about, and after hearing the news, whether to stay or leave depends entirely on him. The cigarette he sent shouldn't go to waste, so the man decisively decided to stay put with his family. Some people, however, are stubborn and insist on trying. Many people kept coming and going during this time. During this period, Lu Zhou had encountered Yu Zizi from the Yu family more than once. The two looked worn out and no longer had the spirited demeanor they once had. Even when they met Lu Zhou, Yu Zizi no longer had that fierce attitude. Lu Zhou guessed that Yu Zizi must have suffered some setbacks during these days. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so subdued. When the two families met, aside from a polite greeting, there was no further communication. It was unclear what Yuangwo was thinking, but Lu Zhou felt it was fine as long as they could maintain their peace. Time flew by, and on the day Wei Qingzhu developed a regular version of the nutrient soil, the government announced some good news. The Xishan coal mine began recruiting workers. At that moment, the centralized heating facility was opened. The method of entry was still by lottery to ensure fairness, with a 50% chance of being selected. Once these two pieces of news came out, everyone couldn't help but rush to the original square to check the specific requirements. Lu Zhou and Zhang Jia, however, were among the crowd. The main reason the two wanted to see was to understand how things were developing. Most of the positions at Xishan coal mine were manual labor, but essential technical jobs such as electrical and mechanical maintenance were still being recruited. As for the centralized heating facility, it was set up about 5 kilometers away from Xishan coal mine. The registration requirement was to bring an ID card to register, and the selection would be done randomly by a machine. In his previous life, Lu Zhou had visited the centralized heating facility. Although the temperature inside was relatively high, the environment was definitely not good. The people inside had a complex mix of backgrounds. In one room, there could be 18 people, all sleeping on bunk beds similar to those in schools. They couldn't even dare to bring valuable items. It was quite dangerous for women to go to such places. Although there were soldiers responsible for law enforcement, there would always be areas that were beyond their oversight. In the unmonitored corners, it was a breeding ground for crime. After looking around, Zhang Jia muttered, "Lu Zhou, is your family going to go?" "No, I don't think this place is as good as it seems." Lu Zhou lowered his voice. Such words couldn't be carelessly spoken at this time. The two exited the noisy crowd and hurried home. At the square, Lu Zhou also ran into Fan Jinglong. This person had come over too, squinting to read the announcement. It was no surprise. After his last job became popular, he surely wanted to give this new job a try. When they returned home, Lu Zhou informed his parents about the situation outside. Neither of them said much. Lu Mom was focused on researching traditional Chinese medicine, while Lu Ba continued to study advanced electrical engineering knowledge. Lu Zhou felt a rare impulse. He originally wanted to persuade his parents not to go. He remembered that in his previous life, there had been a significant coal mine collapse at Xishan, causing many deaths. However, during that time in his previous life, their family never had the opportunity to go to Xishan, so they ended up saving their lives. The construction of the first military base in Jiguang City has indeed been completed. Lu Zhou remembers this base, known as the first military base. The first military base was established relatively early, belonging to the first batch of military bases built by the country. However, since it was the first to operate, there were many shortcomings in various aspects. For instance, the personnel at the first military base were a mixed bag. It housed a large number of laborers specifically brought in for hard labor, many of whom had dubious identities and were considered dangerous individuals. Another issue was that the first base lacked a well-developed ecosystem, making it impossible for the internal departments to promote mutual development. Although there were several experimental farms set up within the base, the land quality was poor, resulting in low agricultural yields, which made it difficult for the personnel to obtain enough food. Upon reflection, it's understandable considering that the primary purpose of the first military base was to mine coal for the nation, and managing to endure for this long could be seen as a commendable effort. During its mid-phase, the first military base had already begun to decline. In comparison to the first base, Lu Zhou was more interested in the Liangshan base. This base had the most advantageous geographical location, being situated at a high elevation with nearby water sources, making it easier to cope with the extreme heat that was expected to follow. In his previous life, after a long and arduous journey, Lu Zhou's family arrived at Liangshan base, only to be humiliated by his father's two brothers. Out of frustration, they had no choice but to return to the first military base in Jiguang City. They survived the extreme heat and a plague, but then a major earthquake struck Jiguang City. However, at that time, Liangshan base was one of the luckiest refuges, suffering no tremors from the earthquake and showing promising development. Thinking ahead, Lu Zhou was determined not to miss out on the opportunities that Liangshan offered. However, Liangshan belonged to the second batch of military bases, and construction had not yet begun. It would only be completed after the extreme cold passed and the initial signs of extreme heat appeared. Entering Liangshan base came with strict requirements. Each person had to pay 100 jin, about 50 kilograms, of food as a threshold requirement. This 100 jin could be coarse grains. However, even after paying the required food, they would only be able to settle in the outskirts of Liangshan. The outermost areas were certainly not as safe, comfortable, or convenient as the central locations. The central areas were occupied by the wealthy and local residents whose land had been requisitioned for the base. Liangshan was divided into 5 rings. The first ring for dignitaries, the second for local residents, while those beyond the third ring were refugees from other places. Lu Zhou knew of a method that could allow his family to reside within the second ring. However, he was uncertain about the feasibility of this method. Even if it failed, their group would at least be able to stay in the third ring. Liangshan base offered more employment opportunities, and it would be less difficult during the extreme heat. Lu Zhou made a firm decision to go to Liangshan before the extreme heat arrived. After all, when the extreme heat struck, it would be even harder to survive in Jiguang City. Regardless of whether he had any hidden advantages in such harsh conditions, how to use them and how to care for his aunt and the Zhang family were all matters he needed to consider. Moreover, shortly after the extreme heat would come the earthquake, and Hengxing community would be completely destroyed in the quake. To eliminate the threats, he must go to Liangshan in advance. After sorting out his thoughts, Lu Zhou's current primary mission was to survive the extreme cold. However, in his previous life, the extreme cold lasted for quite some time, a full year and a half. Just when people were starting to adapt to the extreme cold, the extreme heat would quietly arrive. The death toll would surge in the alternating extremes of cold and heat. Lu Zhou had never hidden his thoughts from his parents during such major events, and now he was even more determined to lay out his true intentions to them. After hearing Lu Zhou's words, his father and mother naturally understood. Although they felt reluctant to leave the home they had lived in for so long, they had no choice but to abandon it in the face of disaster. Chapter 103: Neglect Educated. Dad and Mom Lu accepted the news quite quickly. The week before, they were still lacking in enthusiasm, but the following week, they could smile and chat with Lu Zhou about the bright future in Liangshan. Mom Lu, while tending to her medicinal herbs, squinted her eyes and said with a smile, "Xiao Zhou, by then, I wonder if our family can have a little independent courtyard in Liangshan. It would be great if we could." Seeing how enthusiastic his mother was, Lu Zhou felt happy in his heart as well. "Don't worry, Mom. I will do my best to get us a small courtyard." Mom Lu immediately brightened up. "Oh, great. Then I'll just wait for my son to get it for me." At this point, Mom Lu lowered her eyelids and slowly loosened the soil in the pot with the herbs. Dad Lu was in the kitchen cooking. These days, Mom Lu had been busy planting and preparing the herbs, so the cooking duties had fallen to Dad Lu. Dad Lu had a good attitude and didn't feel put out at all. Instead, he was happily cooking away. When Lu Zhou went to check on him, he was startled by Dad Lu's gear. He saw that Dad Lu was wearing several iron rings on his wrists. "Dad, what's this?" "Training, son. Haven't you seen that on TV? It's called resistance training." Dad Lu looked at his son with disdain, while deftly tossing the vegetables in the pan. In the pot was spicy stir-fried cabbage, which tastes best when cooked over high heat. Seeing how into it Dad Lu was, Lu Zhou couldn't help but feel speechless and quickly praised him. "Dad, you're amazing." He thought to himself that he should compliment Dad more. Otherwise, if Dad wasn't happy with cooking later, that duty would probably fall to him. Dad Lu, flattered, became even more nimble with his hands. By the time dinner was served, he had prepared a big pot of candied sweet potatoes, which had recently become his specialty. Of course, the main reason was the increasing supply of sweet potatoes. After finishing dinner, Lu Zhou took some leftover candied sweet potatoes and strolled outside. His aunt's house was busy cooking, with potatoes stewed with pork and green vegetables on the stove. The potatoes and greens were grown by Lu Zhou, while the pork had been made into preserved meat earlier. Everything was simmering together, and it smelled delightful. When Jiang Xiaolin saw Lu Zhou coming, she hurriedly spoke up. "Xiao Zhou, have you eaten yet? Wait a bit. Let's have a meal together before you go." Lu Zhou quickly declined. "Aunt, I've already eaten. I brought you something." Saying that, he handed over the candied sweet potatoes in his hand. Although there were plenty of sweet potatoes, the sugar was still rather scarce. Little Tong Tong, being a little foodie, was attracted by the fragrance and rushed out, sniffing eagerly and exclaiming, "Brother, what you have smells so good, sweet, and delicious." Lu Zhou placed the candied sweet potatoes on the dining table and pulled out a chair for his little cousin, waiting for her to come and eat. Jiang Xiaolin was amused by her daughter and didn't stop her. The little girl picked up her chopsticks and took a bite, beaming with happiness while cradling her little face. "Brother, this is so good. Can I share some with my good friends?" At this point, Lu Zhou immediately thought of Zhang Leilei and Gao Jinghang. "Is it Leilei's sister and Jinghang brother?" Tong Tong nodded. "Yes, it's them. Brother, you're so smart. But brother, there are many other kids who always gather around us and ask us to share some food with them." Hearing this, Lu Zhou instantly became alert. How did Tong Tong do it? The little one's cute face turned bright red, and her expression was conflicted as she said, "Brother, I didn't give them any. Mom told me not to give. It was Jinghang brother who gave that person a little bit. And then that kid brought a bunch of friends who always pestered Jinghang brother." Tong Tong was still young. She used to be a naive and adorable little girl, but now she had to undergo a hard shift in educational approach. Jiang Xiaolin had it tough. In order to help Tong Tong learn, Jiang Xiaolin personally taught her lessons, instructing her on how to navigate the current situation and the ways of the world. Fortunately, Tong Tong was well behaved. As long as it was her mother speaking, she would obediently listen, so there hadn't been any accidents so far. Lu Zhou's expression was serious as he encouraged her. "Tong Tong, you did very well. Obtaining food relies on your own hard work. You shouldn't think about relying on others. So, rejecting them is actually a good thing for them." Tong Tong nodded, her eyes reflecting a bit of confusion. Lu Zhou felt a sinking feeling in his heart. Over the past few days, the adults had been busy hoarding supplies and had forgotten to teach the children a few social practice lessons. Take Tong Tong, for example. The young girl was obedient now, but she hadn't experienced the harsh realities of human nature, and she might suffer a big loss in that regard in the future. Lu Zhou furrowed his brows, thinking about how to educate the children. How about taking his cousin out for a walk to give her a lesson? That seemed like a good idea. After all, under his watchful eye, Tong Tong would be safe. Just as Lu Zhou was entangled in his thoughts, he heard a loud commotion coming from downstairs, mixed with shouting and cries of distress. Lu Zhou couldn't help but raise an eyebrow and immediately went out to check the situation. Jiang Xiaolin's expression was grave. She quickly got dressed and planned to go downstairs with her husband to see what was happening. The public order had improved somewhat. It wasn't likely there would be any killings, but robberies were a concern. If they couldn't catch the culprit, they could only consider themselves unfortunate, as the government was powerless to monitor such matters. As Lu Zhou rushed downstairs, his good friend Zhang Jiahua also stealthily left his room. The two didn't speak, but they tacitly prepared their weapons and quickly made their way downstairs. It turned out that there was a commotion on the 13th floor. When Lu Zhou and Zhang Jiahua arrived, the scene was extremely chaotic. Among the crowd, there were a few familiar faces. A group led by Fan Jinglong was in a confrontation with Gao Shan, Jiang Lishui, and Gao Jingheng. Both sides were in a sorry state. Gao Shan and his group were a bit worse off because they were outnumbered. The surrounding noise was chaotic, but Lu Zhou quickly picked up some useful information. You guys are being too excessive. It's just kids playing together. They ate a little bit of your family's food. Do you really have to be so petty? The speaker was a woman in her 40s with a sharp tongue, and Lu Zhou had no impression of her at all. The middle-aged woman continued, "My son just ate a little bit of your family's cookies. You really think cookies are something special? Let's not beat around the bush. My family will compensate you with a pack. But you have to give me an explanation for the injury on my son." Yes, and my son too. I didn't even touch him. How dare you?" Another man interjected angrily. Gao Shan, a big man, was so enraged by their words that he couldn't stop trembling. "You still have the face to say this? Is your child the only one who ate those things? How much have you secretly taken from my house? You know in your heart." Chapter 104, The Terrifying Woman. When a few people heard these words, they immediately became agitated. They began to curse and wanted to confront Gao Shan. However, they were too impulsive and completely forgot about Gao Shan's profession. When a man reached out to confront Gao Shan, intending to teach him a lesson, he was predictably knocked senseless by a punch from Gao Shan. When his wife realized what had happened, she immediately clawed at Jiang Lishui, intending to scratch her a few times. Jiang Lishui's eyes turned fierce, and she brutally broke the woman's finger. "Ah!" The woman screamed like a slaughtered pig, while the others were filled with fear. At this moment, their inflated egos began to cool down. They realized that this family was skilled in martial arts, and it would be best not to provoke them. Once they recognized this, the others quickly stepped back a few paces, still encircling Gao Shan's family. The situation shifted from physical confrontation to verbal arguments. "Gao Shan, don't go too far. We're all neighbors. Can't we calm down and talk this over? Why does it have to escalate to this point? Yeah, just because your family can fight doesn't mean you should resort to violence." Fan Jinglong timely interjected, wearing a friendly smile. "Brother Gao Shan, don't get angry. We're all neighbors. We've been through so much together. This time, we all saw the children get hurt and couldn't hold back our emotions. That's why we acted out. I apologize on their behalf. Let's cool down and resolve the issue, all right?" Gao Shan looked at Fan Jinglong, whose attitude was still acceptable. He scanned the crowd with a cold gaze and spoke icily. "I, Gao Shan, pride myself on having helped everyone a lot in the past. But today it seems I was wrong. There's nothing left for us to discuss. Whoever stole from my family should return the items promptly, or I will personally search your houses." Upon hearing this, many people erupted in outrage. "Are you kidding? What right do you have to search someone else's house? If we didn't take anything, then we didn't take anything. Just because you helped us a few times doesn't mean you can treat us like this." Various accusations came from all directions. Gao Shan felt a tightness in his chest. In the past, he had been kind-hearted and, despite his wife's warnings, had helped these people several times during the initial chaos. At that time, they were all grateful, but now that the situation had stabilized and they no longer needed his help, their true colors were showing. The person making the loudest accusations had once been assisted by him during a flood when he helped deliver her child to the hospital using a makeshift raft. The one next to her who was cursing him had received his help when he rescued her food from robbers. Gao Shan stared blankly at these people going crazy, feeling his heart sink. Meanwhile, Gao Jinghang trembled uncontrollably. He felt it was his fault. The theft of their food had happened after he brought the kids over to his house. At that time, he had given one of the kids a small bag of snacks, and afterward, a bunch of kids had surrounded him. Later, those kids insisted on coming to play at his house. Gao Jinghang had repeatedly warned them not to touch anything, but those kids not only ignored him, but also stole a significant amount of food from his family. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became, his eyes turning red. At this moment, he finally realized how wicked these people were and how naive he had been. As the situation developed to this point, both Lu Zhou and Zhang Jiahao frowned. The relationships between the two families and the Gao family were generally kept at a surface level, so they were unclear about the grievances between Gao Shan and these people. At this moment, Jiang Lishui took a step back and grabbed a weapon from her family's shoe rack. In the next second, she brandished a bone knife, demonstrating her intent to these individuals. "Stop talking nonsense to me. I'm an old lady who doesn't want to fight, but let me tell you, my temper is not good. If you take my things, you better spit them out today. If you don't want to, then I'll start with your family." The person she was pointing at was, of course, the man who had attacked first. The man was taken aback for a moment, then his face twisted with rage. "Oh, what are you pretending to be? Just you ah." Before he could finish his provocative words, the bone knife sliced a piece of flesh from him. As it swept across the man's terrified face, Jiang Lishui curled her lips into a fierce smile and threatened, "Want to try again?" The man immediately cowered. Jiang Lishui was a living nightmare. Who would dare provoke her? She would chop down anyone who dared to confront her. Realizing that they had indeed done something shameful, and that escalating things would only lead to their own loss, the man could only endure in silence. However, his eyes remained filled with hatred. Jiang Lishui ignored his stare and rushed into his house to search for anything belonging to her. Soon, she found a plastic bag filled with her family's food. When she emerged with the bag, the man's eyes widened in panic as he saw it was completely full. He immediately tried to rush in to snatch it back, but was once again met with a knife pressed to his forehead. The onlookers were instantly terrified by Jiang Lishui's ferocity. "Get the hell out of here. Try to move again. As for the rest of you, if you don't go and get your stuff, I'll search your houses myself." After making her threats, the other families, feeling guilty, stealthily returned home to fetch the food that didn't belong to them, bringing it over one by one. Before long, all the food was placed in front of Jiang Lishui. Lu Zhou noticed that Fan Jinglong was also sneakily returning with a small bag of food. "Oh, looks like things aren't going so well for him. That he's resorted to stealing?" Jiang Lishui quickly gathered the supplies and then slammed the door shut. The group outside was left dumbfounded. Zhang Jiahao clicked his tongue in admiration. "Wow, Aunt Jiang is so cool. These people really are scum." Lu Zhou nodded softly in agreement, but as he turned to leave, his eyes met Fan Jinglong's. Fan Jinglong already felt embarrassed, and now that Lu Zhou had seen this scene, his mind went blank. Looking back, he noticed that behind this little rascal, there was also Lu Zhengqing. He felt his face flush with shame. Ignoring the mocking gaze from the Lu family, Fan Jinglong quickly tucked his tail and fled the scene. When he got home, he unbuckled his belt and gave his son a good beating. His son cried out for mercy as he was beaten. Fan Jinglong's wife tightly hugged him, pleading for their son, but she too received a scolding. "This little brat is going to ruin my reputation. Do you know how humiliating it was to be seen by the Lu family when I was returning the stuff he stole?" Thinking back to that moment, Fan Jinglong was filled with indignation. The woman sobbed. What does this have to do with the child? Before you returned the things, you were saying our son did well, right? Now that you've lost face, you turn your back on him. Faced with his wife's accusations, Fan Jinglong grew even angrier. Shut up. I think you deserve a beating too. As the farce came to an end, Lu Zhou turned around and saw two little figures standing out among the crowd of onlookers. Chapter 105. The team expands further. Zhang Lei and Wei Tongtong tightly covered their mouths, their eyes filled with terror. The scene they had just witnessed truly frightened them. After all, the ones causing the commotion were the parents of those little kids. When they recalled what had happened, both little girls felt a lingering fear. Later that night, someone knocked on the door of the Lu family. Peering through the peephole, Lu Zhou saw that it was the Gao family. Lu's parents quickly cut off all the power in the house and hid anything that might expose them. Only then did Lu Zhou open the door. The three people at the door swiftly rushed inside. Uncle Gao, Aunt Jiang, what brings you here? Lu Zhou greeted the three while asking. Lu's parents hurried out of the bedroom to welcome them. After chatting for a while, Lu Zhou understood the purpose of Gao Shan's visit. Gao Shan wanted to join their team. Previously, Gao Shan's family had remained neutral, essentially not participating in the conflicts between factions. They managed to avoid offending both Fan Jinglong's side and Lu Zhou's group, maintaining a delicate balance in their relationships. However, this time, Fan Jinglong's group had broken that balance, forcing Gao Shan's family toward the small group led by Lu Zhou. Upon hearing Gao Shan's intentions, Lu Zhou was not surprised. Lu's parents hesitated, looking at Lu Zhou. The decision was left to him. Deep down, Lu Zhou did not intend to accept them. After all, who would willingly take on trouble? As he pondered how to refuse, Gao Shan's proposed bargaining chip caught his attention. Old Lu, we know our request is a bit excessive, but correspondingly, if we can join you, our family can provide a few guns. At this point, Lu Zhou's interest was piqued. Firearms were something he had always wanted to acquire, but had never had the chance. Where did the Gao family get their hands on them? However, it was not the right time to ask. After contemplating for a second, Lu Zhou smiled and agreed to Gao Shan's request. As the saying goes, the more lice, the less itch. He already had enough trouble on his plate. What was one more? Seeing Lu Zhou's willingness, Gao Shan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Lu Zhou seized the moment to inquire about the earlier incident. Those items are all hidden away in a place. I can go get them tomorrow. Perhaps sensing what Lu Zhou wanted to ask, Jiang Lishui sighed and offered a brief explanation. Don't worry, our items are definitely not contaminated. This implied that they were not obtained through robbery, but rather through other means. After carefully listening to the explanation, Lu Zhou finally understood. It turned out that Gao Shan had a cousin who was involved in the underworld. This cousin had channels to acquire these items. After the chaos ensued, Gao Shan immediately contacted his cousin, spent a considerable amount of money and food, which allowed him to procure this batch of goods. Considering Gao Shan's profession, Lu Zhou could somewhat understand what his cousin did. Jiang Lishui continued, however, the quantity of bullets is quite limited. There are a few guns. Lu's parents were astonished, their eyes wide open in shock. They felt that these items should be difficult to obtain, but who would have thought that the seemingly honest Gao family could produce so many contraband items in the blink of an eye? TSK, truly, one should not judge a book by its cover. The next day, Gao Shan arrived as promised with 3 firearms, 1 sniper rifle and 2 handguns. I left 2 at home and the rest are for you, he said. Along with the guns, he also brought 2 boxes of corresponding ammunition. Each box contained 750 rounds. In case of unexpected situations, that should be enough. However, it was possible that his workshop could produce more bullets. He would have to try it out later. After receiving these items, Lu Zhou asked Gao Shan a question. Why didn't you use these things to find someone else, but chose me instead? He was curious about what kind of answer the other party would give. Gao Shan smiled wryly and said, if I tell you, you might laugh at me. Intuition, do you understand? Intuition tells me that I should trust you. Besides, I can see that the three families have decent character. At least I won't get stabbed in the back by teaming up with you." Lu Zhou felt a stir in his heart and said to Gao Shan, "Uncle Gao, from now on, we are companions." After Gao Shan's family left, Lu Zhou quickly found the Zhang family and his aunt's family, planning to distribute the firearms. He gave one of the handguns to his uncle, but the Zhang family refused the other one. "Lu Zhou, just give it to your parents. My dad and I can manage with crossbows. Those things pack quite a punch. This should be easier to use, and it'd be better in your hands," said a member of the Zhang family, with an expression that seemed genuine. Seeing that their expression didn't seem insincere, Lu Zhou nodded and took the handgun back. The only sniper rifle was now in his hands. He had used one before, and it had high accuracy. After distributing the firearms, Lu Zhou returned to his room to try making bullets in his workshop. He took out a bullet and studied it for a moment before carefully searching for corresponding materials in the workshop. The good news was that the workshop indeed had a function to manufacture bullets. However, the bad news was that this function was currently marked as unavailable. Lu Zhou didn't know when it would be unlocked or what the conditions were. Nonetheless, having it was better than not having it at all. He kept reassuring himself. That day, Wei Qingzhu took Lu Zhou to visit the small laboratory where he had researched nutrient soil. His expression carried a hint of frustration. "Xiao Zhou, I've tried many times, but I can only increase the original soil's yield by 5 times at most. I really don't know what kind of mutation it went through last time." Hearing this, Lu Zhou couldn't help but feel embarrassed. Uncle, you're already doing great. Not everyone could develop something from game soil." His aunt timely came to his rescue. "Increasing it by 5 times is already impressive enough. Wei Qingzhu, I warn you, don't think about tampering with our original soil. That's the foundation of our survival." Wei Qingzhu snapped back to reality from his experiment. His expression changed as he smiled wryly. "Xiaolin, don't worry, I know what I'm doing." Lu Zhou breathed a sigh of relief. As long as his uncle didn't get carried away with his research, that was good enough. However, he still had something very important to do that day. "Aunt, where's Tong Tong? I want to take her out for a stroll." Jiang Xiaolin's eyes lit up. "Oh, Tong Tong has been talking about you for a few days now. She wants to play with you. I'll go get her." Lu Zhou had already made plans. Educating the little ones couldn't be delayed. Last time, the little girl had witnessed what happened to Gao Jingheng, and this time he wanted to seize the opportunity to give his little cousin a practical lesson. Chapter 106, Practical Warfare. Little cousin Tong Tong was soon called out by her aunt. At this moment, she was looking up with a naive and innocent expression, asking, "Brother, where are we going to play?" Lu Zhou ruffled his sister's hair and replied with a smile, "Brother will take you for a stroll in the street. I heard there are a lot of fun things at the market." Jiang Xiaolin hesitated a bit. The outside world wasn't very peaceful. Was it safe for little Zhou to take Tong Tong out? Thinking of this, Jiang Xiaolin couldn't help but ask a few questions. Faced with her aunt's concerns, Lu Zhou naturally didn't tell the truth. Instead, he assured her that he knew how to be cautious. As they passed by 2 families downstairs, Tong Tong, full of energy, ran up to her 2 little friends. Zhang Jiahao, feeling uneasy, insisted on going along. Thus, the 2 adults took 3 little kids to the relatively lively market. People had gradually started to get used to the cold weather. Initially, the market was deserted, but ever since the government resumed normal operations, those who had been staying at home began to venture out one after another. Some people made a living by buying and selling goods. If they didn't hustle at the market for a day, they might go hungry at home. Driven by the need to survive, these people naturally had to come out to make a living. Tong Tong had been out very few times and was mostly well protected by her aunt. So, she was now like a curious little baby, filled with wonder at everything she saw. Her companion, Zhang Lele, was even more excited. The only one looking a bit down was Gao Jingheng, who appeared to be sulking. Lu Zhou glanced over and knew that this little brat was regretting his decision and feeling miserable. He didn't bother to comfort him. waiting for him to figure it out on his own. It was better for someone to come to a realization themselves than to have others spell it out for them. Though Lu Zhou was wearing understated clothing, their spirits were obvious to anyone. Moreover, although their clothes looked plain, they were clean and warm, giving off an air of comfort. Zhang Jiahao frowned and slightly shielded the three kids, whispering to Lu Zhou, I can't shake the feeling that these people aren't very friendly. Their stares make me uncomfortable. After saying that, Zhang Jiahao unconsciously shrank back a bit. Lu Zhou responded in a low voice, It's normal. At this time, we might as well be walking down the street like fat sheep. Upon hearing this description, Zhang Jiahao immediately felt a chill run down his spine. Wait, do you know you're still out here? He was momentarily confused, his brain not processing the situation. Before Lu Zhou could reply, a dirty little boy came barreling through like a cannonball, zeroing in on the snacks in Tong Tong's pocket, snatching one with precision. Lu Zhou could have easily caught the boy, but this was a good opportunity. Everyone, including Zhang Jiahao, was momentarily stunned. Tong Tong stood there in a daze, watching the boy grab the snacks from her pocket and quickly tear open the packaging to devour them. Brother, why did you just take my things? Tong Tong said, feeling a bit wronged and her voice tinged with a nasal tone. Lu Zhou patiently taught her, Tong Tong, the world is like this now. Once you step outside, you no longer have our protection. They see you as small and weak, so they will snatch your things to eat. In times of crisis, they might even harm you. Tell me, what should you do in this situation? Tong Tong lowered her head, deep in thought, while the other two kids were also pondering.